And you will isolate issues of mental health, you will isolate issues of frustration. By the time you take out the human factor, morality, and all of those issues, you bring them into the equation, then the answer to that will be simply no. But have we gained some ground in emphasizing the fact that we as citizens have a right to be treated by law enforcement in a more civil manner? I believe absolutely yes. Some gains have been made in that regard.
Okay, let's take on another aspect of this conversation. We'll continue to move around. One of the campaigners put out a post yesterday that I thought worthy of mention. She said that since October, some protesters are still in police custody. That Christmas is around the corner. She says that some of them are likely to spend the Christmas in custody. Should, in your opinion, protesters, particularly those who are said to be peaceful, be in custody up until this time with no charge, it seems?
And does that also, doesn't that also tell that, we really haven't moved that many steps ahead if we still are having a repeat of the same things that, the citizens were complaining about?
Again, the short answer to that is, if the case as you have presented it is what it is, then it is evidence that perhaps the institution called the police and the Nigerian state is still in a past that the people have rejected. But again, I saw comments on, just beneath it, people commented on the post. Some people asked, are these the protesters that committed arson? Are these the protesters that are classified as hoodlums? Did they kill anybody? So again, when you put, because we know how the protest went, right? Some people protested legitimately. A lot of other people, in expression of the same anger, committed criminal activities. And we are well aware that the protesters were well represented by a lot of legal personalities. I haven't spoken to any of them. I looked, at the comments there to see if any of the lawyers to the protesters was going to comment so that we can ascertain whether this is true and some of the reasons why these guys are still in custody. But when you put all protesters into that umbrella, into that block of, okay, they protested, they are still in custody, it leaves a lot still to be gleaned. And it gives the police and the government a lot of room to wriggle, to say, if we have released some and we haven't released some, it may be that they don't belong in the same category. And so I would ask I'll request the person making that post to probably give us a bit more specifics, names, addresses, the nature of the case, and point those that are interested, civil society that is interested in ensuring that justice is done, to follow through. But the statement was too general. It was too all-encompassing, and I'm very careful about taking the popular ground on things like that without specific details.
I guess that's the reason we continue to, reach out to people like you to share your thoughts on some of these developments, to, put out the issues there so we can all take a look at it from, some filter. I want to say thank you very much, Leonard Ebute, for joining us on The Breakfast.
I want to say one short thing in 10 seconds that, you see, I want to be optimistic that those that lost their lives, those that put their necks out there during the EndSARS protest would definitely have gained something. I mean, let's be able to say the labors of our heroes past and heroes present will not be in vain. So my optimism is founded on the fact that we are not animals, and when people rise together, they achieve something.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Have a good day. I think that note just took the wind off my sails. Yes, we should always be hopeful. I mean, we don't have any other country that is ours other than Nigeria. But one thing I got from his contribution was a level of skepticism to some of the information that come through. It is his perspective, he's entitled to it, and that is why we bring them to come and share. So while you are watching this, these stories, you don't just look at it and swallow how it is given, hook, line, and sinker. You have some sort of filter to see which is, which is the way to go. Does this information substantiate what is on the ground? Yeah. These are some of the reasons we have conversations like this on The Breakfast.
I would also quickly chip in. It's one of the things that I asked. The idea behind the protests at first, of course, it was tagged End SARS, but I'm hoping that Nigerian police officers across the country don't see it as just a conversation about the Special Anti-Robbery Squad. It's about every single one of them, even the ones behind the counter, the ones, doing traffic duty, the ones who are, driving, in their small vehicles or in their Hilux vans. It's about all of you. The protest, the conversation was about police brutality, focused mostly on Special Anti-Robbery Squad, but it's about every single one of the members of the Nigerian police force.
We wouldn't shy away from the fact that there still remain a lot of unscrupulous officers out there who are hell-bent on dragging the police and the security agencies to the mud with their actions. We still see army officers being a moral police on how people dress. So many things keep coming up, even in the aftermath of the End SARS protests. And we'll continue to talk, basically, until change happens. That's what we're paid to do.
Well, anyway, we don't have the time to go into it, but we're bringing in Ife Osunkeye in next. We have a little bit to talk about with regards to entertainment. Two very popular young Nigerian artists are facing very likely jail time in a different country. And we'll be talking about that next. Stay with us.
I was going to ask you, what was it you whispered just now? I didn't hear it, though.
When?
Before you just... Anyway, we'll be right back.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now, and that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Oh.
Sleeping early.
don't think that anything is going to change until 2023. Not with Lai Mohammed as the voice man, Garba Shehu, and the other chap, Adesina.
From what we've seen about the Sorosoke generation, they're not going to hurry into this.
No, we're
they're
not.
They're going to prepare for the next round.
Pressure. Sometimes past, you are allowed to correct other people's. And when we're living a communal life, exactly. Not now that we live a societal life.
I know people who could even cane me, and my father will be, oh, thumbs up. That's good.
Assuming that this is a country where we obey laws, nobody will be bothered whether the money is borrowed or not because it must be paid back.
What is the Nigerian national virtue?
Quality assurance.
Making money.
There's no quality assurance anymore.
No, that's what I'm saying. In Germany.
In Germany, right?
Our national virtue is politics. Samebu was education minister as we were on strike and he was celebrating 25 years of marriage. Yes.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. Another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
At a concert held at the Speke Resort in Munyonyo. His arrest follows a public outcry by Ugandan entertainers who castigated the police for allowing international artists to hold concerts while the local ones are denied. Speaking via a social media post on his official Twitter page some hours ago, Omale also confirmed that he is with the Ugandan police force. He stated at the time that all the issues will be sorted out and went on to urge all his fans to not be worried about him, as he noted that things will be fine. However, new reports alongside photos making rounds on social media have it that the singer and upcoming songstress Thames have been charged to court. Fellow Nigerian celebrities are now calling on the Nigerian government to intervene and get the Nigerian stars in custody released. And of course, joining us to talk a little bit more about this is our entertainment correspondent, Ifeoluwa Osunkeye.
Good morning.
How you guys doing? Well, good to see you.
All right, what's going on? Yeah, we've had the summary. What is the latest now? Have they been released?
No, they haven't still been released. But before we even get into that, now a lot of people are asking why did they arrest Omale and Thames, and why not just the organizers? But people don't know that the law still exists in a lot of places, and Section 171 of the Uganda Penal Code provides that any person who unlawfully or negligently does any act which he or she knows or has reason to believe to be likely to spread the infection of any disease dangerous to life commits an offense and is liable to imprisonment for 7 years. So they don't even know the severity. People also, you have two sides to the story, of course. Some people think it's quite irresponsible for Omale and Thames to accept the offer and travel, right? But at the same time, I'm thinking, if I'm a musician and I ask the necessary questions,
they
and I'm
obviously did not, because if they had done,
what?
Were they given any clearance? Is there any information about if they were given clearance?
No, well, we don't have that information now. There are a lot of things we're not privy to yet.
Yeah,
now,
no matter, you just read the law, right? And there is a standard that you cannot hold concert in the midst of a pandemic. So why would a right-thinking person leave his or her country to go perform in another country when there is a law?
No, what about the organizer that is from that country that knows about the law?
The organizers are also part of the people.
So they're also part of the put your hand inside fire. You say because the person is paying you money, yeah, put your hand inside fire.
What I think is a little confusing for people who are seeing this is, because this has gone from fire pan to fire, so fast. But what people would ask is, was there any clearance they were given? Because during the concert, there definitely was security presence.
Right.
The concert didn't spring up
flew
overnight.
into the
There
country.
was information about the concert, days before it eventually took place. If the Ugandan government didn't approve of it, they should have stated before it eventually took place that no, you don't have clearance to hold this concert. And so
I think they said they were having they had a lunch and a dinner party earlier with fewer people. Then they proceeded to have the concert that same day. Do you understand? I think that was when they went in. So at first they were following the rules, but after that, after the concert, it blew up.
So what's going to happen next?
And what's going to happen is that I think the Nigerian government, it's time to intervene, because Omah Lay has put out a series of tweets yesterday saying, is it beyond what he knows? Why is he being set up in Uganda? Do you understand? Like they're accusing him for other things now. He's saying that, should I take the fall for what other Nigerians have done in Uganda? He's putting out tweets like that insinuating that this is becoming way more than he bargained for. It's becoming way beyond the COVID-19 restriction rules violation.
You just brought up the expectations of the Nigerian government, which of course everyone is, asking that they take, action. But I want to, yeah, she did. But I want to also get your thoughts on her tweets. Yes, she's responded, but there is also something that she did where a person tweeted saying, Abike, is it Abike's fault that you went to go and break the law in another country? And she responded with laughter. Which, for me and a lot of other people found very, very worrisome.
It's quite disturbing that our leaders still think that, look, the fact that we're wrong in other countries, look, America would never leave their citizens, regardless of what. They will intervene. They wouldn't put it out there like it's as long as you're a citizen of a country, whether you break the law there and you're expected to come back home, especially when it's not something.
Are you sure you have your facts right? You commit a crime in another country, you leave your country.
So should we laugh over it?
I'm not saying we should laugh over it, but we should not also play down on the fact that if you do something wrong, in my thinking, you should own up and accept responsibility.
I don't think anyone
saying that they're not guilty. Everyone has owned up to it that, okay, yes, we're wrong. But what is the step to be taken? How are we going to get back home? So they should go serve 7 years in jail in Uganda?
I'm sure it wouldn't get to that.
Are you sure about that? Are you really sure?
I hope other artists are watching. Please do not go to countries where there are laws that you can't perform a concert in a COVID situation. And the money might look we all like money. I know I do. But take it easy. That's all I can say. And we hope that authorities will help bring them out of the situation and allow them come back home, and lessons would have been learned.
And also be more sensitive on social media.
And be more responsible.
Are you sure this tweet came from? Tomorrow night we might hear that it was hacked.
She responded with laughter. She wasn't hacked.
It's possible she was hacked.
And then my word for all the celebrities.
It's possible she was hacked.
Well, my word for all the celebrities is that be more responsible when you're taking decisions, because we are all responsible for our actions, regardless of, we all love money, but if I know that this is possible, it's possible for this to bite me in the behind, then why would I do it?
All right, Ife, thank you very much, as always, for coming in and clearing the air.
Yeah.
Right. And that's it for this morning. We have had quite a robust conversation. We did promise we will be bringing you guests and conversation that will give you maybe deeper perspective on some issues.
Yes, we did, and I totally enjoyed the conversation on smuggling, the conversation on the NSAS protest, and of course, the conversation on President Muhammadu Buhari in Daura, while Nigerians are expecting that he shows up in Katsina State, in the
let me remind you,
place where the students were kidnapped.
Body language. Thanks, everyone that has been with us since 7 a.m. We're back again tomorrow with more conversation, more on our menu. Same time, same station. We'll see you then.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now. And that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
I still make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Apala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi, like,
Sleeping early.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
if you no talk, then go beat you.
Na 2,500 they pay.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello again, and thank you for joining us on the news. My name is Felicity Edzewike. Katsina State Governor Aminu Masari says 17 out of the 333 missing students of the government science secondary school in Kankara area of the state have been found. The governor announced this during an interview with the media. According to him, the majority of the students were in the forest in Zamfara. He said the information available shows that 17 of the missing children have been found. 15 of them were found around Dinya in Damusa. All these missing children who have been found have been reunited with their families. On the negotiation with the bandits for the safe return of the students, Governor Masari said efforts are ongoing to secure the release within 2 to 3 days. And the parents of more than 300 students abducted from a school can only wait and hope for their safe return. Zainab Mohammed's 13-year-old son, Lawal, is one of those still missing. He disappeared when gunmen raided the school in the town of Kankara in Katsina State in the northwest of the country on Friday.
gwamnatin nan mai adalci ce kamar yadda suke yi to tsani ga Allah su gaggauta kawo mana ƴaƴanmu domin wallahi da in ba su niyya ba suna da yanda za su yi su kwato mana ƴaƴanmu wallahi amma ba matsala saboda ba ƴaƴansu bane ba shi ya samu sun bar mu cikin bakin ciki da iyayenmu da kakannin yaran da ƴaƴansu da duka kowa da kowa yana cikin bakin ciki sun samu cikin halin haula ba mu bacci. Karatu dama shine ba a so su yi idan Allah ya hukunta za su yi za su dawo in sun dawo mana da rai za su dusa su ci gaba da yin dai a nan in Allah ya ba su iko in kuma sun ana su dawa ba so suke yi su yi ba sai su daina tunda ba dole bane ba.
You can feel the growing anger there. There's growing anger still towards the Nigerian government after the abduction of more than 300 students from an all-boys school in Katsina State. They were taken by armed gang from Science Secondary School in the town of Kankara. Parents have appealed to the authorities to do more to get their children back safely. Former Minister of Education and convener of Bring Back Our Girls movement, Obi Ezekwesili, said the insecurity that led to the latest abduction was the product of poor governance.
Nothing of our governmental system was available to protect those children. Nothing could prevent the people who took them away from having access to them. Nothing could be orchestrated immediately news of their being abducted came out to forestall their being taken away successfully. What else can define poor governance than all of this?
You will see that it's almost the same thing that is happening. But even when Chibok girls were kidnapped, till today, many are still missing. And I believe if this one is really true, let the same thing that happened for Chibok girls do not happen for this one.
It's very, very depressing and embarrassing. So the government, so the sitting government, by now, it's very embarrassing. How will a government be in power? Now, we all voted for and almost 1,000 children are being kidnapped from secondary school. That means everybody is not safe in this country anymore.
The United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, has called for the unconditional release of all the children abducted by gunmen at the Government Science Secondary School, Kankara, in Katsina State. The call is contained in a statement issued by UNICEF Regional Director for West and Central Africa. The statement said in part, UNICEF condemns in the strongest possible terms this brutal attack and calls for the immediate release of all children and their return to their families. The director acknowledged the efforts of the Nigerian government in ensuring the safe return of all the missing children. Still talking security, the Sultan of Sokoto, Saad Abubakar, has lamented the spate of killings arising from the security challenges in the country. The Sultan, who is also co-chairman of National Council of Traditional Rulers, said the killings have taken a new dimension. He said this while leading his colleagues from the south and northern part of the country to meet Governor Babagana Zulum in Maiduguri, the Borno state capital. On their mission to Maiduguri, Sultan Abubakar said they did not only come to commiserate with the governor on the recent killing of farmers in the state, but to make a strong statement with regards to the insecurity affecting the entire nation. The monarch asked the military to occupy Sambisa forest and Lake Chad region housing Boko Haram insurgents. Nobel laureate Professor Wale Soyinka has decried President Muhammadu Buhari's refusal to earn an invitation by the National Assembly to address the nation on what government was doing to contain the worsening insecurity. He said the Nigerian leader still behaved like he is not in charge. The playwright, in a piece titled Infradig, a presidential comeuppance, flayed the president's response to the polite summons to rub minds urgently over a people's security anxieties as one who still struggles to preserve the tattered remains of its born-again democratic camouflage. According to him, Buhari's reversal of consent raised yet again the frightening situation report he has fervently posed as to whether he is in charge. The laureate observed that the government refuses to accept that, as indicated several times over, that the nation is at war. Still in the news, armed thugs numbering about 100 stormed Arewa House, venue of the Northern Region's Security Review meeting, attacking participants. The hoodlums, brandishing dangerous weapons, stormed the venue of the event at about 11 a.m., carting away valuables such as mobile phones and destroying property worth millions of naira. The event was organized by the coalition of northern groups with the aim of creating a synergy between communities and government, security, and designing a uniform approach to the current security situation in the north, especially as over 300 school children were kidnapped in Katsina State. The event was attended by retired military officers, retired police officers, religious leaders, traditional rulers, various women, youth, and trade associations. The Chief Justice of Nigeria, Tanko Muhammad, said that lawyers who engaged in unprofessional conduct during court proceedings would be sanctioned. Muhammad was represented by Justice Bode Rhodes Viva while marking the 2020-2021 legal year and swearing in the 72 newly conferred senior advocates of Nigeria. He appealed to lawyers, particularly the young ones, to always observe all court rules and not mislead their clients for gains. According to him, quote, "The correctional centers are not there for decoration. Such literary, incorrigible, and obstinate elements in our midst must be tutored in those centers to deter the several others eagerly waiting in to embark on such inglorious expenditure." End of quote. The Coalition for Constitutional Reforms has called on the National Assembly, demanding for an urgent passage into law of the Electoral Amendment Bill on its first sitting in 2021. The group expressed dismay over the slow process of the bill, saying that further delay of the process will negatively impact the Anambra elections as well as future elections. They added that the quality of contributions during the public hearing of the bill is testament that shows that the act, if amended, will help boost free, fair, and credible elections in the country.
All we seek is an enduring electoral reforms that will address the deficits in the electoral system and, among other things, provide for electronic transmission and publication of results, full biometrics for accreditation, conduct of general elections in one day, election reform, election finance reform, elimination of statutory delegates, ensure women and youth representation.
What we are asking the National Assembly is to give us a brand new electoral bill, the Independent National Electoral Commission Act 2021, on its first sitting in 2021 as a New Year gift to the people of Federal Republic of Nigeria.
If the National Assembly chooses to delay this process until March 2021, which they have stated during the public hearing, what we will find is it will affect the Anambra 2021 elections. And there might be legal implications for what exactly can be conducted or what part of the law or the part of the new Electoral Act would then apply to Anambra elections.
Wife of the Imo State Commissioner of Police and the chairperson, Police Officers' Wife Association, POA Imo State Chapter, Abimbola Akimoyode, has empowered 32 widows, indigent women, and victims of EndSARS protest. The POA chairperson said she was motivated by the neglect suffered by the families of policemen who lost their lives in the course of duty, and also to assist some of the victims of the violence of EndSARS protests. Mrs. Akimoyode, while speaking during the event at the officers' mess in Imo State Police Command Headquarters, urged women to make good use of the items received. Also speaking on the occasion, Commissioner of Police in the state charged them to make good use of the items and ensure the essence of the gesture was not defeated.
The motivation for this program is the
neglect often suffered by the families of policemen who loses their breadwinner in the course of active service. It will be recalled that recently, the Nigerian Police Force, and in particular, the Imo State Police Command, lost some policemen to NSAS protest.
It's unfortunate the event of the past few weeks, which really draw the police, not only in this state, but in the entire country back a little. But after the NSAS, we are picked up from where we left. And we are going after the criminals once again.
Some of the beneficiaries thanked the power chairperson and prayed to God to grant her heart's desires.
I received a pumpkin machine. I'm very much happy to be participant in this occasion today. Since my husband died in 2016, and I suffer, but I thank God for today that mommy has make me to start a business that will make me to eat with my family.
My name is Gladden Engine, Gladden Machine. Since I lost my husband, this is the first time I've been given this kind of thing. I never experienced that before. I say, may God, Almighty God bless her.
Still from the Imo State capital, a non-governmental organization, Rotary Club Owerri, has put smiles on the face of some stranded patients at a Federal Medical Center, Owerri, by offsetting their medical bills to enable them celebrate Christmas with their families. According to the president of the Rotary Club Owerri, the gesture is one of social responsibility of the NGO of Disease Prevention and Treatment Project.
What we are doing today is to offset the bills of some indigent patients in this hospital. And so far, we have offset the bill of 5 different patients. These are people that we have not met before. These are people that we do not know. These are people that we may never meet again.
Similarly, another group called Amiable Moms also went round the Federal Medical Center, Owerri, to pay medical bills of patients, which, according to them, some have stayed more than 2 or 3 months at the hospital due to the payment of bills.
So like today, we are in Federal Medical Center to pay bills for those that cannot be able to pay their bills. Some of them have been discharged for long and they're not able to pay their bills due to one problem or the other, is to make sure that the poor smiles and the needy goes home from the hospital. The indigent one smiles, especially this Christmas period, when everybody's eating and whining and some people are in the ward crying. So we decided that we'll be helping out to those that need us.
The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, has registered 201 new infections of COVID-19 in the country. The Public Health Agency said that no death linked was recorded in the country in the last 24 hours. It's noted that the new infections brought the country's total to 73,374 confirmed cases, and deaths are put at 1,197. It stated that the newly registered COVID-19 cases were reported across 11 states. Kaduna came with the highest number of 74. Lagos followed with 53 cases and Katsina State with 40. Rivers reported 11 cases. Among other states with new infections are Plateau with 9, Kwara 6, Bauchi, Ogun, Taraba 2 cases each, Edo 1 and Sokoto 1. The Kano State government says it will recall all volunteer health workers and other frontline fighters to help curb the second wave of COVID-19 pandemic. Governor Umar Ganduje stated this with the increasing number of infections in the state that it has become necessary for the government to recall the services of workers to help fight the virus across the 44 local government areas. Ganduje also stated that enforcing the COVID-19 protocol has been a major challenge for the state and added that the government will engage security officers to ensure strict compliance to the guidelines.
All those health workers, NGOs, development partners, our various health programs that came up with different type of blueprints, engaging different personalities, I think we have to be on the same page so that we take this fight back to community level.
There is no better time than now for us to put our hands together to support what policy this administration is bringing to ensure that we contain finally this pandemic in the state.
We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have more news for you. Just stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
And in other parts of Africa, the port of Pembia in northern Mozambique is known for its wide bay, but rather than hosting tourists, it has become home to thousands of refugees who have fled Islamic militants. Boatloads of people have fled their homes over the last few months after they fell to Al-Shabaab gunmen who claim allegiance to the Islamic State group. They seized coastal zones with natural gas installations and have begun to push to the inland districts of Cabo Delgado. In October, the violent rebellion entered its fourth year and has reportedly killed more than 2,400 people and displaced 500,000, according to the government. And outside of Africa, President-elect Joe Biden delivered a forceful rebuke to President Donald Trump's attack on the legitimacy of his victory, hours after winning the state-by-state electoral college vote that officially determines the U.S. presidency.
In America, politicians don't take power. People grant power to them. The flame of democracy was lit in this nation a long time ago. And we now know nothing, not even a pandemic or an abuse of power, can extinguish that flame. And as the people kept it aflame, so too did courageous state and local officials and election workers. American democracy works because America makes it work at a local level.
And in business, the federal government said it has now taken a backseat in the issue of petrol pricing in the country. Minister of Labour and Employment, Senator Chris Ngige, said this while speaking at the Old Banquet Hall, Presidential Villa Abuja, while inaugurating the Bipartite Plus Technical Committee on Premium Motor Spirit Pricing Framework. A statement from Ngige's media office quoted him as saying that the government did not fix the new PMS pump price, but took off in the country on Monday. According to him, the new 162 naira 44 kobo fuel price was arrived at from the commercials like demurrage, transshipment and storage. Up next after this break is a roundup on entertainment and sports. Professor Doyin Hassan, a former key actor in Mount Zion Drama Ministries, has lost his wife, Bolanle, to the cold hands of vet. Evangelist Bolanle Doyin Hassan died on December 9 at the age of 57. They met at the Mount Zion Drama Ministries, where they were both given various roles to play and later fell in love and got married. The duo have been married for 10 years before the sad incident. Bolanle will be buried on December 18 at the Redemption Camp of the Redeemed Christian Church of God in Ogun State. Bolanle has acted in several Christian movies, especially in Mount Zion movies, where she came to limelight. In sports, France Football has announced the best player of the time in a 3-4-3 formation, Yacine Cafu, Cristiano Ronaldo, among others, made the Ballon or the Dream Team. Russian legendary goalkeeper Lev Yashin took his place as the best ever number one for the best defenders ever. Spain's Xavi Hernandez was named the best defensive midfielder in history. He was named in the midfield along Matheus, Argentina's Diego Maradona, and Brazil's great Pelé are in front of the defensive midfielders. Leading the attack for best ever X1 in history is Brazilian legend Ronaldo Nazario. Ronaldo is joined in the attack by Barcelona ace Lionel Messi and Portuguese Cristiano Ronaldo. And that's the news at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We will be back later with more stories making the headlines. Do please join us again. Thank you for watching.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now, and that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like Alibaba now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
I can still make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Akpala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi, like,
sleeping early.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature. They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I am angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
warm welcome to you out there. Today, the 15th of December 2020, this is Plus Sports of Plus TV Africa. We bring you the best of stories breaking in the world of sports, and I am Udoka Njoko, and I've got a veteran, a legend in the business of talking sports. I've got Wale Scott on the show this morning. Good to have you with us.
Good to be here.
It's been a long time we've seen you.
Yeah. Sometimes you get to, you know, step back, exhale, and then come back again stronger and better.
True, stronger and better. And it's 10 days to Christmas. How prepared are you?
Well, with the pandemic and all of that, we're all just grateful to God that at least we're alive and we're healthy and happy. The chicken and the rice can be secondary. Primary, let's just all thank God that everything went well and we're alive and we're healthy.
True. You know, you talked about chicken and rice before we get to the sports story.
That's secondary.
I like to talk about food a lot. I like to talk about food because people tend to celebrate Christmas with chicken and rice. But how come we can't celebrate with maybe beans, amala, or some other kind of food?
Honestly, last Christmas that we celebrated, my wife didn't have rice. We had eba, fufu, and egusi soup.
Wow.
For a change. Now you're hungry, yeah?
I'm very hungry.
I thought so.
Can we just take a break and go eat some amala? Well, let's talk about the state of basketball in the country. The president of the Basketball Federation, Musa Kida, said he looks forward to a better 2021 after what seems to be a successful 2020 for both the Tigers and the Tigress, talking about the national team for both the male and female. Now, the president also expressed his hurt over the continued absence of a robust Premier League for men, which for the past 3 years has been at the center of a legal tussle. Now, what are we really doing with our basketball in this country? Today we're here because I spoke to a couple of basketballers and they are all bitter because they've not been able to play active basketball in the league for over 3 years. It doesn't say well for our country.
I think we should first of all educate the average fan or out there who doesn't understand what's happening. Musa Kida went with head-on in an election against Gianni Umar.
Yeah.
And he won. There were a lot of squabbles after the victory. Now, Musa Kida took on the international basketball scene and left the local scene to Tijani Umar. And I think he's done a very good job, honestly. He's been able to lure a lot of Nigerian basketballers based abroad to come play for the Tigers, telling them, listen, guys, you cannot... With the help from Olumide Oyedeji and the rest of them, they were actually able to lure Nigerian-born basketball players in the NBA and all that to come to Nigeria. You can't make the dream team. Come to the Tigers, and we are #1 in Africa. That's after passing the exams. Now the Tigers have also gone abroad to go and look for Nigerian-born females who actually play abroad, and of course now they are playing for the Tigers, #1 in Africa too. However, I think Musa Kida is playing villain and saint at the same time. Saint because he has done so well with basketball on the international scene. But villain because, if you ask my opinion, he's in courts.
Yeah.
It's because of the court case, that's why our Nigerian league has not begun. So if Musa Kida comes out to tell the world that, listen, I am sad that the Nigerian basketball league has not resumed, please let's educate the public that, listen, the reason why it's not resumed is because Musa Kida and Tijani Umar are in court. So how come he's talking from both sides of the mouth?
Yeah.
As in, you are the reason why the league has not resumed.
Yeah.
And you are taking care of your business by making sure on the international scene we're doing so well.
Yeah.
And on the local scene, no games for the male counterparts because there's a court case. So I think Musa Kida should not throw stones if he lives in a glass house. You know, what Musa is doing is he's trying to make the world see him as, I'm the good guy.
Yeah.
You have done so well on the international scene. Stick to that. Don't try and play good guy and play the victim by saying that you are sad that the league is not in this because of a court case.
Yeah.
You are the reason why there's a court case.
You know, looking back at the qualifiers that went down sometime last year in Lagos National Stadium, to be precise, I saw how the players performed, and I also had a talk with them before they traveled. They said they had a bit of funding challenges and all that, which was later settled. But have you ever thought of this? If we don't have players from the foreign scene, it means our position as #1 in Africa will be threatened because we don't even have the players who would play basketball for Nigeria from the local scene because they've not been training.
Yeah.
No club action, nothing has been going positively well for them. So it should have been a disaster for basketball on the local front representing Nigeria.
Well, as a reporter and presenter, we all always, including you, we all always enjoyed going to the stadium to watch the basketball. True. And after the game, we go outside and then that joint and then we have fun, you know, on the side. But it's sad that we can't have those Wednesdays and weekends anymore to actually hang out. Most of us sports journalists are actually very busy. So when we tell our bosses that, listen, we want to go and cover basketball, we know it's all about meeting each other again after a long while and having fun together. True. And also watching basketball and working and playing at the same time. You know, and it's not there anymore. And it's sad, Udoka, that we're building a structure in the sky without a foundation. What I mean is, we're building a basketball team, a formidable basketball team, national team, with players abroad. Yeah. And then the foundation, which should be Nigerian players playing here, are not playing.
Nowhere to be found, even
so
the grassroots.
It's as good as building a castle in the sky with no foundation. We've got a fantastic team. The castle is fine, it's beautiful, but no foundation. All our players are abroad. Most of them were born in Nigeria. Some were not, but claim they're Nigerians. And they realized that, listen, I can't make the dream team, national team, USA national team. Let me come and play my fatherland, Nigeria. So if push comes to shove, and then we have to do a quick fix and get a team quickly to actually play a competition, we have to start looking for visa for them and making sure they come to Africa and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. We can't just go to Dodan Warriors or First Bank or something and pick them and say, guys, Let's do it. Play. You know? So it's sad. And I think we're going to where football has gone. You know? We're not seeing what we're doing to ourselves yet until it happens. I'll tell you what I mean. Let me digress a bit. Yeah. Football, for example. Our league is practically never functioning. True. And then we go abroad to go and look for players in Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, and bring them to Super Eagles to come and play for us. And then on the continents, we're seeing how Enyimba is doing on the continent. We're seeing what Kano Pillars is doing. They're embarrassing the country totally. Yeah. These teams come to Nigeria and beat them silly. That's because there is no league. How can you expect Enyimba or Kano Pillars to do well when the teams they are playing are in regular league already? Their leagues are functioning. Ours is not.
And some of these players playing in the leagues over there also represent their countries.
Exactly. Our leagues are not functioning. Basketball, football, and the rest of them. And so, you see, you must understand, I think our guys in charge, you realize that, listen, we can't always expect a miracle.
Yeah, true.
Look at our athletes, the Paralympians. Yeah. We don't give them anything. We don't. They walk. They actually wheel their chairs from barracks bus stop to National Stadium. True. They train. After training, they drink sachet water. They eat rice, yam and beans and fish. They don't have tablets to
actually control traffic.
Supplements, yes, supplements and all that. And then they still go for the Olympic Games and go and compete against people who have trained with regular structures and still win gold. True. Nigeria, we don't give them anything and we expect a miracle. Our own athletes, I know a period, I was there at the Olympics and Blessing refused to run, Okagbari. She said I wasn't running. And the journalist went to her, the minister went to her, and she said, listen, you are giving us $100 a day. In last 3 days, you've not given us the money. And one minister has actually accrued £2,100 for watching porn.
Wow.
£2,100 for watching porn. The minister is not even a sports minister. He's just part of the editor that should come and watch game. Yeah. And then the $100 to go to the athletes didn't come to them. And then a minister of a different portfolio was actually owing £2,100 for actually watching porn. Now, you see, we don't have our priorities right. We should understand that, listen, it will come back to haunt us. True. Now, in football, it's haunting us right now. There is no league. We are expecting Kano Pillars to do well. Exactly. Enyimba to do well. Thankfully, they are not doing well. I prayed they didn't do well, and they're not doing well. Listen, if we don't make mistakes, we won't correct them.
Very true. I totally agree with you. And for basketball, I think the last time we had anything reasonable for basketball was the Zenith Women's Basketball League, which was quite fun. It was at the stadium as well. We saw the girls play basketball. We saw the joy in their hearts when they played basketball in that one. So we just expect...
And don't let's forget also that these guys are actually family men. True. And make the money. So it's as saying like, we are home for COVID for like 8 months or 7 months. These guys have been at home for 3 years. True. How are they surviving? Basketball is all some of them know.
Very true. I just hope that we'll get back to Real Madrid. None of these games, on paper, is meant to be boring. They're all blockbuster fixtures.
Let me disagree on the side. The Barcelona we know is a shadow of itself right now.
Exactly.
They are all done. And you see, that's the mistake we make when you say a tree can make a forest. Yes, sometimes it can. And Messi has proven that too many times. But he's done.
He's lost
like,
it,
It's
I
like
guess.
Messi's done. He's tired. And he's not the Messi we used to know. He's not Superman anymore.
Yeah.
You know, and it's unfortunate that if you're talking about strong teams, I will not put a Barcelona in that strong team. The match I would have loved to watch, really, I don't know why, would be Atletico Madrid against Chelsea.
Chelsea, yeah.
Because Lampard has done a fine job of putting together the Ziyechs of this world, Ben Chilwell, Timo Werner. He's put Tammy as a stopgap with them, a young lad, and he's got a fantastic squad. And they gelled so quickly.
Yeah.
And I would have loved to see them gel against an already gelled Atletico Madrid, who have played together for like forever in the Champions League, and they know each other well.
True.
And but I told someone on a show, a foreign media, and it was on live chat, you know, and we were talking, and I told him, I said, let's find out if Chelsea is really a Champions League team, maybe not a Premiership team.
Okay.
But you've got class in Ziyech, in Timo Werner, in Ben Chilwell. You've got a fantastic goalkeeper in Mendy. You know, and I see them giving Atletico, even if the Atletico does win, they'll give them a run for their money.
True.
No doubt.
True. Very true. Well, let's also look at Liverpool against Leipzig. It's going to be a tricky tie for Liverpool because Leipzig, we know how they've been in the German Bundesliga for 2 consecutive seasons now. They've been consistent with the performance both in the Bundesliga and the Champions League. So against Liverpool, I just hope that by then they will not have injury worries because right now Jurgen Klopp is complaining about the injuries and the fixture pile-up. But later in February, we'll get to see both of them slug it out. But I think Leipzig has a slight edge.
I think Klopp is just being like a bad workman blaming his tools. You know, everybody in the Premier League have played the same amount of games that they've played, and you are complaining of fatigue.
Yeah, but you can agree with Klopp to an extent because take, for example, what happened over the weekend. All the top teams dropped points from Manchester United, Man City, Arsenal, Tottenham, Chelsea.
I agree with you. I was going to say that Liverpool, yes, are tired. They are very, very tired. And Klopp can trust. You see, he's a dear man shaft. He's a German. And Germans will trust in you as far as you're doing well until you are 50, if it's possible.
Yeah.
You know, and so Klopp trusts his guys. Firmino, at a point in time, he had the 3 best three-point attack in Europe. You know, the assassins, Firmino, Mo Salah, Sadio Mane.
Yeah.
And he trusted too much in them. Now, you can't blame these guys. They're human beings. Even batteries and machines need to be recharged. And these guys are tired. It's showing that they're tired. Now, the key component of his defense is gone.
Virgil van Dijk.
Yeah, he's gone, and that's a problem for him. And now you don't have a Virgil van Dijk who used to spur the team on and make sure that the defense line is there, and they have a bunch of tired players going up against an RB Leipzig who are motivated by the fact that they got to the semi-finals last season in Champions League. That's a motivation. So we can actually do it. So they're coming against Liverpool not as underdogs, as guys who were in semi-finals last season. Against a tired, very tired, fatigued Liverpool side.
But former champions of the Champions League as well.
Yes, but you see, we're talking about present form right now.
Okay.
I am not someone who looks at the past, really. RB Leipzig are motivated first off. They were semi-finalists last season. And don't forget that RB Leipzig were supposed to be, 2 years ago, they would have been underdogs against Liverpool. But they are going up against Liverpool as semi-finalists last season. And they're going up against a very, very tired Liverpool without the motivational Virgil van Dijk.
Yeah.
That's a problem for Liverpool. The Reds are in big trouble.
Very true. I will look forward to that one. Interesting games to look forward to in the Champions League. Of course, Manchester City, Liverpool, and Chelsea, the English teams remaining in that one. We'll see how far they can go. And Real Madrid, let me say the resurgent Real Madrid, but they'll be up against a free-scoring Atalanta, and I think that will also be an interesting game to look forward to. And going over to the Europa League, Manchester United, who were in the Champions League, they've been handed a tough draw in the Europa League last 32 knockout stage, where they will face current Spanish league leaders, Real Sociedad. Now, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's side finished third in the Champions League group and dropped into the second-tier competition after last week's defeats by RB Leipzig. Now, the draw also produced a clash between two former European champions, with AC Milan facing Serbia's Red Star Belgrade, while French league leaders Lille will face Ajax Amsterdam in a fascinating tie. Now, Premier League strugglers Arsenal also have a tough draw against Portugal's Benfica, but their local rivals Tottenham Hotspur, who are top of the league, will be happier with their tie against Austrian club Wolfsberger. Now, interesting ties as well. You see, the Europa League, I see it as the English Championship, a very tough league to play. And you fear for big teams who play in the Europa League because they have to travel far, and the kind of matches that they play are actually strong and very, very physical, I must say. So it'll be a tough one for Arsenal, Manchester United, but I think Tottenham Hotspur have it a bit easy.
Yeah, I guess so. I think at this point, we will say the die is cast. This is where John will mature.
Exactly.
And then the party has started and the children have to go home. You know, and I fear for, I'm a big Manchester United fan. And I think this is the end of it for them, if you ask my opinion. They should just go and face the Premier League and try and get into the Champions League again next season. Because they're going up against the Spanish champions as we speak. Yes, at the end of the season, they might not be champions, but right now they are going into the clash as the reigning top of the group. And they play very good they play very good football. And we're seeing a Manchester United who don't have a style of play, who don't have an idea what they are doing, who don't put everything into it like the players of yore, you know, like Paul Scholes and the rest of them, who put everything. And we don't have that in Man U anymore. So Arsenal, this just might be the end for them too. Like you said, Tottenham are a very good side. Yeah. Very good side. They have a very good coach. And it doesn't matter what opponents they have in the Europa League. I think they have a good side, a good coach. Mourinho's mentality is fantastic. And then he's put it in those boys too, those lads now. And I don't think they have a problem against any team right now. Mourinho will not go down without a fight, I can assure you.
True. We look forward to that one. And for Arsenal, let's talk about the English Premier League now. Of course, matches will be going down later today. Remember, this is December, where we have a lot of games coming in thick and fast. Wolverhampton Wanderers will be up against Chelsea, while Manchester City will take on West Bromwich Albion. And still on that one, now let's go over to Arsenal and let you know that Arsenal technical director Edu has provided under-fire manager Mikel Arteta with his full backing following their disappointing start to the season. Now, the Brazilian administrator stressed the need for stability at the Emirates following nearly 3 years of upheaval following Arsene Wenger's exit. The former Gunners midfielder addressed the club's plans for the January transfer window, a return to the Emirates Stadium for Arsene Wenger, and the issue of Mesut Ozil's role at the club. Long time ago, Arsenal fans refused to agree that there's a crisis at the club. They're stuck on the belief that, yes, there's nothing going wrong with Arsenal. But right now, I think they're all believing that there's this huge problem facing Arsenal. Now, the fans are clamoring for Mesut Ozil to come back to the team because it's clear that there's no creativity in the midfield. While some are saying that Mesut Ozil is the reason why Arsenal is failing, even if he's not playing, they said he's collecting huge wages every week. I wonder how that concerns and connects with the way Arsenal are playing football at the moment. But when things go wrong, fingers will be pointed at the coach. So should he be fired?
Obviously, definitely. I've always said something about Arsenal, and people always laugh at it. And some Arsenal fans hate me with a passion for it. I've always described Arsenal as the Gunners with a big gun, but no bullets. And I've always described them as a child who is very dull, but has a fine handwriting.
True.
You know, you play very good football and you don't score goals.
But we don't see good football any longer with Arsenal.
Yeah, but even before this crisis got this bad, they were playing good football and not scoring goals. You know, it's like a child who is very, very dull, but has a fantastic handwriting. That's how bad it is. I don't see any reason why Arsenal should be losing games. You've got players like Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, you've got Lacazette, you've got
Nicolas
Pepe, Holding, and all that. You drop people, Mesut Ozil, like forever, in abysmal bliss. You know, it's sad that you let politics affect Ozil and Arsenal. I think you should let the man do his job. You see, I don't care how a man gets his job done. If I was a manager and I say do this job and I say, Oga, is my left hand I want to use. If the job is going to be done, no problem. Ozil has a problem with Turkey and Germany. It's strictly political. And now we understand that what we have heard is that some investors who are German, Adidas and the rest of them, are saying, listen, if you have anything to do with Ozil, we won't invest anymore. Now, Arsenal, like a club we know who are very meticulous with money. And of course, they are seeing their investors going away because of one player. I'm not going to sit down and pay you your money, you know? So the German investors are still there because Ozil has been benched. You know, and it's sad that politics gets involved in football, our dear football. When I was growing up, football was supposed to be a fun game. And then money got involved and things went AWY, and it's not a different ball game now. You know, Ozil should not be on the bench for Arsenal. The midfield is doing very badly, and Ozil should have come in. At start, should have looked into the matter and said, I need this guy. But he can't do that because the board are saying, listen, we can't afford to lose our investors. Rather lose Ozil, that lose the investors. So I think Arteta doesn't have his acts together. However, I'll take blame off Arteta. I remember when Gael Clichy and Samuel Nasri went to Manchester City. They complained about the rigorous training session they had with Man City compared to Arsenal. I remember that when Robbie Van Persie came to Manchester United, and Ferguson said, before I play, you go to the gym, get some chests, you know, which means there's something wrong with the training at Arsenal. Samuel Nasri complained at Man City, Gael Clichy complained at Man City, Robbie Van Persie, Ferguson complained and said, listen, you don't have any chest, you look like a small child. Go hit the gym. And until he got some chest, Ferguson never played Van Persie for the first 3 weeks that he came to Manchester United. So maybe it's not Arteta. Maybe it's their fitness guy. Maybe it's, I don't know. But I know that with all those fantastic players in Arsenal, they have no business losing games. They should be winning every game that comes their way. Arsenal should be playing against Barcelona right now and taking them out, like, especially now that they have a crisis. But I don't know. People have blamed the board for some years. People have blamed Edu. People have blamed everybody except for the players. Something is wrong with the players. Something is fundamentally wrong with them, really. I have seen players leave Arsenal and win trophies the next season. I've seen players leave Arsenal this season and win trophy at the end of that season. I saw a player leave Arsenal and went to Liverpool, Oxlade-Chamberlain, and they won the English Premier League that season. And Arsenal, instead of looking back into what is our problem, every time these guys leave, Van Persie left Arsenal and won the English Premier League with Manchester United that season. So I think they should be looking inward instead of looking for Oxlade's money. They have an agreement with Liverpool. If they do win the league, Oxlade makes some money off money. Is that the important thing? Look inwards. You have a problem.
It looks like Arsenal has become a business club because they focus on the money than the quality of
but they were
football.
saying they couldn't buy players then because they were building the Emirates Stadium. Now it's been built, and they bought some fantastic players, Santi Cazorla. They bought some expensive players then, and then they just stopped. They just stopped.
Now, let's talk about the investors now. Say, for example, because Arsenal are currently 15th on the table, it's anything can happen, and say, for example, they get relegated down to the Championship, which looks like it will never happen, but it's football.
It's not going to happen.
It's football, you never can tell. Will the German investors go down with Arsenal?
The truth is, I'm scared to say things like this, but the truth must be said. As long as betting companies still exist in the world, Arsenal will never go to relegation. The betting companies will let it happen. The worst is they fix games. But the betting companies won't let it happen. Do you know how many investors are involved with Arsenal as a brand? It won't happen. However, let's just assume that Arsenal go into relegation. That will be massive for them. We've seen some teams like Bolton, who had massive investors, go to relegation and they are broke right now. I don't see Arsenal going broke. But going into relegation, of course, they will lose investors, they will lose fans, they will lose a lot of things, but I don't see it happening, though.
To be a difficult one, but we're just looking forward to see Arsenal.
They might not get to see any major football next season as the way things are going, like Europa or Champions League, but however, relegation, no. That's not going to happen.
But you know Arsenal, they know how to fight when they die.
When it's time to fight, yes.
When it's time to fight, they get to fight. But I would love to see what will happen because I don't see Arsenal as a sacking club. Arsene Wenger stayed there for so long that when the fans started clamoring for him to go, he wasn't fired until Arsene Wenger said, okay, it's time to leave Arsenal. Then we saw Unai Emery, who came in and it looked like he was playing good football as well. Then it started going bad for him. Yes, the fans called for his head. He was let go. it took a while before he was let go. Now we have a Mikel Arteta, who for me, I don't think is the best choice for Arsenal at the moment. But he's the manager right now. But I do not see Arsenal firing this man anytime soon.
The only plus that Arteta has, and that's the same plus Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has, is that they were the club legends. Arteta was a club legend for Arsenal. Solskjaer was a club legend for Man United. And so the fans still have that little sentiments. You know, it's hard for the fans to honestly say Solskjaer should go, Arteta should go, you know, because they were club legends. And they would look like ingrates if they do that. But when push comes to shove, Arteta would have to go, Solskjaer will have to go. You know, it's unfortunate that both of them would have been fantastic coaches if they are taking their time.
True.
You know, Thierry Henry went to Monaco, a club bigger than him. When I'm bigger than him, Henry is a big brand, you know, but at least Monaco is a bigger brand. And I think Henry should have gone to
a smaller club.
A smaller club first, you know. I'm telling you today, I think after Klopp's era, of course the next coach is Gerrard. But he has been with Rangers. He has done so well with them. I'm sure he has learned so much. By the time he comes back, he will be a huge success. Immediately. He will hit the ground running. You know, because he didn't go for... They offered Liverpool to him. And he said, no. Let me go and coach a smaller club and get the experience I need. And then when I come here, I won't be a flop. People like Solskjaer went to Molde and destroyed the club. You know, it wasn't on purpose. I saw someone on Facebook say, Solskjaer said to destroy the club. Even if that's the issue, it's not on purpose. A man cannot do what he cannot. You see, you can't give what you don't have. The club, so far for me, is a club legend, but the club is too big for him for now. They should have gotten a more matured coach that has coached bigger clubs, that has no complex against anyone, and can make it happen. Simple as that. Arteta. You see, Lampard can only make it happen because I think he has a good technical director, and he has people who are advising him well. So he brought in matured players who have seen it all through and might not be intimidated by big names, you know, in future. You know, so I think only Lampard is safe for now. Edu is only psyching him. I think he will take the board to actually say that, not Edu.
All right. Well, we'll see how that turns out for Arsenal and, of course, Mikel Arteta, if a decision will be made anytime soon. But that's much you can take today on Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I'd like to thank Wallace Scott for joining on the show.
Thank you, Luca.
Keep it locked down to Plus TV Africa. Remember, you can reach us on social media at Plus TV Africa on Twitter and on Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Plus TV Africa. And for those juicy stories, log on to our website, www.plustvafrica.com. I'm Udoka and Joko saying enjoy the rest of your day and please continue to stay safe out there.
On the 28th of February 2020, Lagos confirmed its first coronavirus case. And from there, everything spiraled down. Schools, places of worship, businesses, offices, and event centers were shut down. Then a lockdown was imposed. Food. One of the essentials for human survival was considered during the lockdown, with many school spaces converted into mini markets. One could easily assume farmers were making some gains during the lockdown. Right? Wrong. Many farmers were stuck with produce they could not sell, throwing away lots and lots of their produce. And also, for the vegetable farmers, insects eating up the vegetables.
When we heard that there was going to be a lockdown, then the fishes I have to call somebody. Somebody introduced that person to me that, you know, you should come and buy our fishes. So that person came, he couldn't pay all the money. He said we should send somebody along with him to the bank to get the money so that he can balance our money. You know, during this process, the person that followed him, he tricked that person, they ran away with the money. So the little I have that I could use to feed the fishes, well, even one of our members was involved. So I called that person. He said he would try and find him. He said, okay, if he couldn't find him, then I've not been able to trace. So I have no money now to feed the fishes, no, even to feed myself.
I couldn't get the right feed. As I'm into hatchery, you don't just change feed abruptly. But because I couldn't get the right feed, the feed I was using at the initial stage, I couldn't get them, I had to change. And when I bought what was available at the market at that time, giving it to my fish, they started dying. So I lost so many. But if the COVID, if there was no lockdown, I'm quite sure those feed will be available in the markets. So that was a major setback for me. And then the ones we were able to salvage from the lot, getting buyer to come and buy them was another problem. We were just feeding, no buyer was coming. And when I got a buyer just 2 or 3 days ago, I had to sell at a ridiculous price.
COVID-19 has been because it's not something that anyone planned for. It just came suddenly, and some of us that collected bank loans to stock our ponds, we struggled to come to the farm to feed. We kept on feeding, but there's not been sales. We have a lot of fish in our ponds, and with the selling is not coming, the marketing is not coming. We don't even know where to sell to. We just keep on feeding our fish, because those are our major customers: the hotels, the restaurants, the joints, the party, the caterers. They are on lockdown, so we don't have sales. Like you can see, all my ponds are filled up with fish. There's nowhere to sell to. So we are now going on selling, and yet we have to feed. Because if we don't feed our fish, they will cannibalize themselves, and it will amount to loss. Already we are having post-harvest losses already now. So that is the dilemma we found ourselves in. So there has not been sales. It's actually very difficult. It has been difficult in the sense that where we buy feed, we have been buying some feed on credit, and we have been sourcing funds to feed the fish from. I personally have been sourcing funds from family and relatives to give me money to buy feed so that I'll be able to. But we have to ration the feed because the resources that we have is limited. Because the savings, the little savings and the business money that we had before the lockdown, we have spent everything on buying feed. As soon as we are able to sell now, we'll be cycling the money and be using it to turn it over to buy feed, sell fish, then buy feed and feed the ones in the pond. But now it's on standstill. Nobody is asking us that what are we selling. Even the retailing selling that we thought we'd be selling in large quantity, the purchasing power is so very low. The populace, they are saying they don't have money. Those that used to buy 2 kilos, 5 kilos every week before, they don't even ask. When you call them that, do I supply? They say, larger, there's no money. Don't bother to bring it. So, and even the ones that we normally process, they still smoking, because you can see they have smoking cabinets that we can process. But because we don't have order to process, it's just there hiding. For the farm, I have 4 staff. I was able to pay them last month from the savings I had, and then the little sales we had during the lockdown. For some of us that are privileged to go to the makeshift market, we're able to sell small, like 50 kg, which is so minimal compared to what we have in our spawn. So the little money I made from that, I used it to pay my staff salary. But this month, I don't know where I'm going to get money to pay them. I asked some of them to sit down at home. I actually told some of them that sit down at home, 2 of them to sit down so that I will not have to pay 2. But they said, no, Alaja will be coming, whatever you have to give them, because they don't have the hope of getting money from elsewhere if they don't come to order. Whatever I have, I should give them. So I'm still thinking of where to get money to pay them.
For the aquaculture, we have a lot of fishes in our ponds. which we took loan to raise, and there are no sales, nowhere to sell them. We don't even, we try to smoke some because I'm into production too. I smoke some fish, I smoke clean. They're in my freezer now, nowhere to sell them. If all these ones are sold, we won't be crying that loud. No money to feed, no money to do any other thing. We know that the government are trying, but we too are contributing our own quota.
Yes, businesses are reopening, but some restaurants, schools, and event centers remain shut, and this has affected the farmers.
The loss is enormous in the sense for the poultry aspect. I do broiler production for meat, and it's mainly 6 weeks. I know the best I had before the lockdown, they were already 3 weeks old before the lockdown. So just under 3 weeks before the commencement of sales. But you know, because of the lockdown, there was no sales at all. So I just started giving it out, you know, at a very, very cheap rate, you know, in my neighborhood during the Easter period. Then the last one just left during this, the end of the fasting of the Muslim religion. But you know, normally, as I did that 3 weeks, if not for the lockdown, once it's about 3 weeks plus, I take another order for a continuous, you know, stocking. But because of the lockdown, there was no continuity, number one. Then the sales of the one that I stock, you know, was halted. I couldn't do that. Then for the egg production for fowl, for the birds, there was no sales of egg because my major customer does egg roll at Agege. So she collects as much as 10 crates per week. And I have other people around that are collecting. But that business was also out of the way because she couldn't come out to sell egg roll. So supply for that one was out of the way. Then I have turkeys. I breed with my turkeys, local turkeys. So I have somebody that collects the eggs for me. We take it to the hatchery at Abeokuta. But because of the lockdown, no interstate movement, all the eggs that the birds laid those periods, all we did was to eat them. There was no way we could take them to Abeokuta for hatchery. And that's one problem we are facing because we have been talking about it. Lagos State don't have commercial hatchery at all. So during the lockdown, there were commercial hatchery in Lagos State. At least there was a pass for interstate movement. Would have been able to use the hatchery in Lagos State, you know, to hatch those eggs. You can imagine you boiling up to 50 eggs of turkey. And you know, when you take 50 eggs of turkey to the hatchery, you are sure of like 90% results. And the time of the lockdown was the time a day old of pot was being sold for 700 naira. So you can imagine you having 40 pots per week times 700. So those are the amount of money we lost. Even now that the lockdown is over, it's still skeletal. You know, now that they slow it down, it's still skeletal. We are just trying to, you know, push it. But we need hatchery in Lagos because we are not praying for other pandemic to come. Something else could happen that we won't be able to go to Abeokuta or Ibadan, you know, to go and, you know, take our eggs for hatchery.
I've heard this poultry, even despite how little they are, the eggs that we produce, we were unable to sell them. He said that even the little people that came, instead of the usual price, they beat the price down. And the price of the feed rise up. So that's how it affects me for the chicken. Though earlier, some of the chicken died. You can see this, I have some spaces here. So it's supposed to be more than this. Earlier, some died. But with the little one that remain, we still find it difficult to sell our eggs. I sell 850, 800, 850. During this pandemic, the price fall to 600. You see people come from other places, so give them at a cheaper rate. So they decided to abandon our own. For vegetable farm, though I have like 2 people that are cutting it in wholesales, people are coming to buy. But the problem now, we don't know where ants came from. Just ate part of the farm. Ate everything. If you see that side now, instead of living like that, just plant some water leaf and corn. During the pandemic, some insects in form of worms entered the farm and were devouring the leaves But unfortunately, I could not go out because of the lockdown. It was so painful. I watched the vegetable eaten by worms. That's number one. Number two, the feed I had at home then got finished, and I had to go and buy some other feed. But I didn't have the pass that were given to the farmers on time, because where I was supposed to go and collect it is far from where I am now. I was to go and collect it from ADP, and you know it's far from this place.
Where is ADP?
ADP is at Agege, and I'm here in Abule Egba, end of Abule Egba, Agbele Kale. I couldn't go there to collect it, so I couldn't go out to buy feed. I had to buy feed near me here. And the feed I bought was so bad. It's the one they had long ago that they couldn't sell, but they sold it because there was no feed around. And I gave them to my fish, and they died. Many of my fish died during that period. Then another thing, another area I was affected, not only myself, because as you can see behind you here, we have some other farmers. But I'm talking about mine. I'll talk about theirs later. I have a poultry pen. I normally stock my poultry pen by February ending / March. So I'll be able to sell them by December. Unfortunately, I could not go, and my customer could not buy for me because there was nowhere for him to go and buy. He couldn't go and buy me the seeds or call it the chicken that I will stock. I just gave him money this week. He went, today he's there at the market, he's bringing them tomorrow. So you see, I'm stocking my chicken farm very late. And they should be able to grow, they should grow enough to afford sales by December. So in that area, I'm highly affected. So this farm, as you are seeing, used to be very, 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 very good. They bring out good vegetable with wide leaves. But this year, because of what has happened, this pandemic, you see there is nothing. They are eaten up by worms. You are seeing ordinary feed. As at the time I bought the first one I planted by December, I bought a plastic of paint of ugu seed, 4,000 per plastic, per big plastic. But as at Monday that I went to go and replant, the one I will use that I've used now to replant this field, I bought half paint for 13,000. You can see the difference. I bought December 4,000. I bought this week 13,000 for half of what I bought 4,000. So this is what we are going through. Many of the vegetable farmers cannot plant vegetable now this year. How we will get vegetable in the market for this year, I don't know.
I got a loan of 5 million naira from Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. That was 2.5 years ago, and I've been paying monthly. But for the past, since the lockdown, I've not paid. But I heard in the presidential report that they should give some waivers to us. But up till now, the bank has not sent any formal notice to us whether they are deducting or not. But last month they didn't deduct formal. There's no money in the account for them to deduct anyway. But if they wanted to deduct and they did not see money in the account like that, they normally send text message that you have defaulted. But personally, they know I don't default, so they have not sent me any text message requesting for money because there's no money in that account. When we sell, I always put money in that account so that when it's time for them to deduct monthly, they deduct it. But they didn't deduct last month. There was no money there. I don't know how I'm going to settle it. I'm supposed to pay up by October this year. So by October it will be 3 years. But I've been paying since that time and I've never defaulted.
I took 600,000 as a farmer's loan from the microfinance bank, and I will be paying 95,000 every month, back to the microfinance bank. So I couldn't pay in April, and I've not been able to pay for May because of the sales of lockdown. There was no sales at all, so I couldn't do that. If I actually calculated that I will use that broiler production you understand, for the repayment of those loans. But that is hearted. But you know, as farmer, we do here, go here, just looking for money to go and repay the loan, because you're not going to tell your creditor that you didn't make sales. That's why you are not going to pay back their money. So we are really, in fact, it's a burden on how to pay back the loan. I'm expected to pay the loan every 17th of the month. But during the pandemic, I couldn't meet up because there was no sales. And even after that, there's no sales. So we have not been, and the microfinance bank only gave us a month. And that was the month of the lockdown. So they are expecting me to pay by the end of this month of February.
Most women that took loan. I, for instance, I took CBN loan. I'm supposed to be due in June. So they now call me, Madam, your loan will be due in June. I say, what the hell are you talking? Where did I work that I will be paying loan? Which work did you give me to come and use in paying your loan? But haven't you heard that the federal government has advised all finance institutions or banks that if you have customers that are on loan, you have to extend the dates for them? So it just dropped. I dropped too. They haven't called me back. If they call me, I'm ready to go to EFCC with them. Honestly, I'm ready to go to EFCC. Even the loan is there in their account. I cannot access it because it's in their coffers. I don't have access to it. Out of 10 million, I took 777. That is what they are calling me to come and pay loan. I said, the money you are even calling me for is there. If you like, return everything. I don't care. I'm not even interested again. So I'm still waiting, Sha.
We hope that the federal government and the Lagos state government will come to the aid of these farmers quickly to avoid food scarcity.
Small scale women farmers, so fun. Small scale women farmers, so fun. Small scale women farmers, so fun. No farmers, no food, no nation.
Don't think that anything is going to change until 2023. Not with Lai Mohammed as the voice man, Garba Shehu, and the other chap, Adeshino.
From what we've seen about the Sorosoke generation, they're not going to hurry into this.
No, we're
they're
not.
They're going to prepare for the next round.
Pressure.
Sometimes past, you are allowed to correct other people's.
And when we're living a communal life,
exactly.
Not now that we live a societal life.
I know people who could even cane me, and my father will be, oh, thumbs up. That's good.
Assuming that this is a country where we obey laws, nobody will be bothered whether the money is borrowed or not because it must be paid back.
What is the Nigerian national virtue?
Quality assurance.
Making money.
There's no quality assurance anymore.
No, that's what I'm saying. In Germany.
In Germany, right?
Our national virtue is politics. Samegu was education minister as we were on strike and he was celebrating 25 years of marriage. Yes.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amotekun.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo, Kanayo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
To an extent, the reading culture of Nigerians is not too good. A lot of people believe that every other thing is much more important than buying a book to read. Apart from the fact that people just want to read books for the purpose of passing their exams or going through school, hardly do people believe that reading outside that purpose still will help them to an extent.
It's been full of ups and downs. Nigerians don't read. I dare to disagree because, we're 16K followers strong on our Instagram account, on other platforms as well. We also have a huge following. So if I told people are not interested in books in Nigeria, we wouldn't have people follow in the first place. And it's so exciting to find out that there are so many people outside of Lagos in deep core parts of Nigeria that buying and shopping for us, and they are just so excited that this book is locally available and it's sort of like within reach for them. So it's been exciting. It could be better, but again, we do it for the culture, you do it for the passion, and hopefully more stakeholders get interested in it, and it gets better. I got into selling books because I was very passionate about it, and then I was hungry to find other people like me. I wanted to connect with them, and the kind of books that fascinated me were not, I could hardly find people around who were excited about them as well. So at the time, when I interact with people within my age range, they're either talking about some foreign authors that write books outside of the context that I'm familiar with. So I wanted to meet with other young people, other people of like minds who were excited about the kind of books that I liked. And that was basically how it all began. And then beyond that also, I definitely used to go to some website online to find out what books are first to reckon with internationally. And then most of those books are not available locally, so I had to either shop from some big names out there. And then I thought, if these books are available and people are actually talking about them, reviewing them, perhaps there might be young people or people in Nigeria as well that would really want to read about them. So I end up bringing a few copies, see if I can circulate within my circle, publicize, use social media, and see how far it goes. And so that was how it all started.
It's actually more like one of the out of inspiration, and then the drive to bring books closer to people, because at some points that I loved reading, I found it hard getting the kind of books I really always wanted to read. So it was like, you could get this for other people, and then it's been there for me. So I'm having fun doing what I'm doing, and I'm the fact that I can have access to books too as a bookseller is fantastic for me. Yeah, it's been profitable. It's how you do the business that makes it profitable for you. So it's been profitable. It may not be the best of the businesses in the country or in the world, especially maybe in this part of the world, knowing fully well the attitude to reading and education generally, and then even government's attitude to education, So, but still, there are still people who know that without education, they wouldn't be where they are. And then even if they are not educated, they get the best of educated people to work for them. So that means education, which comes through reading of books, is a key and vital role in this life.
It has enhanced reading, but what I realize is that even for those who normally would not like to buy a Bible before, because of the ability to read their Bibles from their phones, a lot of people are beginning to dump reading Bibles on their phones with buying regular Bibles, because they've seen the importance of having to carry a Bible or read a hard copy Bible. When people read from their phones, most times they can't easily go back or even highlight certain things. But with the hard copy Bible, they are able to do some highlighting, go back, make references and all that. So technology, to an extent, it has its own advantage and its own disadvantage to our business. Advantages are the fact that people could, read at any time they want to, in the dark, wherever. But disadvantage is the fact that it's handy, when you have your books on your media, electronic media. But for those who still cherish the hard copy books, they still come back, to pick up the hard copy books from us. A lot of Nigerians are writing more because virtually on a daily basis we get new books from Nigerian writers, asking that Latana should carry their books. It's a bit challenging, but at the same time we try to encourage them, to review their books and then accept it for display on our shelves.
We still battle with issues of piracy. There are times where royalties are not paid the way they are supposed to. Publishing houses don't put enough effort to promoting books the way they are supposed to. So that way books and people are not even aware that some Nigerian authors are writing really, really good books. I think sometimes more books written by Nigerian authors are sort of like accepted in the Western world better than they are locally. And also, in terms of marketing, publicity, locally, more effort still needs to be put in place to help us combat issues of piracy and then ensure that people are more able to access so many of these books as well locally.
For book lovers, I say keep reading because you know already what you are gaining from reading. And then for governments, give more allocation to education. Allocation to education is very important, and you can't have a government that just places less emphasis on education, and every year you expect your people to be better, and then there are fightings. Any small thing, any little thing, there's fights, and it's all because of the level of exposure and education of the people, and it's playing a role in every facet of the economy, every facet of the society, because people are not well enlightened about their rights, about the opportunities that they can actually get, and many of those things come in through parts of education, and reading is part of it.
Hello and welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa channel 408. So Tea Time is an entertainment analysis show, the hottest, by the way, if I do say so myself. We cover all the important and big stories in the industry about your favorite personalities and also cover everything pertaining lifestyle. In the spirit of obviously serving hotness, because that's just what we do, we have a talented guest in store for you today. And of course, I have my squad deep co-anchors, Ifeoluwa and Eniola Baby.
Well, Gwen.
Hi.
It's good, people.
Good. Please, is it only me or today feels like Friday?
Today feels like Monday, actually.
I'm
so
feeling
much
like
stress.
I'm done.
Stressed up by this time. I don't know why.
I feel like I'm done for the week. Like, I just want to go chill, yeah.
I go chill now.
It was that easy. But anyway, how was yesterday?
So same old now. We're repeating the same cycle again.
Maybe something happened. Maybe something fun happened. What happened yesterday?
I got home late, so I just slept.
Oh, okay.
Sleeping is good though, so something happened.
Yeah, because you were complaining about...
I didn't get enough sleep all weekend, so I got a lot of sleep, and don't I look rested?
Yeah. It's good that we're all rested, because today's topics, it needs some type of righteous anger.
Okay.
And let me start with the not so serious one. And that's Prince Bobo, who he's a lawyer to popular singer Davido, as he engaged Chioma Rowlands in a subtle exchange after she dragged him for always sharing photos of Davido. Prince Bobo had shared a photo of himself and OBO with a caption encouraging his fans to be upright as the week kickstarts. And I quote, "'Tis indeed the season. Though it doesn't feel like it, we will do our best despite all things to be jolly. I pray you have a blessed Sunday and a week ahead," he wrote. And then Chioma came from nowhere. And Chioma shamed him for always using Davido's photos as a star of the week. And I quote, "If you don't post David, your week never starts." That's what she said. So Prince Bobo, however, fired back. He said, and he gave it to her as it hot. He now said, "You evil spirit, you have surfaced again."
Cast and bind.
That's intense, if you ask me. I don't know what's up with them. I'm kind of shocked more at Chioma. I didn't really
expect that.
Yeah, she seems like kind of person that just didn't really have time for that. I mean, there's a lot about her on social media and, defamation of character, to even say the least. But I don't really see her in comment sections going, God will punish you people like most people do, or like, she doesn't even have Twitter fingers. So this, for me, kind of seems like it's a bit personal, like maybe she doesn't actually like the guy in real life. True. Either ways, I personally think she was out of place. Like, it's not your picture that he used. If one sees the video from morning till night, if the video is not really complaining about that, or, I don't think it's your place to say that. And it was kind of embarrassing the way she commented. Yeah, it was kind of weird. But I don't know about this now, whole evil spirit thing. I don't know. Something is going on there. It's too clear.
Before I even start, let me just ask a quick question. Please, if Davido is close to you, like you have a one-on-one with Davido, won't you share his picture every time?
Yeah.
Like, there's no one that would be close to Davido. Even me, if I was very close to Davido, I think I would share his picture every time. But like you said earlier, I think they have maybe a personal beef between two of them, because I don't see the reason why she needs to bash him. But that's just my own.
Ife is extremely quiet, so I guess he has something grand to pour out for us.
No, I don't have no rants to pour out. I only have words to speak out. Right? Thank you. Right. So basically, I don't see what's wrong with what the both of them did. I even feel like there are two people catching cruise, like two people that are cool with each other. It don't look like people that are mad at each other. If you don't put your week never starts. And she put some emoji and it said, "You evil spirit, you have surfaced again." I don't think Davido's lawyer would want to speak to Davido's wife in such a manner if they were not joking, especially on social media. He's a grown man, yes, but if you're always using Davido as a post and then she says something about it and then you go back to call her an evil spirit because she didn't get insulted with him. So for him to get that insulted, if you no post Davido, your week never, not be insults now, facts only.
So it's not.
She stated. I mean, she stated the obvious. No, I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe people are trying to get a shade out of it. Okay. But for me, I just see like two people that are cool. It's like me knowing that I'm Whiskey's guy, right? And I'm posting Whiskey, and if one day, and I'm always posting Whiskey, and if one day puts it in my comment section that this is your Whiskey boy. In fact, I think she just says something, and then I reply, "You hater." Please
I don't know. As you're even saying it, you can see that there's kind of like a laugh in your face and all of that. Those things transcend in text message as well. There would be an LOL. There would be an emoji. Yes. There'll be even if you're not laughing, there'll be that face like
Do you know
whatever,
you have
whatever.
That one friend that you guys just go at.
They're not friends. It was very clear that they're not friends.
How?
Because even with this research, I've not seen one picture. If you're going to be friends like that these people are hanging out together.
See them one-on-one together.
The first thing I did was research what is the relationship between the both of them. Okay. And calling somebody a witch without LOL.
I'm not calling her a witch. He said you evil spirit.
Wow, much better.
Evil spirit, witch,
I don't know. Maybe because of the type of friendship I have. I have friends that I'm super cool with like that we can exchange in the comment section.
I think celebrities are a lot more conscious about that. When they want to make a joke, they laugh. Have you ever been to Tunde Ednot's whatever? It's not as though they have a problem with laughing or putting emojis. It is too subtle. I mean, to say that it is completely fine is going to be hard for me to accept. concept.
Okay.
Maybe it's not as big as it is, but the fact that they were not even laughing, they were not even doing emojis or whatever, you cannot tell me that she doesn't know that that joke is offensive. Even if you wanted to joke, make it a joke and laugh. Or do
With
LOL,
an emoji, yes.
LMAO, whatever. You know how it looks like. And no, okay, let's talk about the picture. And let's talk about this actually posting the videos thing. It is kind of like weird. And the example you gave is different because you're a fan, right? Okay. You're a fan and you're posting up your person. Now, when you're in that circle and it looks like, I don't know how to explain it now, and it looks like you're over like,
but she asked
on
you a question before we went
That's
into the
it.
story, and she said if you're Davido's
Those
friend, would
friend,
you
like
be
you have a
posting him all the
one-on-one
time? And you
Davido,
said
would you
yes.
post pictures? You agreed with
But
me.
you said yes.
I was
But you said yes.
Posting him all the time.
I don't think this one posted him all the time because I checked his page.
Apparently
not
he does
every
every
time.
the start of the week.
No, you
More
don't every
obsessive
start.
That's what she said now. He said if your week does not start, why are you arguing with me? Am I Choma?
Sorry.
She's the one that said it. Okay, so you two, you're trying to defend it because you know that statement is offensive.
It's not offensive. I'm not saying. I'm just trying to make sure that we have our facts right. I'm not just saying it because it's offensive. And to me, I saw it and I just laughed and like this one was the crazy. Like, pardon my French. I just spoke French in case you don't know. It's a new French word. So in my mind, I was like, well, these guys, they're so funny. Like they have to be really cool. And I'm sure if we go back and find out, you'll find out that look, it was all a joke.
I didn't get that vibe when I read that.
Me too.
I
didn't
get
get
that vibe.
And I think if people want to actually have a vibe, they don't resist giving off that vibe. If they wanted to joke, they'll freaking joke.
I'm sure this will still unravel and they will still come out and be like, guys, it's not really that serious. Either Chioma will say something or... Because I don't even think Davido would condone his lawyer speaking to the mother of his child that type of way on social media.
I think,
we look forward to it.
Let's go on to like more serious things, which has been on everybody's mind in the entertainment industry, which is obviously important for us on this table. And that's Omale and Thames and Muyiwa as well. So Burna Boy, Wizkid, Davido, and a host of other celebrities have called for the release of Omale and Thames as they are remanded in prison in Uganda. So the authorities basically Nigerian authorities have tried to get involved and nothing has happened. Omale and Thames have been charged to court and are actually in prison as we speak. At least the last update that we got is that they're still in prison. And it's serious. It's something that has gone out of hand really quickly. But I remember we had this conversation. Yes, we did. Yeah. We had this conversation yesterday as to, whether or not they were at fault for what they did and all of that. So me going first, let me just go for Fahey guys' opinion. I'll stand again with what I said yesterday. It's not the job of the artist who's performing at your event to keep the NDC, I don't know what they're called there, but we call them NCDC, to keep the regulation rules. It's not the job of the artist to go and make sure that the tables are separate and that there's spacing between everybody. My job is to go on set, perform, and go home. Whatever you want to do, you do, because I'm not the person who organized it. It's not in my name and all of that. So even if, let's just say, away from that, let's say even if they were, they knew that there was not going to be social distancing and then they did what they did, I don't think it is a criminal offense to be treated the way that they're being treated, especially with the kind of caliber that they said that they were. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you said you're an artist. And for me to apply for a visa, they always have to say, state a reason. You knew that I was coming to perform and entertain your people who requested for me. First of all, do you understand what I mean? Like, you did all that. You gave me the visa. I got to the airport. I told you again that I'm performing, except maybe there's something I don't know. And so some secret thing that nobody knew, which I really doubt was the case. So, they knew all of that. And then now all of a sudden you are treating these people like criminals and you're putting them in handcuffs, and it's just really unacceptable. If Drake went and performed at Uganda, would they honestly be treating him like this? But your take, guys.
Like I said yesterday, I criticized Omale for going for the concert in the first place.
Yes, you did.
Yes, and I still stand by my words. But notwithstanding, what they're doing right now is totally unfair and unacceptable because, like you said earlier, they invited Omale to Uganda to come to perform. They organized the event. Are you trying to say the security didn't know they were going to organize this event before? obviously there are going to be posters outside, like, okay, this show is going to happen. Radio announcements, everything. They didn't stop the show. They stopped the I actually heard that they actually arrested them after the show. They allowed them perform. You now arrested them. It does not make sense at all. It's totally unfair. And like using the words of Peter, okay, we don't want Wahala. Please just release our artists and let them go back to Nigeria. I beg.
All right, if I really quickly, because we need to go on a break.
All right, so according to section 127, if I'm correct, that's what I was trying to confirm earlier. According to section 127 of the Penal Code of the of Uganda, it states, I'm not going to say word for word, but at least it says that, look, if you are going to contribute to a spread of a disease, of a dangerous disease that's going to endanger lives, you can be in prison for up to 7 years.
Yeah, we know that.
So it is. So it is there. You understand? So why are we saying that? Is it a criminal offense? Yes, we may be asking that. Who are the people to be questioned? That should they really be treated like that? Are they really treated like they are humane? No, they shouldn't be in cuffs, because these are things that as a whole chain of people, the organizers and everybody. Do you understand? So we should never forget that, look, the law still stands.
Yes,
so
but the
if
law
the law,
doesn't, the law is
the law
that
doesn't
is
work.
so arguable, because they didn't go there knowing deliberately that I'm going to put these people
I
in
think
charge.
you're focusing on the wrong people.
Yes, you're making. It's like
on the organizers and the promoters, not Omale.
Yes. Okay, 1 minute. Yesterday, I was the one talking about how the organizer should be the one held accountable, and you people say everybody should take responsibility for the act.
everybody
And
should
then
take
suddenly you get to
responsibility.
say, I don't get
Yesterday,
it.
I did support both parties. I said Omale is to be questioned and the organizers too have to be questioned.
In as much as there were people,
You brought up the
I
law.
want-
It doesn't apply to
Omale and
Yes,
Temp?
it doesn't.
What do you
because
mean it doesn't
they are
apply
not
to
the
law?
ones who deliberately went and organized an event that could
But
spread
if
the virus.
you know, okay, have you guys seen Abike Dabiri's tweet?
How
Have you
do
seen?
they know?
How do they know?
I don't
What are we
understand.
saying?
If I ask
If
a
you
question,
know
if
that
I-
I'm going to perform, were you not the same person saying it?
Because I went to perform does not mean that I know the intricate details of how the organizers have planned people together. If somebody tells me,
what I said
do you
yesterday?
know how many times I've gone to parties and they'll invite me for a party and then I'll say, what about COVID? They say, oh, it's going to be space and all that. And I get that, and there's no space. Am I supposed to be arrested for that? Let's go on a break.
Hold on.
Let's go on a break. Please, don't go anywhere. It's getting hot in here, but we'll be right back.
Hey, chakalaka chepache, koshira koshara. This is Bayu, and you're watching Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hi, my name is Oligede Amola Salako. Keep watching Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Don't touch that down.
Hello and welcome back. This is still Tea Time. I'm sorry that I was getting overheated, but we all decided let's just move on from Omali and Thames. But we are hoping for their release because that's what they deserve, and they should bring them back home safely. But let's move on really quickly to, I guess you can say, more positive news, at least for me, which is Nigerian music heavyweight Davido, who is currently in celebration mode at his latest album that hits 2. The album is a compendium of good music collated from some of the finest artists from local and international music scenes all over the world. The breakdown of the streams revealed that the album got 54.7 million streams on Apple Music, 11.5 million streams on Spotify, 15.7 million streams on Boomplay, and 95.5 million streams on Audiomack. And of course, 35.8 million streams on YouTube. Sharing the good news with his over 18 million followers, including Ife Mai. The femme Corona wrote, "Forever grateful, more to come, a better time," and that's so period.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I did. I'm very happy for David. I don't know why you guys always try to make me look like I don't like Davido at all. I do love Davido. I'm just a bigger fan of Wizkid. Is there a problem with it?
No, there's no problem.
I just prefer Wizkid. Okay, I'm just a Wizkid music fan. So if it's about, it's not. There's not. See, this is exactly the problem with the youth and the young ones. out there.
Who are you?
And the young ones these days, you know, you're trying to pitch people against each other. The fact that I prefer one
If
person.
was sitting on this table and this was about
Wizkid.
Wizkid.
Of course, not because, like I said, at least when I say I don't make you guys look like you hate Wizkid, do I?
Ife, drink your tea. Drink your tea.
When I say I don't make it look like you hate Wizkid, I don't let you know. I just celebrate greatness, like I will be celebrating for Davido as well. Davido has always been part of greatness, and there's no way we're going to be talking. We're going to be talking about the Nigerian music industry without mentioning Davido and the things he has done. So this doesn't come as a shock or as a surprise to me, because yes, he is Davido. I expected more. I expected this, and I'm sure.
Did you expect him to give Made in Lagos social distancing like that?
Made in Lagos?
Yes.
Did he?
Yeah.
In 1 month.
Over 100, Ife. So did you expect that? I'm just asking.
Let us call you for this.
Did you expect that social distancing that?
You see, that's no. The problem is it doesn't. It doesn't matter.
Oh goodness.
It really doesn't matter. How many followers does he have? How many does Wizkid have? Those are the things you need to check out.
Really?
Yes.
Followers? Is he a socialite? Is he a social media influencer? Are you sure it's not the
more
music we
followers
should
than
concentrate in?
Okay, whatever it is, congratulations, Davido. Big shout out to you.
I'm enjoying this. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Yes, me, I'm a Davido star.
Wizkid broke 21 records. I'm not even going to make it about Wizkid. He broke 21 records. It's nothing compared. Don't even let us go there. Don't let us even go there. We're talking about global. We're talking about global. Yo, come on.
If now you're reaching, you're like, oh my gosh, I need something to hold on to.
No, I'm not reaching. I'm just saying. I want to make this about Davido and not bring the Wizkid.
Do that.
I am happy
Keep it on Davido.
Congratulations,
It's okay,
David.
thank you.
It's not about Wizkid, because if I really
what's
want
that
to
Davido
break it
song
down.
Go, hey, they say
Be
she
like,
fam.
you know, they talk too
Yes.
much, fam.
Anyway, this is a big brag. I think what really kills it for me, like I'm over the moon. It's not that he got that much numbers. It's that he got it in a month. That is a big brag as far as I'm concerned. Like, I mean, they've always said it. Remember, I always used to say on the table that I stepped on Davido for a while. Like, I wasn't a big fan, really. Wizkid was more my guy. He's still my guy, but Davido now is leading that. But they've always said it on Twitter that he makes the numbers. Like, you see promoters and people who organize events, I'll tell you that he is the biggest when it comes to numbers and pulling a crowd and setting up shows and all of that. And they've been saying it, and I used to wonder, like, are you sure? Like, because I wasn't really feeling his music like, oh my gosh, I want to die. But, you know, like, they always used to say that, and I think this is just one of those things. He hasn't done anything out of the ordinary, like Ife mentioned. Like, this is keeping to his record. But I'm not gonna lie, this year I felt a bit threatened for him, especially with the way Twice As Tall was going. Not even Made in Lagos. Twice As Tall was genge, you know, the biggest thing, the best thing after fried rice or something. You know, like really, really big, and it was making all these waves and the numbers and the streams and all of that. That I wasn't sure if whatever Davido was working on would be able to compete. And then Made in Lagos came. I'm sorry, that was not a competition for me. But I just felt like, yeah, okay, Made in Lagos is also cool because, I mean, Wizkid is on it, and that also has its own it has its own brag to it and stuff. But I didn't really think, oh, okay, I'm threatened by Wizkid's work. But Burna Boy, so when his own came out, and there's a few songs actually on A Better Time that I'm just like, okay. The one with Nicki annoys me because I just expected a lot more from that song. But it seems like the world is still loving, you know, the Davido and his music and all of that. But I'm going to also say that I don't think it's just the music. I think what Davido has against everybody else is also his person. Like when people fall in love with you, not just your music now. When they fall in love with you, they go harder. And it's too clear here because I'm not going to say that he produced songs that were like, oh my gosh, I've never heard anything like it. It's so extraordinary. It's his best work ever. I wouldn't even say that, but I think it's because he's been so kind, at least to his people, the way he's writing for his friends and all of that. I think that's what the world has fallen in love with more so than his music. But obviously, congratulations to you, Davido.
Congratulations, Davido. I think you lived up to your name as the best.
That's all, period.
Period. Thank you. And what you said about his personality, I think I've always been the one to talk about how great I think Davido is. And even our guest yesterday, Leah, I remember, you could see the joy and happiness you felt working with Davido. That shows that, okay, he's a very, very wonderful person, talented. And I love the way he understands the business of music. It's not just his songs right now. He understands how the music industry works. And he knows what to produce, what to release to capture his audience. So congratulations, Davido, because I'm not even shocked that he got this, because I know how many times me, personally, I streamed the song last month. Jojo. And the music videos he released for those songs were absolutely amazing. So big ups to Davido. You did an amazing work this year.
All right. Okay. I think enough of like.
Ask us. Sorry.
Did you say something?
What?
Sorry.
No, congratulations, Davido. Big shout out. A better time.
Okay, guys, we're kidding though. Ife actually is not a hater of Davido. We're just trying to pick on it.
Well,
anyway,
the world knows.
Moving on to the foreign scene now, we have Kim and Kourtney Kardashian who have been accused of cultural appropriation after their children performed a Maori haka dance. Scott Disick, the father of Kourtney's 3 children, shared a video of his kids taking part in the traditional New Zealand ceremonial dance on his TikTok page, with his daughter Penelope joined by 2 friends and 2 of their cousins, Kim's children, North and West. However, many of his followers were quick to point out that the children doing such a dance without a familiar link to New Zealand themselves was cultural appropriation. And I quote, "How about you teach your kids Native American culture before incorrectly teaching them about our cultural haka?" One person wrote. Another person added, "Thought 2020 couldn't get worse. The Kardashians think the haka is a TikTok dance." Then a third commenter said, "My heritage better not be a TikTok dance challenge. I don't care that they have learned the real words rather than making up their own. This is sacred. Stop appropriating cultures." However, Maori Council Executive Director Matthew, which is basically a source to the actual culture, said he's trying to see the positive of the TikTok, namely spreading awareness of the ceremonial dance.
Thank you.
Yes.
For me, let me quickly go first. When I saw this, I'm like, whoa, the world needs to calm down, right? Like, a lot of people just see, I know we're all about cultural appropriation, especially when New Zealand is the minority and they are like the majorities. People say teach them this. But do you even look at the bright side of some of these things? Now, I didn't know about the Aka ceremonial dance until I saw this. Now I know about it. I read up on it. Now I'm informed. Do you know how many people that have gone to read up on it? And do you know how many people that, if I had the money or if I could afford to go to New Zealand, because of what I read about New Zealand while studying on that, that's a place I want to visit.
Okay.
Do you understand? No, hold up.
Okay.
So because of that, I would definitely say that, it's all right, but unless they're doing it for a selfish reason. But clearly, this is just kids having fun with their parents, and they just did a dance and they put it on TikTok. So people sometimes need to pipe down. It's not like they're trying to make any money out of it. It's okay that, I know where people might be coming from that, because of their TikTok account and because you're celebrities, they're probably getting paid for a post. So that's where the appropriation might come in. But aside that, I don't see anything wrong with this.
Okay, and we're reading up on the news because there's a backlash. If there wasn't a backlash, nobody would be talking about kids dancing, first of all. So let's get that straight.
So the backlash is
They-
a positivity.
No, the backlash is negative. You're saying that you're learning more about Haka and the dance. You're only doing that right now because there is a backlash to the video. They've made heaps of videos with heaps of children dancing.
If I
the
followed
reason
them
why
on
it's
TikTok, I probably
up-
would have read it up because it was right there. They wrote it. They didn't claim it. They didn't say, this is our dance. They tagged it. Do you understand?
They
So
did
if I
a
follow them,
challenge on Instagram that is not, on TikTok that is not, contributing back to the culture. There was nothing about New Zealand. There was nothing about the history. There was nothing about that. So cultural appropriation, again, like I say on the table a million times, is when you use somebody's culture and you do not credit the source of that culture. If I say for Halloween, I want to be Mulan, and in my post that I have a lot of influence where things that I do, I own. Like if I put a bandana on, if I'm a Kim Kardashian, I put a bandana on. They start referring to bandana as Kim Kardashian's bandana. Do you know what I mean? Like you have that privilege and that type of, influence. If you don't give credit to the person who owns what you are using, you are claiming that credit.
Okay, so
and you
why-
see the Kardashians always do that. It's so tone deaf to pretend like as if everything is rosy and just a bunch of children. I think that's like a childlike way of seeing things. There is more to life. There is things like racism and cultural appropriation and things that are offensive to the minority. And if you disregard that, you are disregarding their struggles and their identity. Kim Kardashian did it when she did a line where she did kimono or whatever. She changed the name now. Where she said she named it as the Chinese people's whatever. That's a very good example. I'm pretty sure she didn't mean it to be offensive.
She was making money off it.
She didn't even you're making money off TikTok too, but okay. She didn't even use the actual outfit though. She was doing underwear, but she named it something that was from Asia. And people came for her as well. It's not as if it is a criminal offense, but it's insensitive to the people.
I totally agree with where you're coming from, and I think what we should be calling out for is not backlashing them like they have done something that they should be persecuted for. I think what we should be saying is, can you at least give credit to New
They know
Zealand?
that. They're not kids. Kim Kardashian and her entire family know that they're supposed to give credit. They know because it's not the first time they have been accused of cultural appropriation. Since the history of time, you see, the truth of the matter is that family is so detached from reality. And I'm not saying that that's their fault and it's a bad thing. But when you're so detached from reality and you don't make a conscious effort to keep your space diverse, you don't understand people's struggles. We always talk about rich
So you
kids
think
like
intentionally they took
I
New
don't think
Zealand
it's.
off?
I think they're not intentional enough. Like I think that if you knew, like a normal person like me, who's a minority, when we see Victoria's Secret, for example, having a runway and there's no black person, because I'm black, I will notice it. If I was a white girl, it would be hard for me to notice. But if that white girl has access to black people, she will hear my struggle. Do you get what I mean? They are so disconnected from minority groups.
What if my
that
market target
sometimes
is for
it's
white
hard-
people?
Hmm?
What if my market target is for white people? Should I get angry if I'm as a businessman? I
But
want to
their
make.
target is not for white people.
I'm saying no from your example now. That look, if I see a Victoria's Secret and I don't see any black girl on the runway, you're gonna notice. What if that particular one is for white people?
It
Their
is not
target
because
market is white
Victoria's
people.
Secret sells to black people, indigo people.
I
and all of
know, but I'm saying that particular one. They
If
want,
if they're selling for white people and you're only collecting your coins from white people, sure, go ahead.
then they make another one and it's just for black people. Would
Sure,
that be a
that's
problem?
okay, yes. But if you are taking money from me and you are excluding me, then it's a crime. Unfortunately, in this part of the world, especially in Africa, nobody cares about things like this. Nobody cares about cultural appropriation. Nobody cares about
Yes, we
colorism.
do.
Not as much.
Yes, we do.
But abroad, it is a big deal, and they know about it. I'm tired of talking about
Can you remember when we spoke about the Ocean?
ripped off constantly. Like, we've been doing braids for a long time, cornrows and braids. The black people have been doing that. They've been subjected for that. They've been fired for that, saying that you cannot take that to work. Then Kim Kardashian gets braids done, and now it's officially called the Kardashian braids. That is a true definition of cultural appropriation, meaning that when the owner of the culture does it, it's tacky. But when there's the majority of which the white people and the Kardashians of the world do it, then it's okay. You have to understand that it's insensitive. But we need to go, because we need to
a
talk to our
particular culture. You can't keep holding on to your culture. I read it somewhere that you have to share it with the other people. Like, okay, you have this thing.
She's just concerned about the credit.
Thank you.
Yes,
credit.
yes, share.
Like
Give
people
credit.
in New Zealand should have like, okay, why are these children doing it? Do they have interest in this
It's
dance?
not
Let
the
me
job of
educate them.
the viewers to do that. The person that's uploading it should be the one to say, this is what I'm doing. Even when people do that, even when I wear a traditional outfit or whatever, I'm going to write Owambe, I'm going to write Oashwebi.
Okay.
I'm giving it back to Nigeria that this is where it's coming from. Do you understand what I mean?
Okay.
You're supposed to do that, especially if you have influence. You're not celebrity, so you don't understand. I'm kidding. Okay, let's go on a quick break, please. We have our special guest coming in right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you. Hello, wonderful people. My name is Olaide Bakari, aka Alaja Tio. Come on, keep watching Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Don't change that dial.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Hello, hi, my name is Stephanie Linus. Keep watching Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back. This is Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. So in the introduction of the show, I did mention that we have a special guest, and our special guest has graced us with his presence. My special guest is Shamesy, also known as Shamesy Beats on social media. He is the brains and the sound behind your favorite MJ by Bad Boy Timz and The Best by Mayokun and my favorite Davido. So hello.
What up?
Shamesy Beats. How's it going?
Just choosing.
All right, okay. So as per, because we're in the spirit of the video here, we all are in the spirit of the
A better time.
a better time. So, I mean, that is huge, really, really huge. The numbers that he's been able to gather. What's your thoughts on the album, especially from the production side?
The album is great.
Yeah. You feel it?
It's great.
Okay. You don't have any complaints?
Let's
Complaints.
let's talk about working on that album because obviously it's a great album, like you said, and it's pulling in the numbers and like as expected. Working on that project, what was the passion that you would say you saw Davido really put? Were you in the studio with him?
No, I was not in the studio with Davido. I was in the studio with Mayokun.
With Mayokun. Oh, okay. So you don't know about how his passion was when he saw the best, because the best is actually the best song.
No cap.
Yeah, no cap. So I just wanted to get that, but since you were not there, what was Mayokun's verse though? Now tell us about that. How did Mayokun do that? Tell us the crazy.
Mayo is Mayo, just vibes. Gigi.
Was there a connection before the music? Like, did you guys have a relationship before then?
Yes, but I sent him the beats first. We didn't create together. Okay. So he just did the recording himself.
Right.
All right. So I know you co-produced it. I know.
I produced it fresh, co-produced.
Oh, you produced it, fresh co-produced.
Right.
Oh, nice. Okay, I think I got it the other way. Now, one thing I noticed is that you play around with a lot of instruments, especially trumpets. You know, a lot of trumpets, a lot of that. What's that vibe for you?
It's based on mood, though. If I'm just, as far as I'm feeling.
No, I think that's why everyone is working. Because I went to your page and I saw every single song had a saxophone, or trumpet, or something that sounded close to that. So it's like that's your own niche.
You like that type of
yourself.
style, yeah, really forceful, like in your face,
like
that
you
you
thought
care
about it and you're deliberate about
it.
So don't say it's just by
Which
you are
vibe?
deliberate about it.
You have a style.
Still vibes.
You don't have one scope that you use, like one formula.
Just vibes.
Okay, do you have like a working style? Like, you know, we have 9 to 5s. You know, we come in the morning, we go at night. Okay, so any time of the day, Saturday, Sunday.
Music. Saturday, yes.
Do you find yourself doing that a lot during the day? Like, what hours do you give to it, for example?
Me, I mostly make music in the night. I don't know why.
So what do you do with yourself during the day?
During the day, listen to music. Just live my normal life now.
All right, so give us, how much are you paid to produce? Yeah, you never know. How much were you paid? Somebody might just be listening and be like, so the guy is not even that expensive. Make I call that guy. Okay, is it in the millions?
Enough.
Is it in dollars?
Is it in dollars?
Because Naira is rubbish now.
But when you say enough, we used to be spending it during New Year. Will it still be left by New Year? By 2021, will it be left?
It depends on your level of, what's your lifestyle?
It would still be left. Baba, have fun. Anyways, what would you say is the... Okay, let's say who is the best person you worked with. But obviously, that would just be pointing fingers at Davido. So what would you say you
might say Bad Boy.
Teams.
Bad Boy Teams, right? Why? Why would you say that? What vibe did he give you?
Teams is a great guy. See, it's just vibes. It's just the right vibe. Nothing serious. We just enjoy the bedu.
Okay, these vibes that you're doing, people will think that all it takes is vibe. I have vibes. I meet these people and I have vibes, but I cannot do what you're doing. So I want the history. Like, do you have a musical background? Did you like learn music? Because even with all my vibes, I cannot do.
I can't even drum on this table.
So what kind of ears? What trained your ears and your skills and all of that? What's the background? Choir.
I used to play drums though when I was quite little, but I was like 7, 8.
And then you stopped.
I retired.
Okay. So it's not like you had a formal learning of production.
So
what did you start with? In case someone is watching out there and they want to learn, what did you start with? What would you say is the easiest software to start to learn music production with?
FL Studio, Fruity Loops.
Of course.
Okay. That's what you use.
And then
so you can learn online on YouTube.
Right. Why did you want to learn that? Why didn't you learn how to rap or something? Why did you learn production?
Would you be doing music sometime?
Me, we can't see.
But you do a bit of music, dude.
Sometimes, no.
What did you
do? You co-write?
Yes.
You do a bit of music too.
Right.
Do you co-write with the artists when they're in the studio?
Sometimes, yes.
What would you say you have written some flows for?
It's not out yet, Sha, so it's still.
Yeah, but you can just tell us.
It's still.
It's still hush-hush.
Yeah, it's still a secret, but just tell us. It's a spill now.
Secret.
It's a secret.
Shams, you're on tea time. You have to spill tea.
Spill
That's
tea.
give us
Yeah,
gist, though. Hey, wahala.
Now vibes you work with again.
At all.
Are you not gonna see, I promise we have vibes and we don't tell people anything. It's just going to be between the three of us. Just tell us. Yeah, tell us. Nobody's even watching us.
3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead.
At all.
Okay, so what have you been listening to recently? Like, what's that song or jam or person or style that you've been
listening to? See, me, I'm just anywhere the left is. If I'm enjoying this one today, tomorrow I may not play that one tomorrow.
Okay. So you don't have one person that you like, or
no one person.
do you have any style of music that you're like, this is headache to me?
Headache at all now. Music is music.
Even opera.
So let's talk about recognition for producers. You see a lot of producers out there. They're actually the brains behind a lot of music. I've actually been in a studio where the producer practically did the whole song for the artist, but the artist get the voice to carry out. You understand? And it has a delivery. Now they produce that song. They are raking in millions, and then you guys are left out. They paid you for your beat. You've gone. You've gone. Is there a way for you to go back and
say, bro,
renegotiate?
not
Like,
200 million,
look, okay,
you've
made so amount, so forth. Is there a certain contract that music producers get signed before you?
There's a contract before the song drops.
Okay. Do you get shares, like a quote or something, like percentage?
Yeah.
Okay, so the money will keep on coming.
So you're still getting money from Best right now. So as we don't reach 213 million streams now, you get your own inside.
Hey,
my God, the money will last in 2022. All right. So let's talk about the music space. Now we have a lot of people pitching. Like she has been trying to do all day, trying to pitch Davido and Wizkid against each other because of 230 million streams. Now, is there any producer that you feel like, or do you think that is something that also happens in the production space where they try to pitch you against what's that other guy that came the last time, P Prime, where they try to pitch you against Fresh VDM, and stuff like that. Does that happen?
That happens everywhere, though. Everywhere.
True.
Everywhere.
So who have they pitched you against?
I don't know. I don't know.
But what do you look up to in terms of production?
I look up SARS. I like SARS a lot.
Have you had the opportunity to work with him?
At all.
Would you like to work with
him?
No. Have you met him before?
Yes, I was.
Did you work on Loading?
No.
Okay, MJ. But you have it seems like the things that you touch, even though it's not a lot, it turns to gold, because MJ is another serious fire. And that sound, I've said this a million times, that sound was what made that song. I mean, with the Best, you can argue that, Michael did his thing, Davido did his thing. I feel like that MJ song, even the introduction, the way this thing started, that magic thing that you did there, will go into your spine and give you goosebumps. So, like, how do you produce such things? Like, what is inspiring you? I cannot just tell me it's just vibes.
I think MJ, I was at home that day, then I created the beats. But I created that beat for Teams. I said this beat, I'm going to give it to Teams.
Yeah, so do you work like that where it has to be personal? Like you think about the person that you are making the beat for? Or I can just come.
Now.
So if I come now and say, you don't know me from Adam, and I just say, I want to, do you think you'll be able to work like that? And we have no vibes. Because this vibe is what you've been holding.
Vibes will come. Now, one vibes will come for sure.
Okay, let's play a quick game really before we let you go. Okay, so there's women in the industry, even though you have not worked with us yet. And I'm waiting for when you say there's a woman in your timeline, because I'm the woman police on this table. But I'm going to mention a bunch of names so we can find the one person that
he's worked with Tenny on MJ Remix. Come on.
That's true.
See?
That's true.
Well,
but it's there.
Okay. I'll mention a bunch of names to you, yeah? So we can find the one person. We're trying to get the queen, right? So if I say A or B and you say B, then B will go to the next level. Then I'll say B and another name, and then you go to the next level. Okay. All right. Lady Donny and Thames.
Thames.
Okay. Thames and Leah.
Thames.
Okay. Thames and Amarachi. I don't know if you know her.
Amarachi. Oh, it's the Thames.
Okay. Thames and Shay.
Thames.
Okay. Thames and Tenny.
Oh, that was 50-50.
You have to pick one.
You have to pick one.
You have to pick one.
Who has 51?
Who has 51?
Someone should have 49.
10 years 51.
Okay, Tenny and Niniola, a sister.
Ni.
Okay. Ni and Tiwa Savage.
Mama Jam, no man.
No, it might not be. Who?
Tiwa Savage and Niniola.
Are we thinking?
Both of them. Can I take both of them?
Because we want to work with Niniola. This guy also, and they will make a good combination actually.
Can I take both of them?
No, you have to take one person. We're not done with that list.
Niniola or Tiwa Savage. Niniola.
Okay, Niniola or Yemi Alade?
Niniola.
Oh my son. It's like Niniola has finished. Is one thing. Was there any other name I've missed? Okay. So that means the next person I'm hearing from you is you and Niniola. I've spoken it into existence. Anyway. Okay, before we let you go, because time is going, is there any other person that you're working currently with? Is there a name that we should be looking out for, like in your space and stuff? Or are you ending the year with the magic you're already giving us?
Yeah, I still have one song.
Okay. Can you tell us the name of the song? Hey, voila.
Bad Boy Teams.
Okay.
It's DJ Consequence. Soju. Abishuju, I don't know.
I'm sorry?
Bad Boy Teams X DJ Consequence. Or DJ Consequence X Bad Boy Teams.
Okay, and you're the one that produced it fully. Yeah. Do you think it's going to be another banger?
Bedu.
Bedu with the buzz brain, are
Bedu.
All right, so aside Bad Boy Teams and all that, so who else would you be looking forward to working with in the industry that you haven't gotten the chance to meet yet?
Apart from Niniola, obviously.
That's what Burna Boy.
Okay.
Wizkid.
Okay.
Of course, Wizkid.
Okay, is there like a new sound that you are itching to do? Because I know in Nigeria, most of it is Afrobeat. So even if you want to give them
and
something
Amapiano
else,
is the new vibe, you know?
Yes, yeah, is there another style you're like, I want to get my own version of this take?
Yes.
Is there anything? Which one? My piano is a good one, actually.
I'm a piano too, though, but I don't think I have any Amapiano jam out yet. So.
But do you have any Amapiano beats done?
Yes, no, for sure. No.
Oh, yeah?
Okay.
How much do you charge to make a beat?
How much do I charge? I'm on no fixed price.
Hey, wahala.
But okay, just give us the range.
No fixed price.
Just give us the range. We want to know how lucrative your business is, you know?
Man, depends on the person, though.
Okay, if it's me, how much? I want to do music.
I'm charging you nothing less than 1 million.
What about me?
1 million what? Naira or dollars?
1 million naira.
Okay.
What about me?
You don't pay me dollars.
No.
What about me?
Chama, your own is 5 AM.
Okay, so the viewer will decide how much you charge him for being on our set, okay?
You understand?
So you guys should send a message and tell us how much you should charge this man.
I want to talk about your personal life. Obviously, you're getting a lot of attraction. I mean, if you go to your Instagram, you can see that a lot of people are beginning to notice who you are and really, standing with your music and your sound and all of that. So your life is changing. And as Omale would say, what have we done? I'm sure that when more bangers come out, the fame even triples and stuff. How are you going to handle, or how are you already even handling all of the new
just
changes?
being me,
oh my
myself.
What's the one thing that you are kind of missing because of the fame?
Okay, so
your life is no more.
Who would you say has been in your DM that an artist has like, yo, guy, what you doing is great, or you got a message like, let's work together, that blew your mind away, that you're like, oh my, don't blow. Who's that person?
I think it was Joe Boy.
Are you going to work with him?
Yes.
Man, when is song coming?
Or you guys have done something together?
Yes,
you have, but it's not yet released. Correct. Alrighty.
Okay, so you're getting a portfolio. Okay, international space though. Is there somebody?
Not yet, but
Yeah, who are you looking at?
All of them.
Hey, wahala. Even Adele.
Are you planning to go into politics?
Politics. In this Nigeria, yes. So.
The reason I ask this question because you're giving us very political answers. Like, it's not, like, you're not trying to call names, you're not trying to be, you're a defender of everybody and a friend to nobody. just like our president. But it's okay.
But he's even saying he wants to go into politics. Are you sure about
In
that?
what capacity? In what capacity? Why? As far as it's in Nigeria, why? You want to embezzle our money? Just small, not too much.
That's your first manifesto.
Okay. You said it. Now we know. The internet never forgets.
Yeah.
And of course,
but I think before you start your politics, you do music first. I
don't think I want to politics for
But you sing songs, Sha?
Yes.
You sing?
But you sing political songs?
No,
no joke.
Anyway, that's all we can take for today,
Yeah,
unfortunately. But thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. And that is a wrap for today's episode. Unfortunately, we couldn't take more. But thank you for watching during the conversation on social media with the hashtag #TeaTime or tweet at us at +TV Africa. Remember that you can catch up on our previous episodes, including this one, and all our exclusive content by subscribing to our YouTube channel at +TV Africa. You can also watch Tea Time on RTTV and in London on Ben Television. A big thank you go out to my special guest, Shemzi, and my squad deep co-anchors, Ifeoluwa Shikeye, and of course, Eniola, who had to step down due to social distancing, and of course, my entire production team. Thank you so much for watching +TV Africa's Tea Time. My name is Ifeoma. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Don't think that anything is going to change until 2023. Not with Lai Mohammed as the voice man, Garba Shehu, and the other chap, Adeshino.
From what we've seen about the Sorosoke generation, they're not going to hurry into this.
No, we are
they're
not.
They're going to prepare for the next round.
Pressure.
Sometimes past, you are allowed to correct other people's.
And when we're living a communal life,
exactly.
Not now that we live a societal life.
Deal. I know people who could even cane me, and my father will be, oh, thumbs up. That's good.
assuming that this is a country where we obey laws, nobody will be bothered whether the money is borrowed or not because it must be paid back.
What is the Nigerian national virtue?
Quality assurance.
Making money.
There's no quality assurance anymore.
No, that's what I'm saying. In Germany.
In Germany, right?
Our national virtue is politics. Samegu was education minister as we were on strike and he was celebrating 25 years of marriage. Yes.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo, Kanayo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business. On this episode, I'm nothing short of excited about our guest. Stephanie Obi is an author, a speaker, coach, and tech founder. She helps entrepreneurs create, launch, and sell online courses. She has worked with over 200 women to create their online courses. Thank you so much for joining me in the studio.
Thank you too. I'm happy to be here.
The queen of online courses in Nigeria. It is not what you have that limits you, but it's what you have but don't know what to do with it. Tell us what inspired that particular quote.
A man called Faladro Toyese.
Okay.
And it really hits me because I see this all the time when people take what they know for granted and they always focus on what they don't have. Oh, I don't have money, I don't have, oh, if only I had this, if only I had that. Meanwhile, they have wealth. in their head. Like they have knowledge that they can monetize, but it's just there sitting down doing nothing. And if only they can package that knowledge into an online course and sell it, they can sell it to Nigerians, they can sell it to Africans, they can sell it to people in any part of the world, and they can earn a healthy stream of income just by sitting down in their houses and be getting credit alerts.
Now, this is something you do for a living.
Yes.
How many countries or how many continents have you been able to reach via training online?
Oh, I've stopped counting these days, but I remember the first time that I launched my first online course. It was I was shocked at the number of countries that we reached. I was just, what year was this? 2013. I launched my first online course, and people from over 9 countries signed up. I was having people from Saudi Arabia, Tanzania. I'm like, what? Oh my God! Like I didn't believe it, but it was happening. So now I've gotten used to it, and it's no longer a big deal for me. But I found that the internet is so powerful. When you just put something out there, you don't know how people somewhere will get a hold of it, and they can patronize your product.
But how did it all come about? How did you start this particular niche? Because it's quite foreign for some people.
So at the time, I had this hobby, Ankara accessories. I knew how to make Ankara accessories, so I used to make them. All right, and then one day I said, you know, I would like to teach other people how I make these accessories. I've done this thing for a while. I've earned so much money from it. It has helped me all through when I was in school, when I was doing my master's, my first job. Like I always had this nice side hustle. So I said, just imagine if other ladies can also have an extra stream of income. You know, let me do some trainings for them. I did my first training. I planned it. I created, you know, work toolkits. I did all sorts of things, and nobody showed up. Nobody, not one person. And so, you know, it was a very emotional for me. I cried and cried and cried, and after crying, I cleaned my eyes and I said, there must be something I did wrong. Let me figure out what it is. And I realized that I didn't market it properly. I didn't market it online. At the time, I thought that social media was a fad, and it would just, you know, after a while, all these buzz about Facebook would go. But when I saw that I had this training program, nobody attended it. I said, let me go and try social media marketing. Let me really put myself out there. And so I did this training. And the first class, 4 people came. I said, okay, all right, it's a good sign. It's a good sign.
A good place to
so
be.
I kept marketing it online, and then I started getting people messages from people in Yola, Ekiti State, Calabar. Stephanie, I really want to attend your training, but I can't travel right now. Can you come to my city? You know, I was getting messages from different places. I couldn't go to all these cities, and so I said, okay, what if I do an online course? What if I do an online training, and all these people can watch my training videos, and I don't have to travel to all these different cities?
It's exactly the same thing you'd have thought if you were present there.
Yeah. So I created the online course. It was an experiment. You know, I didn't really have a lot of expectations. Let me just see if it will work. This was 2013. The internet was not that, you know, a lot of people did not have access to data.
The internet bubble that we have now wasn't
and at that time, we even did not really have 3G, so your phone was always on GPRS, then you had to change the setting to 3G. So it was, you know, not everyone had access to smartphone, but I said, let me just try. I did, and to my amazement, people paid for these trainings. People kept on paying for these trainings, and they kept on paying from different parts of the world. And it opened my eyes to this online education industry. And what I did not realize at the time is that this industry was already over worth $100 billion in the Western market, and it was very well developed. So people already knew what it was to create and sell online courses. But in Africa, we hadn't even started, because we were just getting access to the internet and stuff like that. That's how I discovered it, and I've been launching online courses ever since then.
Because we see even Harvard Business School now has their online platform where they are monetizing, you know. Well, let's talk a bit about people's skill and experiences. Do you think we're taking advantage of our skills and experiences well enough?
I think that we haven't, I'm talking as a country now, we haven't done so well. And the first problem is a lot of people don't know that they can even monetize their knowledge. So people don't even know. So they have skills, they have expertise, but they just have it.
Or maybe they don't know how to go about it.
Yeah, so some just have it, they don't know anything about it. Some don't know how to do anything, some don't know what to do. Some are a bit scared about tech. It looks complicated.
Oh my goodness.
And so because they don't want to start, you know, but it's a big opportunity that we can all take advantage of.
I mean, when people hear tech, I'm running away. And I don't know.
Yeah, so there's this widespread phobia, and it's very common among women. If you talk to women about creating online courses, the first thing they'll tell you is, hey, I'm not a techie. I'm not a techie. And you know what I always say? So when I was starting out my first online course, I had to build an online school. Like there's so many techie things I had to do because there were no platforms. Did
you have that background before?
I had a first class in computer science.
Okay.
And so I guess I wasn't scared of technology. Thank you. And so I could say I can figure this out. You know, I had that attitude. But I found that as I started helping women, they struggle with the tech. Not everybody is like me. Not everybody, you know, has studied, you know, computer science. Not everybody wants to do anything with tech. Some people have had very horrible experiences before, and so
I've had my own experience. I wish share, but I've had my own experience.
Yes. So I was discovering all of this, and so we decided to then build a tech platform that makes it very easy for anybody to create and sell online courses. So we now have it. It's called Train Quarters. And so what I now tell people is that it's now so easy to now create and launch an online course because you don't have to be a techie, you don't have to know how to code.
You don't have to develop from scratch.
If you can use Facebook, if you can use Instagram, you can use this kind of platform because we've made it easy for you. Just open an account and then you're good to go. So, but when I was starting, it was tough, and I will admit it. It was tough. Oh God.
I can't imagine.
There's so many things we have to figure out, but yeah, it's now easy.
So now you specialize in helping people monetize their skill online. How has this experience been for you? And what are the basic things that are necessary to create like an online platform?
So
first, for starters.
First of all, you need to be clear about what you want to teach. All right, just look, what do I have that I can teach? And the mistake a lot of people make is that they think it has to be one
something out of the moon.
Look, it can be anything. It can be how to cook. It can be how to style your hair. We have clients who have done courses all these kind of topics. Very simple, easy-looking topics. But what somebody is very good at, and that person may be weak at that thing. So, you know, if you're good at something, don't think everybody is good at that thing. Some people don't know how to do it, and they will want to learn how to do it too. So the first thing is I pick a topic. You have to just decide I'm going to teach this thing. And of course, you have to see whether there's a market for it. If I decide to teach this thing, and there are people who are going to pay for this online course, that's the first thing, to validate your ideas. After that, the second step is that you structure your online course. Okay, this is going to be my outline. This is how I'm going to deliver the course. It'll be over 6 weeks, over 8 weeks. I will title it this. This is how much I'm going to sell the course. You know, that is just packaging the course, structuring it so that it becomes like an asset. It becomes property, you know. The next step is that you now start growing your audience. Because each time you want to, when you create a course, you are creating it for a set of people.
Yes.
When you want to market the course, you're marketing it to a set of people. So you need to have that audience that you're grooming and nurturing them, talking to them, attracting them. Because online, it's like it's kind of a scary place because you don't know if you're going to get scammed or if somebody's going to steal, you know, take your money and
there are quite a number of scammers.
Yeah, things like that.
We must say.
So you have to first of all, attract your audience.
Yes.
Then get them comfortable with you. Get them to trust you.
I think that's very important.
Yes, it's very important. So that they feel like, oh, if I send her money to pay for this online course, she won't run away with my money. She's going to give me the videos that I paid for.
Yes.
So that's very important. Growing this audience and getting them to know you, to like you, to trust you, to rave about you, talk to their friends about you. When you have this audience, you can then sell your online course to them. And you can sell multiple online courses to them, but this time they will easily buy from you because they now trust you. All right? And then, funny enough, the last step is to create your course content. Because all this is work. Growing that audience, getting them to trust you, that is where the work really is. But the last step is shooting videos and talking. If I wake you up from sleep and say, come and teach you this thing, you know it. So you just quickly talk about it. But the part that requires more work is getting people to trust you online.
All right, you talked about creating videos, for example. do you have particular kind of cameras that you recommend that these people make use of? When they take a look at some of the videos you create, not some, all of them as a matter of fact, there's this crisp, pretty, almost very clear touch to it. What's the secret? Because honestly, I've seen some videos online, just the quality puts me off. Once I just, what was this person thinking? Sometimes the person's head starts from here. What happens to the rest of your head is gone. So what are those particular things I should also take note of while creating videos for your online content?
So one of the things I always think about is I think about how my viewer will feel when they're watching this course. So in particular, because I talk about tech, I know that they're scared of tech. I know that they already have fences up. And so I try to make them feel comfortable. So make the place look nice, make it look, so it's intentional. So you make the video, the ambience look nice. They enjoy watching you. They enjoy listening. They don't even know when they're like, okay, this is not that scary.
Tech in a pretty space.
Yeah, it's not that scary. But that's for my own audience.
Okay.
Now, if I was speaking to a different audience who did not care about all those, you know, bells and whistles, you can make it, okay, guys, this is what we're going to talk about. We're going to do this, that. So it really depends on the audience you're speaking to and how you want to make them feel. That will then determine the ambience of your course, of your videos, the voice you use, the decor, like the background and all of that. It really depends on the audience. Secondly, there are no hard and fast rules about the equipment and all of that. If you don't want to get involved in it, you can just outsource it. If you want to do it yourself, you can get a camera. I don't like making the barriers to entry very high. So any camera you can afford, you can start with that.
Whatever phone.
The great thing about online courses is that you can launch version 1. After a while, you upgrade it and launch version 2. After a while, you know, as your brand grows, you can look at those videos and say, this video is not what my brand. I need to
upgrade.
It up. Yeah, but what's very important is you start. So no matter what level you are, you can decide to do it yourself with whatever camera you have, or you can decide to outsource it to someone who can do it for you. Or you can even decide to record your slides, do video recordings, where you're just recording your slides. But it depends on what kind of online course you're teaching. When I was creating my first online course on how to make Ankara accessories, that one was a practical class, so I needed videos to show my hands and what I was doing. But if you're teaching something like maybe English or something like communication, it's just me talking and I'm just explaining certain things to you. In that case, you can actually use a slide presentation and just record your voice over the slides. Yes.
How expensive is this? Do you need a capital of what? 100,000, 200, 300? So, because people tell you, I have the skill, but the money I don't have.
The beauty about this thing is that no matter where you want to start from, there's a way to go about it. If you want to say, I'm going to do DIY, you can just use your phone. You can use your phone, you won't pay anything. If you say, I want to go high tech, nice videos, I want the animation to be going like this, that's all you pay for that. So it depends on what your budget is. Any amount.
All right, so we're going to hold on for a bit now.
All right.
We'll take a quick break. Remember, you're still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. Do stay with us.
Don't think that anything is going to change until 2023. Not with Lai Mohammed as the voice man, Garba Shehu, and the other chap, Adeshino.
From what we've seen about the Sorosoke generation, they're not going to hurry into this.
No, we're
they're
not.
They're going to prepare for the next round.
Pressure.
Sometimes past, you are allowed to correct other people's
when we're living a communal life.
Exactly.
Not now that we live a societal life.
I know people who could even cane me, and my father will be, oh, thumbs up, that's good.
Assuming that this is a country where we obey laws, nobody will be bothered whether the money is borrowed or not because it must be paid back.
What is the Nigerian national virtue?
Quality assurance.
Making money.
There's no quality assurance anymore.
No, that's what I'm saying. In Germany.
In Germany, right?
Our national virtue is politics. Samegu was education minister as we were on strike and he was celebrating 25 years of marriage. Yes.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because
it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature. They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, I tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As they do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Thank you for staying with us. All right, Stephanie, let's just talk a bit about consistency. I know we touched a bit on it before we went on break, but when you're creating your online content, the need for consistency.
So there are different reasons why you need to be consistent. Number one, I'll start with
clarity of idea as well.
All right. So I'll start with the one that I'll start with one a lot of people like to hear about. Number one is the money. Now let me tell you something. If you launch your first online course, let's say you just launch your first online course, you can make your first $1,000 from your first online course. If you relaunch it again, you can make more. If you relaunch it again, you can make more. I've seen clients go from $0 to $10,000 just by being consistent, relaunching the course over and over and over again. So that alone is enough motivation. But you know what I find? People who are led to teach people, they're teaching because they really want to impact lives. So that's another angle. When you start impacting lives, you will start hearing the stories of the lives that are being transformed. And if you just hear one testimonial, that can keep you consistent. I can remember that the first online course I launched, back again when I was in Ankara Accessories, one girl from UK sent me a message. She said, Stephanie, when I came on your online course, I felt I was very sad. I was out of a bad relationship, and so I didn't feel like, I didn't feel like I could do more with my life. I was broken. I came on your online course. I learned Ankara Accessories. I started my own business. I'm now making my own money. Like, I don't have to rely on men anymore. I feel confident. I feel like I can achieve something. I've always wanted to go to fashion school, but I didn't feel I was good enough. I applied to fashion school, and I got in. I want to tell you, thank you for changing my life. Now, this was just one of the testimonials I got. I kept getting testimonials consistently. And so what you find is that this business helps you to impact lives and also make money. So it's a win-win. So no matter what you're motivated by, if you're motivated by impact, it works. If you're motivated by money, it also works. So that would help you to become consistent because you wake up and say, the work I do is important. There are lives that need to be changed. And if I put myself out there, if I keep launching these online courses, their lives will be changed, and I'll also earn a stream of income. Yeah.
All right. What are those major challenges that your clients complain about before they start their online courses?
So there are a number of them. The first one is clarity, like you mentioned. I'm not sure what to teach. I'm not sure if anybody wants to learn this topic. I'm not sure if I'm good enough. Who am I for people to pay me? And I'm not techie, I'm not pretty enough, I may not make sense. And so what I find is that a lot of the challenges that they're going through is all in their mind. So something, over the years, there are things that have told them consistently that what they have is nothing, that they cannot be more or do more. And so they're holding on to those limiting beliefs, and it holds them down. So when they come on the program, it's like war against these negative thoughts that I've held for so long. But when they break through, it's like when they break through,
they start to blossom.
It's like you start seeing them doing all sorts of things that they thought that they couldn't do before. But now they can now, you see them launching all sorts of programs. It's like they've come into their own now. So the biggest challenge really
is the mindset. The second challenge they have is strategies. Okay, you've told me about launching an online course. Well, how? How can I do it?
I know what I want to do, but how?
How can I do it? How can I get these results? The third challenge is the tech. They're terrified of it, or they've tried it before, it couldn't work out, so they don't think that they are the kind of people who can launch online courses. But now that has been resolved because of our tech platform that we just launched, Train Quarters. So those are the major challenges that they have.
How can online course providers ensure that they remain their contents consistently add value to their clients? Are there certain questions you should ask yourself?
Yes, but before you ask yourself those questions, you also have to ask the audience. So let me explain this. An online course is not just about you selling your knowledge or selling information. An online course is a solution to a problem. So before you create an online course, you must have identified the problem. These people are complaining about X, Y, Z. So when you come and say, when you come to the online course, you're asking, what can I teach them that will help them to resolve that problem that they have? So your course, when you're creating your curriculum, you'll be asking yourself, what's the first thing they have to know? What's the second thing they have to know? What's the third thing they have to know? All right, so you are asking yourself questions in response to the problem you have identified. So the first step is to go and do the research and to hear people complain about a particular problem. Then you go back and say, okay, based on the results I've achieved in my life, how can I help this person? Now, that when you go and do that research, there are times where you will say, this problem, I cannot solve it. It's not my problem. Maybe another person will solve it. But then you will also hear problems that you can solve. So your online course will focus on solving those particular problems. Now, if you focus on solving problems for people, that's the only way you can remain relevant. Because they will continually thank you when they've gotten results.
They'll keep coming.
They will
referring.
They will keep referring, referring your work. They will go to the hilltop and scream it that, oh God, this course changed my life. And because of that, a lot of people will sign up for the course. So that's why you will see online courses. The first time they launch, maybe 10 customers. Second time they launched, and they now have testimonials from the first set. They can double their number of customers. They can triple. They can grow times 10. And each time they keep relaunching, as they are relaunching and showcasing the testimonials of people who have been through the program, more people keep signing up. Yeah.
We need to leverage on these online platforms more, but we see that some businesses are still very comfortable using the traditional methods of selling.
Well, you know, like what they say, the day you wake up, it's your morning. The day you wake up is your morning. Sometimes when you see people doing stuff online, you don't realize how much they're making. When you start hearing how much people are making from doing online courses, you will wake up.
Oh, wow.
Especially because, you know, the thing about online courses is that you just do it once. You do the video recording once. And then you start selling those set of videos over and over and over again. Now, if you compare that to you always doing physical, always expending energy, doing physical training, and then you have to pay for the hall, pay for food, pay for power, pay for this, pay for that. If you just do the numbers, you see which one is more profitable. So some people have just not seen the business opportunity, but one day they will see it. And
this particular conversation requires a lot of marketing, which some people may not be able to do themselves. So how would you advise that they push, you know, these platforms?
Well, especially if you're speaking to consumers, like individuals, there's no business, B2C related business that does not involve marketing. So if you are somebody who doesn't like marketing, it's a bigger problem. It means that other parts of your business will suffer. Yeah. So
this is something you have to outsource if you're not the...
I would say that you need to just deal with the reasons why you don't like marketing. Yeah, deal with it, because, you know, marketing and sales is the soul of the business. So it's what keeps money coming in consistently. So if you have a problem with marketing your business, then there's a bigger problem. We have to then deal with why are you not comfortable marketing your business? Do you feel like you're not giving value? If you're giving value, I want you to think of, I like to paint this picture. Imagine somebody has headache, and you have Panadol, or you have a brand that can, a drug that can solve that person's problem, or if the person has a disease or something, and you have a solution to that problem, are you going to stay down in your house and say, I don't like marketing, let that person die? Is that not wickedness? Marketing is saying, I have a solution. Let me come out so that people who are suffering can see my solution. That's how to look at it. So it's not about forcing your product down people's throats. It's about saying, let me go out there and showcase my solution. People who need this will pay for it. And when you go with that mindset, it's not difficult to market an online course or any other product that you have.
And I think one of your selling points, I must say, at this at this particular juncture is your smiling, because I think that is one thing that everybody wants to come to your page and see you smiling. Oh, if you're running an online course, I don't want to see you. Well, is this supposed to be the person teaching me for the next 1 month?
Let me tell you something. It's just my own brand. Because some people come and see me smiling and they're like, oh, this girl, she's smiling. She does not know serious business because she's smiling. Let me go to somebody who, you know, wears a jacket and be serious face. So you attract your tribe. So I've attracted a tribe of people who want to see a smiling face, happy people, and at least they are smiling as we're talking about the tech. All right, but some other people want somebody who's a bit more serious and stern, uptight. You know, to each his own.
Each man know your business, know your tribe, and just stick to it. Thank you so much for joining me in the studio. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. Thank you. And that's all on Ladies Talking Business. For more content of this nature, do follow us on Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. You can also follow my social media handles at Ubani Irene on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Thank you and bye. Until next time, I remain your host, Irene Ubani.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, you know, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo, Kanayo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Hello, and thank you for joining us on the news. I'm Felicity Ezewike. Jihadist group Boko Haram have claimed responsibility for the abduction of hundreds of schoolboys late Friday from Government Science Secondary School, Kankara, Katsina State. A voice note alleged to be that of Abubakar Shekau, leader of the group that was also behind the 2014 abduction of hundreds of schoolgirls in Chibok, claimed responsibility. At least 333 students are still missing since the attack, initially blamed on armed groups locally known as bandits, who are active in the region where kidnappings for ransom have become common. Meanwhile, Katsina State Governor Aminu Masari says 17 out of the 333 missing students of the government science secondary school have been found. The governor announced this during an interview with the media. According to him, the majority of the students were in the forest in Zamfara. He said information available shows that 17 of the missing children have been found. 15 of them were found around Dinya in Damusa. All these missing children who have been found have been reunited with their families. On the negotiation with the bandits for the safe return after students, Governor Masari said efforts are ongoing to ensure their release within 2 to 3 days. And the parents of more than 300 students abducted from the school have only hope and wait for their safe return. Zainab Mohammed's 13-year-old son, Lawal, is one of those still missing. He disappeared when gunmen raided the school in the town of Kankara in the northwest of the country on Friday.
Inda gwamnatin nan mai adalci ce kamar yadda suke yi to tsani ga Allah su gaggauta kawo mana ƴaƴanmu domin wallahi da in ba su niyya ba suna da yanda za su yi su kwato mana ƴaƴanmu wallahi amma ba matsala saboda ba ƴaƴansu bane ba shi ya samu sun ba mu cikin bakin ciki da iyayenmu ta kakannin yaran da ƴaƴansu da duka kowa da kowa yana cikin bakin ciki sun samu cikin halin haula ba mu bacci. Karatu dama shine ba a so su yi idan Allah ya hukunta za su yi za su dawo in sun dawo mana da rai za su dusa su ci gaba da yin dai a nan in Allah ya ba su iko in kuma sun ana su dawa ba so suke yi su yi ba sai su daina tunda ba dole bane ba.
There is growing anger towards the Nigerian government after the abduction of more than 300 students from an all-boys school in the northwest state of Katsina. They were taken by an armed gang from a science secondary school in the town of Kankara. Parents have appealed to the authorities to do more to get their children back safely. Former Minister of Education and convener of Bring Back Our Girls group, Obi Ezekwesili, said the insecurity that led to the latest abduction was the product of bad governance.
Nothing of our governmental system was available to protect those children. Nothing could prevent the people who took them away from having access to them. Nothing could be orchestrated immediately news of their being abducted came out to forestall their being taken away successfully. What else can define poor governance than all of this?
You will see that it's almost the same thing that is happening. But even when Chibok girls were kidnapped, till today, many are still missing. And I believe if this one is really true, let the same thing that happened for Chibok girls do not happen for this one.
It's very, very depressing and embarrassing. So the government, so you sit in government by now, it's very embarrassing. How will a government be in power? Now, we all voted for and almost 1,000 children are being kidnapped from secondary school. That means everybody is not safe in this country anymore.
The Sultan of Sokoto, Saad Abubakar, has lamented the spate of killings arising from the security challenges in the country. The Sultan, who is also co-chairman, National Council of Traditional Rulers, said the killings have taken a new dimension. He said this while leading his colleagues from the south and northern part of the country to meet Governor Babagana Zulum in Maiduguri, the Borno state capital. On their mission to Maiduguri, the Sultan said they did not only come to commiserate with the governor on the recent killing of farmers in the state, but to make a strong statement with regard to the insecurity affecting the entire nation. The revered monarch asked the military to occupy Sambisa Forest and Lake Chad region, housing the Boko Haram insurgents. Still talking insecurity, Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka has decried President Muhammadu Buhari's refusal to earn an invitation by the National Assembly to address the nation on what government was doing to contain the worsening insecurity. He said the Nigerian leader still behaved like he is not in charge. The playwright, in a piece titled Infradige, a Presidential Common Pants, flayed the president's response to the polite summons to rob minds urgently over people's security anxieties as one who still struggles to preserve the tattered remains of his born-again democratic camouflage. According to him, Buhari's reversal of consent raised yet again the frightening situation report he has fervently posed as to whether he is in charge. He observed that the government refuses to accept that, as indicated several times over, that the nation is at war. Nigerians have been asked to collaborate with security agencies to help curb insecurity once and for all. Experts at the recent Security and Emergency Management Awards, SHIMAN, held in Abuja, say information and intelligence sharing will go a long way in tackling insecurity and terrorism. The awards saw 18 recipients rewarded for their outstanding performance in service delivery to the public out of almost 300 entries. Plus TV Africa's correspondent, Idong Joseph, reports.
254 entries received. Only 135 qualified for the competition. Another 54 made it to the finals, while 18 out of these were selected for their excellent performance.
More of your time, eh?
Organizers of the awards said the Security and Emergency Management Award, now known as SEMA, was initiated to reward excellence in the management of security and response obligations.
The idea is to publicly acknowledge and celebrate the best of the best among them with a view to creating resilient and professional approach in the management of security and emergency situations in the country. We believe that by instituting this award, these agencies and individuals behind them will be further motivated in their patriotic duties.
The Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Issa Pantami, who backed the Best Minister of the Year award, during the event tasked all stakeholders to contribute their quota to strengthening Nigeria's cyberspace in a bid to foster economic development.
The African cybersecurity sector is estimated at 2.3 billion and projected to become 3.6 or 4.2 billion by 2023. Therefore, the awards come at a crucial and no better a time than now. The task of developing the national digital economy is a huge one, and we call on all stakeholders to make an input to the process and support the implementation.
Also in attendance was a representative of the Director General of the Department of State Service, DSS, Yusuf Bichi, who also tasked citizens to partner with security agencies. Bichi says there is a need for citizens to provide relevant information needed to tackle the insecurity challenges bedeviling the country.
The information that security agencies need to bring, have you brought it? The support you need to give security agencies, have you given it? Now, if we have not done all of this, it is time for us to have a rethink. It is time for us to have a change of mind, to rededicate ourselves to nationhood.
Some of the award recipients expressed their excitement on the award.
I'm happy that the modest effort that we are putting into securing this country is recognized.
People should see the level of involvement in day-to-day activities as if we are not a monster to them.
The Security and Emergency Management Award, SEMA, is an annual event organized to celebrate the best in performance among the military, security, intelligence and response agencies, as well as individuals and group performance of security and paramilitary personnel. Idong Joseph, Plus TV Africa.
Thank you, Joseph. A meeting between the federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, was cancelled on Monday by the Ministry of Labour and Employment. This is the second time in 2 weeks that a scheduled meeting was postponed by the government. Ministry of Labour and Employment spokesman Charles Akpan did not give reasons for the development. Abdulaziz Gafasa, the Kano State House of Assembly Speaker, and the Majority Leader of the Assembly, Kabiru Dashi, have resigned. The Speaker announced his resignation in a letter dated December 14 and addressed to the Clerk and Permanent Secretary, citing personal reasons. The majority leader, in a statement addressed to the clerk, did not state the reason for his resignation. Clerk of the Assembly, Abdullahi Alfa, has confirmed the receipt of the resignation letters of the two lawmakers. And processes are in place for the review of the Lagos State Child Rights Law 2015. Director of the Directorate of Citizens' Rights, Mrs. Oluwatoyin Odusoya, announced this at the essay and debate competition organized for peoples of the state to celebrate the Human Rights Day 2020 with the theme, Recover Better, Stand Up for Human Rights. Speaking on the sidelines of the program, Odusoya said the review was necessary to fill the gaps in the law to ensure that rights of children in the state are protected. Still in the news, the Coalition for Constitutional Reforms has called on the National Assembly demanding for an urgent passage into law of the Electoral Amendment Bill on its first sitting in 2021. The group expressed dismay over the slow process of the bill, saying that further delay of the process will negatively impact the Anambra elections as well as future elections. They added that the quality of contributions during the public hearing of the bill is a testament that shows that the Act, if amended, will help boost free, fair and credible elections in the country.
All we seek is an enduring electoral reforms that will address the deficits in the electoral system and, among other things, provide for electronic transmission and publication of results, full biometrics for accreditation, conduct of general elections in one day, election reform, election finance reform, elimination of statutory delegates, ensure women and youth representation.
What we are asking the National Assembly is to give us a brand new electoral bill, the Independent National Electoral Commission Act 2021, on its first sitting in 2021 as a New Year gift to the people of Federal Republic of Nigeria.
If the National Assembly chooses to delay this process until March 2021, which they have stated during the public hearing, what we will find is it will affect the Anambra 2021 elections. And there might be legal implications for what exactly can be conducted or what part of the law or the part of the new Electoral Act would then apply to Anambra elections.
The Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, has registered 201 new infections of coronavirus, COVID-19, in the country. The public health agency said that no death was linked for the virus in the last 24 hours. It's noted that the new infections brought the country's total to 73,374 confirmed cases of the disease caused by the virus and 1,197 deaths. It stated that the newly registered COVID-19 cases were reported across 11 states. Kaduna State reported the highest number of cases with 74, while Lagos State confirmed 53 cases. Katsina had 40 cases, and Rivers reported 11. Among other states with new infections are Plateau with 9, Kwara 6, Bauchi, Ogun, and Taraba State 2 cases each, and Edo, as well as Sokoto, reported 1 case each. The Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, has expressed concerns over the reality of the second wave of the coronavirus pandemic in Nigeria. President of the association, Innocent Uja, while addressing newsmen in Abuja, called for strict adherence to the COVID-19 preventive protocols to stem an upsurge in cases. He also called on the Central Bank of Nigeria, as well as the federal government, to make the COVID-19 stimulus fund more accessible, as doctors are yet to benefit from it.
We note that the commencement of the second wave of COVID-19 pandemic amid the flagrant disregard for the non-pharmaceutical prevention protocol and waning efforts at the containment of the scourge, while further noting the current concern for vaccine access internationally, whereas such serious conversations have not yet started in Nigeria. the strict adherence to the NCDC protocol of the use of face masks, regular hand washing, and use of sanitizers, and social as well as physical distancing is very strongly advocated.
We go to other parts of Africa. The United States' decision to remove Sudan from its list of what it calls state sponsors of terrorism is a game changer for the country, according to Sudan's Prime Minister Abdullah Hamdok. U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said the change came into effect on Monday, eliminating a burden that had weighed on Sudan's economy since 1993 and restricted its ability to receive aid. Hamdok said the decision was crucial to address many challenges, including the country's $60 billion debt, attracting foreign investment and increasing remittances of Sudanese living abroad.
هذه الخطوة تفتح الطريق لعودة الاستثمار وأيضا تحفز المستثمر المحلي الوطني في إنه يرجع للعالم. التكنولوجيا والأهم من ده كله القدرة على إننا نتواصل مع السودان المهجر اللي هم ظلوا لفترة طويلة جدا مما قامت الثورة دي محاولين إنهم يساعدوها بتبرعات بما ممكن أن يقدموه للإنسان السوداني. فشلت كل محاولاتنا في نجيب الموارد بتاعتنا اللي اتجمعت بسخاء شديد نتيجة الحصار. شكرا.
Ethiopian refugees lined up at a makeshift clinic in Sudan's Al-Fasik camp on its border with Ethiopia, where a month-long conflict has been raging in the Tigray region. Fighting erupted on November 4 between Ethiopia's government and the then governing party in Tigray, the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF. Thousands of people are believed to have been killed and more than 950,000 displaced, some 50,000 of them into Sudan, according to the United Nations estimates. Sudan's Prime Minister Abdullah Hamdok visited Ethiopia briefly on Sunday with what 3 senior Sudanese government officials said was an offer to broker a ceasefire in its northern Tigray region. Ethiopia's government and the TPLF have both accused each other of targeting civilians, which both have denied. And outside of Africa, President Donald Trump said that Attorney General William Barr will be leaving his job just before Christmas, and Deputy Attorney General Jeff Rosen will become acting Attorney General. Barr, in a letter to Trump, said he would leave his post on December 23. The letter came shortly after Barr had briefed the president about the Justice Department's review into the Trump campaign's allegations of voter fraud in the 2020 election. In it, Barr pledged the allegations would continue to be pursued. A bomb attack in Afghanistan's capital city, Kabul, killed the deputy governor of Kabul, Mahbubullah Mohebi, on Tuesday. Security officials said a sticky bomb was attached to his car by unknown assailants. The deputy governor was traveling with his security guards when the blast occurred. 2 guards were injured. Last week, an Afghan government prosecutor was shot dead in eastern Kabul while he was on his way to work. Still in the news, North Korean defectors vowed on Tuesday to continue launching propaganda leaflets after the South Korean government parliament voted to ban the sending of such messages to the North. The South Korean Parliament earlier on Monday voted to amend the Development of Inter-Korean Relations Act to bar any scattering of printed materials, goods, money, and other items of value across the heavily fortified frontier. The ban will take effect in 3 months, and violators face up to 3 years in prison or £27,000 in fine. Defectors and other campaigners in South Korea have for decades sent anti-North Korean leaflets over the tightly guarded border usually by balloon or in bottles on border rivers. They also send food, medicine, money, mini radios, and USB sticks containing South Korean news and dramas. We go now to Brazil. A mass inoculation campaign against COVID-19 will only be possible from March and will rely on the AstraZeneca vaccine. A senior health official said this at the country's leading public biomedical institute. The comments come as a fresh wave of coronavirus infections devastated Brazil, which has the world's second highest death toll from the pandemic, with over 180,000 dead, behind only the United States. In business news, the federal government said it has now taken a backseat in the issue of petrol pricing in the country. Minister of Labour and Employment, Senator Chris Ngige, said this while speaking at the Old Banquet Hall of the Presidential Villa in Abuja. He spoke during the inauguration of the Bipartite Plus Technical Committee on Premium Motor Spirit Pricing Framework.
The question of whether petroleum products have been deregulated or not will not be subjected to any colored interpretation. Government has taken a backseat on the issue of PMS, in particular, pricing.
Every stakeholder, every player in the sector is in the committee, so that would make the job of data gathering, data analysis and model building very easy for us, so that we can make the right recommendations.
Up next is our roundup on entertainment and sports news. Australian actor Greg McLachlan has been found not guilty of allegations that he assaulted 4 women during a Melbourne stage show. The 55-year-old had consistently denied 7 charges of indecent assault and 6 of common assault. The allegations arose from a 2014 production of the Rocky Horror Show, in which the veteran actor played the lead role of Frank-N-Further. A magistrate handed down the ruling on Tuesday, clearing him of all charges. We go now to sports news. The second phase of Nigerian camping for the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games has begun in 3 locations across the country. According to the acting director of Field and Elite Athletes, Simon Ebojaye, the athletes will be camped for 3 weeks in Port Harcourt, Abuja and Yenagoa. In Port Harcourt, 14 tracks and field athletes under the supervision of 2 coaches are in camp. In Abuja, 8 para-athletics, 14 para-table tennis players and 8 weightlifters are in camp, while 8 wrestlers are camped in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State under the supervision of 2 coaches. The first phase of camping was held from November 20 to December 9, while the second will take place from December 7 to the 24th. And that's the news at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We're back later with more stories making the headlines, so please join us again. Thank you for watching and remember to wear your face mask.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria. Welcome.
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Don't think that anything is going to change until 2023. Not with Lai Mohammed as the voice man, Garba Shehu, and the other chap, Adeshino.
From what we've seen about the Sorosoke generation, they're not going to hurry into this.
No, we are
they're
not.
They're going to prepare for the next round.
Pressure. Sometimes past, you are allowed to correct other people's. And when we're living a communal life, exactly. Not now that we live a societal life. I know people who could even cane me, and my father will be, oh, thumbs up. That's good.
Assuming that this is a country where we obey laws, nobody will be bothered whether the money is borrowed or not because it must be paid back.
What is the Nigerian national virtue?
Quality assurance.
Making money.
There's no quality assurance anymore.
No, that's what I'm saying. In Germany.
In Germany, right?
Our national virtue is politics. Samegu was education minister as we were on strike and he was celebrating 25 years of marriage. Yes.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say and we are here to hear you.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now. And that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like an
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dull, everybody feeling alright.
Still make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Akpala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi like,
sleeping early.
goes to school and spends 5 years of their life studying law and then leaves it for something completely different and unrelated, painting. And then from there also becomes a photographer with a difference. Well, he did. Kelechi Amadiobi. He is my guest on Nurture 9 to 5 show today.
I've always been an artist, right from primary school, you know the usual best artist of the class, all those kind of things, drawing comic characters and all those. And this has always been my life. I've always been an image maker in one way or the other, just telling stories with visual art. And I mean, I grew up in Umuahia. My father was a high court judge. My mother was the headmistress of our primary school. And there was no gallery, there was no art school. So I didn't know anybody makes a living as, with art. I don't know if you get that kind of thing. So I decided that, okay, since in my house, there are only two professions that are recognized, law and medicine. I decided that I'm sure I'll be okay as a lawyer. So I went to study law in University of Nigeria. And that's when I realized that, whoa, wait a minute. There are people living that life. But before then, I was absolutely obsessed with the whole concept of being an artist. So as a secondary school kid, I had read the whole art history, the Renaissance, all the Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Rembrandt. I had them as my idols, you understand? But they all seemed to be all these distant characters, in a fairy tale. Because, well, I had never met an artist. So when I got to University of Nigeria, I went to Enugu campus because I was studying law. I encountered, Aka group of artists. They had this group of artists in Enugu from Osoka and all these places called Aka group. Amazing. Tayo Adenaike, Bona, Isukak NCM. These guys, they were exhibiting in Bona Gallery. I went to the exhibition. I was blown away. That was when I realized that, wow, I keep dreaming about being an artist, but I thought it was a pipe dream. But now I can see real human beings who are living all their life just creating, and that opened my eyes. But then I was studying law, and I immediately got into a conflict between the course I was studying and and my passion, So I needed to resolve that. At some point, I wanted to change course, but I changed my mind because by year 3, I had formed a popular design business in university called DeZulu, like Shaka Zulu. Well, I watched the movie Shaka Zulu and I was inspired. I said, look at this black guy. Just kidnap some white people during colonial time, turn them to his slaves. That was nice, And I took the name Shaka Zulu. Well, I'll just call it DeZulu, D-E-E, then Zulu. Anybody that went to UNEC at that period would know me as the Zulu, So I started making posters. I started making portraits, That was when I developed the notion that all you needed to do was to stand out. That was when I learned the strength of building a brand. I realized that all I needed to do with my skills in order to survive was to solve problems, you know? So I became a painter, you know? But you know, the truth is that photography came much later. So at the end of the day, I started practicing art in Lagos. That was how I came to Lagos. I came to Lagos because of law school. But by the time I came to Lagos, I realized that there's an energy about this town. You know, no other city was like it. Too many people, there was this energy. Everybody was in a hurry. You know, that kind of thing. And I loved it. You know, but that wasn't the first time I came to Lagos. While I was in school, I came on holidays, you know, to Lagos. And that was when I realized that these Lagosians are crazy, you know. They'll pay for anything. You know, it was amazing. That was when I realized I would never be a poor man, even if I wanted to do art. I will survive. The first time I came to Lagos, you know, I also noticed that people were willing to pay even, you know, quite a bit, you know, for art. So by the time I got to law school, I had already decided I was going to be an artist. But I didn't want, you know, to drop out of school. I wanted to make sure so I graduated from school, got my BL, and then, you know, went to law school and made sure I didn't flunk law school either. And I'm so happy I did that because at the end of the day, some of those things I learned, you know, are becoming very useful, you know, in my life as an artist. Being a lawyer sort of prepares you, gives you kind of knowledge, a feeling of authority, you know, because they say ignorance of the law is no excuse, which means everybody should be a lawyer, actually. So the more you know about the law, the more confident you are about your environment. You know the rules of engagement. And to tell you the truth, some of the difficult rules are the rules of engagement when it comes to intellectual property. You know, and being an artist and understanding the importance of intellectual property and the power of it put me in a bit of an advantage. You know, while creating my work, I knew the value of what I was creating. I knew the power of it. Legally, at least, if you get what I mean. I said, I'm going to be an artist. So what do you do as an artist? Well, you draw. So I started to draw. I say, well, what am I going to draw? I didn't go to art school. I don't even know what this is all about. So I read all these books. And they say, well, if you're an artist, dig deep into yourself and express what it is you are interested in. I said, so what am I interested in? This place is full of chaos. So I started to draw the chaos of Lagos, you know. So I started to paint Oju Elegba bus stop, Yaba bus stop, you know, just downfall buses and people rushing, the hustle and bustle. And then, you know, that was it. I just started making these kind of drawings based on what I see and what I felt. And it wasn't easy, you know. I was just there. I didn't know any collectors, didn't know any. So, you know, it was tough. A lot of people thought I was a bit nuts, you know, because, I mean, it doesn't really make sense. You don't know any collectors. You don't know whether people like what you're creating. And you're just spending your time creating. Creating for who? And that's the dilemma of the artist, you know. That is the vulnerability of being an artist. You know, you create from your innermost self, and then how do you sell it? You understand? So I went to the art shop with some of my drawings. I was going to buy more material. The owner of the shop said, these things for sale? I said, yes. He said, how much? I said, oh, you know, I hadn't actually thought about the price. So I just mentioned an amount I thought would be nice. He bought everything. And I got some cash in my pocket. I said, oh, wow, okay. I'm not going to die of hunger. You know, and I quickly bought some watercolor papers, bought some oil paint and some canvas, and went back and continued painting. And that was a real shot in the arm. That made me realize that, well, people would like these things I'm doing. I was very sure I would make it because, you know, this was something I loved doing. But you can always have that voice at the back of your mind telling you that, Kelechi, what if? What if? What if? You understand? Everybody has those fears. But I was stubborn, you know. But those few successes, you know, solidified my resolve, you know. And the question now is, how did I get into photography? Well, to cut a long story short, you know, I had an exhibition at Russian Cultural Center with my paintings in 1997. You know, it was huge. You know, I made big sales, and I got ushered into the League of Contemporary Artists in Lagos. You know, and from then on, I wasn't making paintings and looking for who to buy them. I couldn't meet up with demand. You know, I moved out of my aunt's place, moved into the house where I'm living now, you know, and, you know, had my own studio, converted the sitting room to a gallery, the big bedroom to a painting studio. And it became very beautiful. I mean, I started having so much fun creating what I wanted. I then moved into painting the human form, you know, nudes actually, and, you know, that became another obsession. But then I told you that there was a connection between my reading law and an understanding of intellectual property. And I realized that, you know, each work you make is imbued with some legal real estate, as you would say, you know, values legally, which is called copyright, the right to make copies of it. So by law, even though you have sold the physical painting, you know, to an individual, the copyright is still retained by you, which is amazing. So he has the physical work, but he does not have the right to make copies of it and exploit the, you know, economic gains of making copies. So I thought to myself, but how will you exercise your copyrights if you don't have a copy yourself? If you have sold a painting to a client, he has physical possession of it. That is his right, because you've sold the physical work to him. And he may decide to deny you access to it. It is within his right. So if you did not make a good copy of it, then how will you exercise your copyrights? So that was when I discovered that a high-end, high-resolution photography was a must for each of my works. So I would find that I started shooting medium format, you know, then it was film, you know, and then so I have an archive of every single painting I've ever made. So that was how photography started coming into my world. So I started to learn how to make high-end copies of these works. At the same time, I started taking photographs as reference materials for my paintings, especially when I started studying the human form. And gradually, people started liking the photographs I had taken as references for my paintings. And then I started getting invited to, you know, I got invited to an exhibition in Mali. It was in 2000. You know, somebody was going to do, there's this biennale that happens in Mali where African photography, you know, the best in African photography come to exhibit their work in Mali. And I got invited to represent Nigeria alongside about 11 Nigerian photographers. There was this German photographer, well, Nigerian born, Bode Akimbi. He came to Nigeria. He was curating that exhibition. And he called me. He said he liked my work. Somebody told him I had a collection. And I said, wow, I'm not even a photographer yet. And I'm getting invited among top creative photographers. And there were a lot of young photographers there too. People like T.Y. Bello, you know, Uche James Hiroha. You know, Paul Jekere was exhibiting, but his son, Amaise Jekere, was representing him. And that was when my eye got open to the world of photography. You know, in those days, there was no Instagram, there was no YouTube, you know, and I saw all these photographers from around the world, you know, and I was looking at their work, you know, fine art photography, you know, creative work. And there and then, myself, Uche, T.Y. Bello, and Amaise Ojekere, we decided that we're going to form a group called Depth of Field. to encourage ourselves to keep creating because, well, nobody was appreciating that kind of work. The only photography people wanted was to make portraits or cover events and, things like that. So I started looking at photography more seriously. I was like, And then people started calling me, advertising agencies, to say, we would like to commission you to shoot an ad campaign. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. So gradually my photography started picking up. While I was still a painter, but I then had caught the photography bug, So shoot, go to the dark room, develop, print, it was like that. And gradually my career as a photographer started taking off. I started shooting ad campaigns, started shooting portraits. But then Depth of Field was on fire as a group. We had become quite famous on the international photography circuit, So curators would fly to Nigeria to curate our work. And then before we knew it, we were exhibiting all over the world. We went to France, we went to New York. I had an exhibition at South London Gallery. Had 2 exhibitions in Germany. They flew us to Brussels, So it was like wonderful. I don't know if you understand. Photography was taking me all over the world and we were getting published, curators. It's not easy to have creatives come together. It's a very difficult thing to do, but so people are fascinated with us and our, projects. Through my travels with Depth of Field, I came to realize that all these curators that were coming to look through our work and decide what we're going to exhibit seem to gravitate towards the more gritty photographs. They seem to look more to photographs that depicted hardship and their own perception of what Africa ought to be. A little bit of grit, cracked walls, anything that is gritty. Photograph of traffic, with molwares and, those exotic African perceptions. And one day I woke up and I said, who are these people and why are they so interested in these photographs? And I started to question, I said, who are their own photographers and what are they shooting? Their most valued photographers. Okay, who are the most highly paid photographers in Europe and America? And what are they shooting? So names like Annie Leibovitz, Herb Ritts, Mapplethorpe, Mario Testino, McKnight, they started coming to me, you understand? I started to look at what they're shooting. They're all shooting for Vogue, Vanity Fair, Rolling Stones, these magazines. They're shooting editorials, I was like, And I look at those editorials and I'm like, they're shooting fantasies, not reality. They're shooting dreams. They're shooting alternate existence that could be. So when you take Beyonce, okay, and you bring a team of hairstylists, stylists, makeup, skin, another team of retouchers, with a creative team that actually tries to tell a story, and then you put her in a certain scenario and you shoot. That is not reality. It's a lie. It's a dream that is presented to the world of what could be or what should be. It appeals to people's ability to dream. And I saw that was lacking in our place. I saw that. In those days, when the Nollywood artist is being put on the cover of a magazine, they just went to their album and picked one picture. Or they went to a roadside studio and just took a picture there and just put. I looked at it. I looked at the picture of Madonna. I looked at the picture of, I said, so I start to see a conspiracy inside my head. I said, they're paying big money to their photographers to shoot dreams and fantasies and portray them in the best light, while they give NGO and charity money to our photographers to show the worst of us. So I just decided that I was going to stop going for all those exhibitions. I was going to come back, settle in Nigeria, and only shoot the best of the best of this continent. So I decided that the purpose of my skill and the purpose of my photography was to liberate the black man. Because perception is reality. And our major problem is years and years and centuries, actually, of abuse, of misguided perception, foisted on us through the power of gunpowder. Then I started to shoot super entrepreneurs, I want to shoot, the big oil moguls, these people who have made money and who are showing that we are not just beggars in this continent. And I decided also to shoot landscapes. I decided to shoot architecture, I started to see that, oh my goodness, I started to shoot Lagos, like Lagos Island. And it starts to look like Manhattan. I remember the first time I traveled to New York, I was in the middle of, like Times Square, and I could swear I was looking at pure water sachet on the road, man. I was like, this place is just as dirty as CMS. Area boys everywhere, beggars. I said, what is going on? But when I Googled the place, I'm seeing the best photographs. I said, perception. But then the people that live in Manhattan, they believe in the place. When I call them, I say, but this place doesn't look so cool. They say, Kelechi, relax. You see that building down there? That's Bill Gates' office. If you go further down, you see that's Google office. Inside that place, they're making more money than the whole of Africa. I said, okay. Now I can feel the narrative from the people that give significance to this great place. But then it is true perception. And I say, being a photographer, shooting that, it is also a different reality. But it is not the only reality. Because, I listened to Chimamanda talk about being confined to one story. No people are confined to one story. They are the ups and downs. So why do they only play up and downs? And you see well-educated Africans telling you there's something wrong with the black man. Ridiculous. Our perception of who we are has been skewed through imagery, negative imagery. And so that is what pushes me, and that is what motivates me, and that is what created this other Kelechi Amadiobi that is shooting all these people you are talking about. It's a story of triumph, a story of defiance, and a story of progress for the continent. But I never had a 9 to 5, Well, I did go to a law firm during my youth corps and spent about 2 weeks before I said, okay, that's it, I wouldn't call that having worked, but I really wanted to know what I was missing. And the truth is that art is an interesting thing. You're required to be a free bird. You cannot be caged. You need to be impetuous to discover new things. And, the 9 to 5 becomes a cage, for people like me. But we also take risks. What if nobody likes what you create? So I believe it is in my nature. It is the path I have chosen. Never go back on that. My name is Kelechi Amadiobi. I'm a photographer. I like to call myself a storyteller. These days I'm making films. It's a dream, it's an obsession with liberating the mind of our brothers and sisters in Africa and beyond. It makes me happy, provided me with enough money to take care of my needs. It's not your regular 9 to 5, it's my life.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Cerebral palsy is a condition that results from a damage to a part of the brain that controls motor movement. Cerebral itself talks about brain, and palsy talks about muscles. So put the two together, we're looking at a situation where that part of the brain that sends motor signals to parts of the body that need to move your muscles is damaged. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's totally dead, which is why you find people affected in the various ways, but it just means that the individual is unable to control optimally the movements of his or her muscles.
It's a disorder that affects the movement, the posture, or the tone of an individual, usually as a result of a damage or an injury that's been done to a developing immature brain. Usually it would occur before, some occurs before birth, while the baby is still in the womb, while for some others it occurs around birth. Standard definition usually covers the time of the birth, the time of the child being in the womb, to about maximum of 3 years old. Simply put, it means there's a damage or injury to this brain that is still developing that results in the dysfunction in movement of that child, or the posture or the tone. When we say tone, we're referring to how rigid or how flexible that child or the group of muscles is in that child. So it depends on the extent of the damage. That will also determine the extent of the symptoms you will see in that child as regards to movement, posture, and tone. For most cerebral palsies, we don't get to diagnose them until the child is an infant. The infant that's between delivery to about 1 year old, and for some preschool, because that's where you get to start seeing the signs and the symptoms of them. If you have a child before the age of 1 that is predominant, already has a preference of what handedness they're going to be, that could be a red flag. Ideally, most children start to choose what hand they decide to use above 1 year. So if you have an infant who already decides, who's already choosing, who's preferring to use one side of the body or the other, that gives you a red flag that this child could have cerebral palsy.
The concept of cerebral palsy is wrapped in mystery, so to speak, as not so much is still known about the condition.
What causes cerebral palsy? There could be genetic abnormality in the development of this brain. So for the child, there is no injury, so to speak, from the outside. It is just a dysfunction in the genetic makeup of the development of the brain. So the child is born with that defect already, and then there's a problem with the muscle tone, with the rigidity, with the posture. While for some mothers, it could be as a result of an infection to the mother while being pregnant of the child, and then that affects the development of the baby. Commonly, we have viruses like herpes virus affecting the mother, measles, rubella, and Zika virus. If the infection affects the mother to a point where it is transferred to the child, it could, in some cases, lead to a malfunction in the development of that child, in the brain of that child, which could now show up later on as a defect in the muscle tone. Also, around the delivery of the baby, tenuous and strenuous delivery process, prolonged ones, where the child there's an issue with the delivery of oxygen to the brain. The developing brain, the neonate or the new baby's brain cannot survive without oxygen. It is highly dependent on oxygen. So if there's a delay in the delivery of oxygen, that during the resuscitation of the child or the separation of the child from the mother, or during the delivery, it depends. For example, when the child is not well positioned and coming out during the delivery process, that could lead to a delay or disruption in the flow of oxygen to that brain, and then we could have a damage to the brain. For some babies also, the pregnancy was fine, there was no genetic problem, and then delivery also fine. Then they get infected either by bacteria that cause meningitis or encephalitis. Meningitis is an infection that affects the covering of the brain, or encephalitis, an infection that infects the brain substance. That also could lead to a damage to that brain because it's still developing, and then the aftermath is seen as cerebral palsy affecting the posture, the movements of that child.
This condition is not contagious, it is not infectious, and it has no cure.
Once we accept our limits, we go beyond them is a popular saying of Albert Einstein. Same is the story of Tobiloba Ajayi, a Nigerian lawyer called to bar at 23, a solicitor, an author, and advocate living with cerebral palsy. Toby's life exemplifies the possibility for every child with disability to achieve their life's dreams and biggest goals.
I like to say that I'm a disability management advocate with a special focus on inclusive education for children with cerebral palsy. And people ask me, like, why cerebral palsy? And I always say, well, the answer is pretty simple. It's because I live with cerebral palsy myself. When I was about 3, I got enrolled into the educational system. I went through primary school. I actually went through the Gifted Children's Program, which is like for the really smart kids. Yeah. And in 2011, I went off to get a master's in international law. And in the process, I wrote my first book, then wrote 2 more books after that. So I'm a 3-time published author. And then in 2016, I got on the Mandela Washington Fellowship for Young African Leaders. And I did get on the Yali Network for West African Leaders in 2015. And then I did get on the Mandela Washington Fellowship for Young African Leaders in 2016.
Cerebral palsy is a disorder of movement and posture. It is a medical condition, but there are myths around it.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature. If we don't understand something, we have to find a way to explain it. So it's either we make it a stigma issue, we make it a religious issue, we make it a demonic issue. A parent reached out to me earlier this week and said they are calling her child a snake. And I was just like, oh gosh, here we go again with this ignorance that is a part of our culture. It's just ridiculous.
In Nigeria, more than 100,000 cases of cerebral palsy are recorded yearly, reports say. 1 in every 4 children is diagnosed with the condition. Sadly, both our society and government have no adequate provisions to care for people with this condition as yet.
Our government does not have a working policy as to the management of people with disabilities generally. Now, do we have written policies? Yes, Lagos State has Lagos State Special Persons Law that was passed in 2011 that was supposed to protect the rights of persons with disabilities in Lagos State. The question is that, does that policy work? The answer is not really. Do we even have a federal law? No. We're still chasing that one across the National Assembly since 2008 or something. It's still there. It has not been passed yet. But even the state laws that have been passed can be enforced better, can be implemented better, but they are not.
Like Toby, Bisola is raising a child with same condition and of course not without the challenges and issues of stigmatization.
I've had issue with my families, saying, okay, you're the only one in this family that has given birth to a child with disability. People will tell you that it's your sin, or it's the sin of your forefathers that you are bearing. People would, come at you. They practically attack you. You can't take your child with disability out without having a stare. People stare at you like, why are you bringing this child out? This child, you should just go and lock him up. There are people that would advise you that, you can actually get medical assistance to terminate his life. Have him killed and all that. School environment is an environment where everybody comes to, where children actually learn socialization. And that is his first contact to experiencing the real world. And I discovered that they would put him in a dark corner in the school and lock the room. I go to work, I come back, where's my son, where's my son? They go to the corner and bring him out. So I observed over a period of time and I realized that, this isn't what I'm looking for. People say a lot and it can be painful, especially the persons that are the closest to you, When they look at your son and then they say, okay, where do you get this one from? What kind of thing is this? Abirun, Obanje, all these words. Or they even make gesture of the kind of child that you've given birth to.
Helen Obiageli Oshikoya, child development clinician, has identified a gap in our society.
There's actually a school health policy of 2006, which is endorsed by UNICEF, which actually says that children should be tested, physically and mentally before going into school and subsequent to when they're actually in school. So this system allows us to create an inclusive educational system. It doesn't matter if the child actually does have a disability, the child should be given the opportunity to actually go into school.
Every child, not just cerebral palsy children, every child can learn. But some of them learn differently. What that means is that as parents, as educators, we can't put them all in one basket. We must meet them, engage them at their level, and then bring them up to some level where they're up to speed and they can go on. What this here means is that, yes, we must look at special education, and we must also look at inclusive education. But to have proper inclusion, we must prepare the child for inclusion. We must sort out the children in special education to see that, yes, they have reached a level of what we call independent living, and they have also shows a level of intellectual acuity, which means they can fit into a normal class. Then we now have to make sure that even the class, those are the students and the teachers, are prepared to accept this strange-looking person.
I do appreciate the fact that because parents don't understand things, the tendency is that they are afraid of things. So what we try to do is that subsequent to, before the screening starts in that school, we have like a parent workshop whereby we can educate the parents, make them understand it is a policy, and make them understand that it might not, the screening might not apply to your child, but there are children that have issues and the parents don't know how to go about it and are, quote unquote, in denial. This helps them to face the fact, because the earlier you start, the better the outcome.
Today, Toby lives challenging the notion that those living with cerebral palsy cannot learn. She started a project called Let CP Kids Learn with one vision: to see a Nigeria where children with cerebral palsy are offered inclusive mainstream education as a first option, as a right, not as the exception that currently exists in our society. Gbenga Ayodada has a brother with cerebral palsy. He shares the vital role of siblings in supporting a family member living with the condition.
When we got to do, we became more tolerant of it, because there's some things that we did, the reaction to him, and those things that I did were because of his condition. But now that we knew better, that it's not his fault, we learned to empathize with him, like help him when he's walking, he's stumbling or he's wobbling. We quickly step in and help him. All of those things, we're still giving him tough love, but we became more tolerant of his excesses.
Tobiloba is someone you want to know for her abilities and not her disability.
She's a talker, as you may already know. So it was easy to look beyond that. She could do a lot of things herself. She was in the hostel for the 3 years she spent in my school, SS1 to 3. She has definitely beaten all the odds that I think most people face.
In the end, disability is a matter of perception. If you can do one thing well, you are needed by someone, and the world needs more people standing tall above disability.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
We are calling on all South Africans to wear a face mask whenever you leave home.
Governor of Lagos State has made the wearing of masks compulsory to fight against the coronavirus.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We will strictly ensure the mandatory use of face masks or coverings in public, in addition to maintaining physical distancing and personal hygiene.
As most countries in Africa approach ease of lockdown, one of the essential rules of leaving the house is you must wear a face mask. Entrepreneurs say the pandemic, albeit having many disadvantages, has presented opportunities as well, and one of these opportunities readily open for many is the production of face masks. Owners of garment-making factories and do-it-yourself champions have all jumped on this line of business. The question is, how efficient are these other masks compared to the initially recommended N95 respirators and surgical masks?
N95 masks are also called respirators, and they are designed to be disposable, tight-fitting to the face, creating a seal to prevent particles from getting in. And then they also have specialized filters, which filters about 95% of air particles or droplets. Cloth masks are usually not designed to fit the face, and so it doesn't really protect you from aerosols or droplets or air particles that can get into the respiratory system.
A lot of people might have no choice but to use a cloth mask due to the cost and availability of the surgical masks. And for some, it has become a fashion accessory. Whatever the case may be, it is important that it meets the requirement of a protection against any kind of droplet or fluid from and into the mouth, nose, and eyes. For the surgical mask, you use, take off, and dispose appropriately. But for the cloth masks, how do we maintain proper hygiene?
When you need to take off the mask, try not to touch the middle part. Take it off from the loops around your ears and drop it into antiseptic liquid. So if you have laundry soap, take a mixture of laundry soap, a bit of bleach, okay, and a bit of an antiseptic liquid. They have different types on the market. Make a little mixture and then drop it in. Let it sit for about 10 to 20 minutes. Pour that liquid away, make a fresh one, and then wash it and air dry. If possible, some people will say iron it. If you can, do that. Also, wash your hands once you're done.
The Director General at NAFDAC, Professor Muji Adeyeye, encourages the use of non-medical face masks.
You mentioned that NAFDAC has announced not to use non-medical face masks. No, we did not do that. We said that non-medical face masks are for the masses, are for you and I. The medical face masks are for the healthcare workers, because there is a shortage of the medical face mask.
However, NAFDAC warns against using low-quality face masks in terms of materials used for production. Remember, face masks are to be used while maintaining measures such as social distancing, not touching the face, eyes, or mouth, and washing of hands with soap for 20 seconds or use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Ensure that you stay safe. Your safety is our collective safety.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amotekun.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from.
everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo, Kanayo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
If you live in Lagos or visiting Lagos, the commercial nerve center of Nigeria, and with a population of over 20 million persons, you would notice the traffic is almost a daily life situation. To ease this burden, the Lagos State government have put in place Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LASMA, to control the traffic situation. But as you would imagine, it is still overwhelming. Well, recently we began to notice a different kind of traffic warden on the Lagos Island part, not employed by the government, but on voluntary basis. They are physically challenged. Ismail and Ibrahim used to be beggars, but after Lagos State government placed a ban on begging, they decided to do something different.
Na yi niyyar wannan aiki, kuma ko da yaushe ina nan cikin wannan aiki. Ba gudu ba ja da ba. Gwamnati ta taimaka mun. A taimaka mun. Ma ko da wani lokaci ai na san ganin mu za a ga mu. Gwamnati ta taimaka mun. Allah muna son wannan aikin saboda ba ma son bara. Wannan baracin ya ishe mu. Shi yasa muna wannan aikin.
Ina roƙon mutane waɗanda suke masu kuɗi, Hausawanmu, wuci Yoruba, wuci Igbo. Ina roƙon su taimaka mana da wannan abin da muke yi, ko aikin yi, ko allowance, duk abin da ya samu muna da buƙata.
Motorists attest to the fact that their voluntary services have been quite helpful, while calling for some sort of formal payment be made to them.
We really thank God for them, that they are here. If not, there will be a lot of traffic. They are helping us here very well. And we want government, at least if they can do something for them, maybe little things at the end of the month. Because we really like that. We too that are driving always give them something. If not because of them, there will be a lot of traffic over here.
Most times when I pass around, I saw that particular guy there doing some traffic work there. I'm encouraged because one, they are giving them a kind of privilege to also try and use their skills, and they can also add to the society by also doing some other work like that. It's very good. So that will be a kind of an encouragement to other people so that they will not look down on anybody that is, they're also human beings like us. So for me, it's encouraging, and I think it's a very better idea.
I will support them at the same time just because of the traffic men are not much, and the LASMA are not here, and the policemen are not here, the PCRC members are not here, which I'm one of the members, but it's okay, we support them. At least if government can, Lagos State government can look at a way they can just reach out to this one by giving them other uniforms to, perform this duty they are doing at the same time. If the government can be able to reach out to them with some little funds every month, so to encourage them to do what they're doing instead of then going on the street begging people money.
This uniform, government does not give me this uniform. So the work what they do inside this order, many people that go see me, they go give me something I go buy. So now the thing I go take buy this uniform because na him my uniform, na him the ID card.
I doubt if the community were the one that contracted them. I believe they are volunteers. But however, whichever way, I think the community should take advantage in the sense that they've changed from, instead of begging, they've decided to volunteer their service in controlling traffic. And basically they are trying. I remember sometime, was it early January or between early January and late December, I can't place it, at going close to a roundabout. If you're coming out from a T it's me and the other ending. There's this crippled guy, each time I close from work, I'm always seeing him there around 4, 5, 6. He's doing an amazing job there because usually that place used to be a spot for heavy traffic. Everybody wants to move. And so if we are the local government chair lady, or if there's a way we can get across to her, let her just take advantage and recruit them. And even if it's just a commission, it should be placed on a payroll or something.
In a separate event, we caught up with Princess Rashidat Adu, the executive chairman at Etiosa local government area, where they serve, and she says this of them.
For the traffic officers that you said you see, they've attached themselves to the local government. Sincerely, I didn't give them jackets because I saw them too on the road and I approached them. When I see them, I just give them money because I believe that they are looking for what to put in their mouth. And sometimes I call them to the office. I said, I don't want to be seeing you at the roundabout because of your own security. You never can tell. A vehicle can be coming now and something will happen. I am the first point of call. Because of that, I try to discourage them from controlling the traffic. But because they now told me that this is what they get, at least people that are passing, the motorists, they'll give them, they'll tip them and all that. I said, okay, what do you think we can do that will bring money to you? And some came, they said they want to go back to their villages, and I gave them money. I said, okay, when you get back to your village, what will you be doing? One said you'll be doing shoemaker. One said he will be selling provision. And I said, okay, how much do you think that will cost? And they mentioned the money, very ridiculous. But in my own little way, I gave to them. And I asked them to go back. Funny enough, they didn't go back. You will still see these same people on the road controlling traffic. So what do? There's nothing to do about it. Because in a way, that is how they get their own livelihood, and stopping them from doing it will be a harm to them. And I don't want to harm anybody. As much as I want to add value to the life of the people around Victoria Island, I think since they said that is what they want to do, let them continue doing it.
However, motorists like Kalu, on the contrary, feels they are not needed all the time.
It would be better when there's much traffic, but now there is no traffic. Staying here is not all that conducive now because I suppose I've already passed.
While doing their bit to ease off the traffic, Ibrahim acknowledges that they meet motorists who sometimes are impatient with them.
I don't forget for that day. I just stopped the one person for this job. The time when you come block the road, I say stop, make it one person pass. So that time, for this man, I beg and say stop. No one stop. You ready to jam me for the motor? You don't know, say, you see me, say me, I am disabled. Why not stop? I know they stop him for nothing. Because he come blocking the road. He come show me, say, he get power. He blocked me for this, my eyes. Remain small, it will scatter my eyes.
Well, with over 1.6 million vehicles plying Lagos roads daily, just maybe volunteers like Ibrahim and Ismail are a great asset aiding government strategies to tackle high-volume traffic across the state. For Plus TV Africa, Amaka Okoye.
This is one story too many. But if we must make progress as a society, then we must continue to tell as many as necessary until justice and change is attained.
I no longer move freely on the street. My life is being threatened by the family, the corporate. You can see when you came, I hurried to go and pick my daughter in the church. She can't walk freely. I used to take her to school. I'm supposed to go out and look for what they will eat. I'm afraid. My son, he doesn't go out anywhere, anyhow.
He is talking about the threats and the gossips about his 16-year-old daughter who was gang raped. Their lives have changed for the worse, actually. And because he is poor, he is being forced into silence. But pain and anger and a strong desire for justice motivates him to tell his story in spite of his fears for his family. He allows his daughter to speak to me.
On that fateful day, I was sent on an errand by my daddy, and before I left the house, I received a call. Then when I picked the call, it was like asking me where I was. I said I'm at home. He said I should meet him at a particular place. Then I told him that I'm not allowed to leave the house without permission. Then I left the house, going on the errand, not knowing that he was chasing me. Then he called from behind and I turned and saw him. Then he told me that I was the one that told him I was at home. And I told him I was sent on an errand. Then as we were talking, two of his friends came from behind and it was like I should follow them, that it's better I cooperate with them. And I told them I'm not going anywhere. That was how I wanted to free myself from them. Then he slapped me, threatening that if I did not go with him, he's going to beat me, kill me. Then I had no other option. He pulled me to an uncompleted building opposite the street. Then the two friends left. Then in the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
When you got home, what did you do?
And the first thing I did was to go to the bedroom. After I cleaned me, when I got home, I also cleaned myself properly again, and I was scared. I don't know who to tell. I don't know what to say to anybody. Each time I tried disclosing it to either my brother or anyone, I can't say anything.
Was that your first sexual experience?
Yes.
So you were a virgin before this happened?
Yes.
When you think about losing it, what comes to your mind?
When I think about losing it, I have no other option than to cry, but after all the tears, I know it can never come back. Sometimes blame myself for what happened.
Particular thing to repeat itself, that she must come. Failing to do so, that she will be killed.
I understand that this is also the spot where these young men come to smoke and drink. So it's sort of people are afraid to come here because of that.
And the victim's brother speaks. How did it make you feel when you found out your sister has been raped?
Well, I was very sober. Even at my place of work, I cried all through the night, and they were like, "What happened? You're not like this. Why are you crying?" I could not talk. I was angry. I felt like leaving that company that night, and only God understands. And you mean my mom was alive? I would have done something nasty. Because anything I do now will affect my dad as the first son. Any step I make will affect him seriously. So that was I've been holding myself for months now.
Not surprising, the father was the last to know about the crime.
I'm that faithful because I'm one alone. I'm left with 5 children anyway. I don't have a wife now. My wife is dead. It was my junior brother and a very good friend of this family. When I saw them with my daughter, and I saw how she was sweating. My mind cut off.
Now that we have a highly over-sexualized world, where even teenagers have access, younger children are having access to things that in my days would have been an abomination, you know, you say, where did you get that? Where did you see that? And access is easy. Nigeria, one of the highest in the world, search for pornography and access to pornography. Data. Research.
Culture of rape in Nigeria. I asked some Nigerians who is to blame when a woman is raped.
It depends. For instance,
can be at fault. Even the woman who is raped can be at fault. It depends on the way she's dressed. They say you are dressed the way you are dressed.
Both sexes.
The rapist. Simple. There is no, even if she's drunk, even if she was wearing whatever you call improper dressing. Now, who determines what is improper? We had Africans who were walking bare naked at a particular time in our history. There was no rape.
What about people that defile young children? 5, 6, 10? Did they dress indecently? What excuse are we going to give for those sort of? I think it's completely unacceptable.
How many of those men are ashamed of what they've done? How many of the people in their communities who know they've done these things actually shun them or give them any reason to feel that what they've done is wrong and not just be macho?
Victims of sexual abuse. Argument as to who is involved. We have the normal DNA. After delivering, you'll be able to ascertain whether it fits in with the person that you are investigating. That may also help in corroborating evidence. So we cannot just give up and say,
or invite a suspect. The IPO does not have a vehicle assigned for that. The vehicles that you've been seeing that are in the meeting are just patrol vehicles. There's no vehicle to say, okay, this vehicle is, or in this station, there is one vehicle that is dedicated to going to pick up for investigation. No. It is patrol. So now you're telling that same person to make calls with his own money. There are no lines that are dedicated to them for them to make to receive calls and make calls on behalf of cases. So he's using his money. He's going to ask you for it. You have to pay for it. Now you want to go and pick somebody, you will have to bring the money to go and pick up the person. Now who do we want to blame? So if I don't have the resources, there's no point.
The police don't seem to demonstrate sufficient diligence or commitment to investigating these cases with a view to identifying, or rather, apprehending the culprits. In many of such cases, what we find is that police are always not ever able to arrest the culprit. So the victims end up without justice.
I think that the problem really is in the enforcement of the laws we have. Nigeria has absolutely no need for more laws. We have sufficient laws.
There are even people who go through eating disorders and either become too skinny or too fat in a bid to be unattractive, thinking maybe if I hadn't looked so attractive, it wouldn't have happened.
In Nigeria, rape has become endemic and is underreported. The shocking dimension that rape has taken is becoming worrisome. The act is done, condemnable for that matter, recorded, and it is used to keep victim under siege, like being under oath. And those who perpetrate the heinous acts act as if they are demented.
From siblings, from husbands, from extended family, helping the person to overcome that initial trauma, and most importantly, letting her know that regardless of the circumstances, it was not her fault that she got raped.
Society is evolving, it's changing. This whole notion that a victim should be allowed to suffer victimization because of what society will think. It does not do any good to the victim. People should speak out. Perpetrators should be exposed, so that others will learn a lesson.
Which one is better? Protecting the girl child, protecting our women, our wives, our sisters, or covering the evil? So we must find a way to deal with those perpetrators and save the female child.
This friend turned family to the victim and her family tells them
anyone who is innocent will go scot-free. Anyone that is found culpable will be sentenced so as to serve as a deterrent.
Anybody, which is rare, who has been found guilty, in Nigeria we still call it child defilement. It's pedophilia. All these sense and sensibilities and shifting in the chain on inability to face up and call things what they are is part of our denial culture. If government truly cares about the people, then government needs to wake up and learn that the first priority is to protect the people. And how do you protect me if you keep critical information away from me? Information that could affect me, my child, my immediacy, all of those things. So there's a lot government can do, a heck of a lot. Judges, most judges don't know what to do with rape cases. They don't. They actually don't in Nigeria.
We need to make it a national issue. We need to bring it on board that everywhere we're talking about it. We're talking about it in the Senate, we're talking about it in the House of Reps, we're talking about it in the presidency. People are stepping out to say, okay, fine, we have a problem. When Mediacon started in 2003, we discovered that in 2000, yes, WHO had held in 1999. There had been a meeting and which sexual abuse of children was declared a public health epidemic. There was nothing in this country to show that we had a public health epidemic.
Hello, and thank you for joining us on the news. My name is Felicity Ezewike. Lagos State Health Commissioner Akin Abayomi says Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu will soon recover from coronavirus. He announced this in a statement on update on COVID-19 status of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Tuesday. The commissioner had announced Senate President Ahmed Lawan on Tuesday swore in 4 senators recently elected through by-elections in states across the country. The new senators include Adetokunbo Abiru, Lagos East, Henry Siriake Dixon, Bayelsa West, Cleopas Moses, Bayelsa Central, and Nora Ladi Dudut, Plateau South. Clerk to the Senate, Ibrahim El Ladin, administered the oath of office and oath of allegiance on the new senators. A meeting between the federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities was cancelled on Monday by the Ministry of Labour and Employment. This is the second time in 2 weeks that the scheduled meeting was postponed by the government. Ministry of Labour and Employment spokesman Charles Akpan did not give reasons for the development. Still in the news, jihadist group Boko Haram have claimed responsibility for the abduction of hundreds of schoolboys late Friday from Government Science Secondary School, Kankara, Katsina State. A voice note alleged to be that of Abubakar Shekau, leader of the group that was also behind the 24 of hundreds of schoolgirls in Chibok, claimed responsibility. At least 333 students are still missing, since the attack initially blamed on armed groups locally known as bandits who were active in the regions for ransom have become common. Katsina State Governor Aminu Bello Masari says 70 students of the Government Science Secondary School in Kankara area of the state have been found. The governor announced this during an interview with the media. According to him, the majority of the students were in the forest in Zamfara. He said the information available shows that 17 of the missing children have been found. 15 of them were found around Dinya in Dan Musa. All these missing children who have been found have been reunited families. On the negotiation with the bandits for the safe return of the students, Governor Masari said efforts are ongoing to secure their release within 2 to 3 days. Nigerians have been asked to collaborate with security agencies that help curb insecurity once and for all. Experts at the recent Security and Emergency Management Awards held in Abuja say information and intelligence sharing will go a long way in tackling insecurity and terrorism. The awards saw 18 recipients rewarded for their outstanding performance in service delivery to the public out of almost 300 entries. Our correspondent, Edong Joseph, reports.
254 entries received. Only 135 qualified for the competition. Another 54 made it to the finals, while 18 out of these were selected for their excellent performance.
Build more of your time, eh?
Organizers of the awards said the Security and Emergency Management Award, now known as SEMA, was initiated to reward excellence in the management of security and response obligations.
The idea is to publicly acknowledge and celebrate the best of the best among them with a view to creating resilient and professional approach in the management of security and emergency situations. We believe that by instituting this award, these agencies and individuals behind them will be further motivated in their patriotic duties.
The Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Issa Pantami, who backed the Best Minister of the Year award, during the event tasked all stakeholders to contribute their quota to strengthening Nigeria's cyberspace in a bid to foster economic development.
The African cybersecurity sector is estimated at 2.3 billion and projected to become 3.6 or 4.2 billion by 2023. Therefore, the awards come at a crucial and no better a time than now. The task of developing the national digital economy is a huge one, and we can all.
We go now to business news. The Consumer Price Index, which measures inflation, increased by 14.89% year-on-year in November 2020. The National Bureau of Statistics disclosed in its Consumer Price Index November 2020 report on Tuesday. It said this is 0.66 percentage points higher than the rate recorded in October 2020, that's 14.23%. The percentage change in the average composite CPI for the 12-month period ending November 2020 over the average of the CPI for the previous 12-month period was $12.92 billion for two projects, which include Nigeria COVID-19 Action, Recovery and Economic Stimulus Program for Results, Nigeria Cares, and the State Fiscal Transparency, Accountability and Sustainability Program for Results, SFTAS. The SPF will focus on 4 areas of engagement, which include Italian cyclist Riccardo Rico, who was thrown off the Tour de France in 2008 for taking a blood-boosting drug, has been banned for life. The National Anti-Doping Agency, NADI Italia, on Monday announced the ban of the 37-year-old who had already been handed a 12-year ban that was due to expire in 2024. He must also pay a €4,000 fine and cost of €378. A once promising rider known as the Cobra, Rico's career collapsed when he was found to have taken the banned blood booster Sarah during the 2008 tour. And that's the news at this hour. For more news updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We're back later with more stories making the headlines, so please join us again. Thank you for your time.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. And another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Don't think that anything is going to change until 2023. Not with Lai Mohammed as the voice man, Garba Shehu and the other chap, additional.
From what we've seen about the Sorosoke generation, they're not going to hurry into this.
We're
they're
not.
They're going to prepare for the next round.
Pressure. Sometimes past, you are allowed to correct other people's. When we're living a communal life. Exactly. Not now that we live and a societal life. I know people who could even cane me, and my father will be, oh, thumbs up, that's good.
Assuming that this is a country where we obey laws, nobody will be bothered whether the money is borrowed or not because it must be paid back.
What is the Nigerian national virtue?
Quality assurance.
Making money.
There's no quality assurance anymore.
No, that's what I'm saying. In Germany.
In Germany, right?
Our national virtue is politics. Sam Egbu was education minister as we were on strike and he was celebrating 25 years of marriage. Yes.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? It's Dice Ills, aka Mr. Miyagi, and we're just gonna give a few words to every up-and-coming artist or every dream chaser out there trying to be successful. I started off with just a dream and an undying passion to become Dice. Back in the day, a lot of people told me it wouldn't happen. A lot of people told me my dreams were too big. But one thing that I never stopped doing is I never stopped believing and I never stopped having passion. And that's what you need to do as well. And when you ever hit success, never forget where you're coming from, because that's the only way that you can stay grounded. So believe in yourself, stay prayerful, and be passionate. One love. Bless.
Truth is, I've always wanted to be an actor in a terrain where people thought, oh, you may not fit in, this may not be the thing for you. I've always been desirous of being an actor, and you know, one of my biggest people, mentors, or who I look up to, or the character I want to play, is even playing James Bond sometimes. But it's been a long journey for me. I didn't get here. Last year, 2019, I won Best Actor 2019 for Maya Awards, and I didn't get there all in one day. I've done a lot of things. I've worked in the bank. I worked in the bank for 9 years. I've done real estate. I've sold cars. I've sold lands. I've gone through the highs and lows. And you know, initially, when I told people that I was leaving, I've been doing acting all my life. But when I told people I was going to leave and go full stream and full line into acting, people told me, you know, don't go for this. I don't think that's what you should. Jolade called the tribunal. So it's been a very, very long journey. But one thing I can say is that whatever path you choose in life, as long as your heart is there, stick with it.
18 years down the lane, I'm still doing my thing as a stand-up comedian and also a master of ceremony. I've been through the vicissitudes of life. It was not like this before. I remember those years when when I was still in Warri, when I would go from show to show, looking for a platform to express myself. Thank God for helps around me, but it wasn't easy because I had to convince people that, oh, hey, try me out, I'm funny and all that. I had to trek many times. Even when I moved to Lagos, oh God, I trekked all kinds of distance just to attend shows, just to maximize the opportunities I had. It wasn't funny. I had to squat with squatters. I lived with people that were living with people. It was that bad, but hey, all our stories now. I'm here, and I'm not where I want to be, but I'm not where I used to be. So don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your dreams. As long as you believe you can do it, yeah, in spite of the pitfalls, of the shortcomings, still move on. Stand up, dust yourself off the feet, off the ground, and move on, all right? There are more to conquer than you have conquered.
There was once upon a time in my life when I was doing this MC work and all these things, hosting gigs, and I did an event. I won't say the name of the organization, but you know, when they say, oh, we'll give you honorarium, I'm like, yeah, okay, great. And it's not a small organization. And when they finished, I got 25K. So I used the money with the love of God, fueled the car, and then kept the change to buy granules, sauce, and got the egg on the road. When it's your time, it's your time. Don't rush it, don't force it. What's yours is yours. What's meant to be yours will be yours. Nobody can take it away from you because you are you in yourself. Know your creator. And that way, you know that your creator did not create a joke. So therefore, just believe in yourself and your time will come. I love you guys. Thank you.
When I was younger, I had just lost my father. And it was at the time when, you know, we had that television that you open and close like cupboard. Okay, I know that a very high number of people may not understand this. And I came back. Our TV was not there, but our neighbor had bought a new kind of TV. It was colored, and all the kids in the neighborhood were sitting on the floor watching this TV. And then I came back from lesson, saw everyone sitting down there. It looked a bit different from ours, and the pictures looked finer because it was colored. And I stood by the curtain, and this lady just pulled the curtains together and shut me out. I felt bad. But I was also a big-mouthed young child. So I went to her and I said, because of me, you pulled the curtains together, right? The next time you look at that your TV, you will see me there. It was a joke. I mean, like, okay, it wasn't a joke, but I didn't know how it was going to happen. But I just wanted to tell her that she had no right to shut me out. And I went to school and I got this, the principal came in and said, Commissioner K is looking for you. You're going to open up ROS TV. And guess what? When she put on her TV at 4 p.m., 2 months after, I was a continuity announcer who opened up that station. So don't be afraid and don't worry about how anyone looks at you right now. Worry more about how you see you. Worry more about what you intend to do with you. Worry more about how convinced you are about anything that you want to do. It doesn't matter. People can close their windows, close their doors, tell you to get out, tell you to sit down, tell you to go to bed. It's okay. They're not God. He has a final say. But guess what? You have the final work. Because if you don't work and work towards it, God is just going to stand there waiting. It is what you give to him that he will enhance. I hope this does somebody some good. We're all stars, I tell you. When you look up, you see a lot of them. I'm sure you're up there and shining, okay? So please, put some glow to your own star. Love ya!
You're watching Africa on the Move in partnership with DW. I am Fumi Onwajefe. Today, we'll be focusing on activism across the continent. Not satisfied with certain issues and of course with ineffective leaders who aren't dealing with the crisis on the continent, a lot of people are coming together to find their own solutions and raise awareness. We start in Rwanda, where Freddie and Kayla have set up Media for the Deaf. Let's find out what that's about.
Freddie Rangira and Kalia Uwedegije have been campaigning for media inclusion of the deaf since 2014. According to the latest census, there are more than 30,000 people with hearing disorders in Rwanda. Yet few in the broader public are aware of the challenges that come with deafness.
The deaf community is among us the marginalized into even the disability movement. They are the one who are more marginalized than others.
The idea to launch Media for the Deaf came from a research project on how the media serves disabled people. The findings were alarming. With only one news program available in sign language, deaf people in Rwanda have extremely limited access to information.
After the recommendation I got, I said, what is my contribution or my solution to that problem that they are facing as someone who studied journalism and communication.
Today, the media team is preparing for the next video shoot for their #SignYourName campaign. Diane Gashumba, the Minister of Gender and Family Promotion, has agreed to participate. The two activists were inspired by the success of the recent Ice Bucket Challenge on social media.
I thought it would be easy, but it was difficult. But I was supported and it was good. It was a good experience.
The minister also promised further support for the team and their initiative down the track. 48 celebrities have already taken part, among them local artists, athletes and actors.
nshobora kuganira mu rurimi rw'amarenga. Ese kuki wowe utagerageza? Murakoze.
The group recently won a Young Rwandan Achievers Award for their efforts. Freddie is proud that all their work and commitment has been recognized.
And this is Keria in between receiving the award.
On the left, it's the First Lady of Rwanda, Madame Jeannette Kagame, and Honorable Minister of Youth and ICT. This came at the right moment because it gave us the spirit of going on doing more of the advocacy work we are doing.
Media for the Deaf also plans to offer sign language workshops for journalists, as well as media training for deaf people. A difficult task because the young organisation is still struggling financially. So far, the 9 board members have had to pay all expenses out of their own pockets. But their success proves that good ideas don't need much to grow.
We challenge you.
Half of the African population lives in poverty. These people do not have access to basic human needs such as nutrition, clean water, shelter, and more. 47% of the African population is living on $1.90 or less, and 2 in 5 Africans are illiterate. Now let's bring that to perspective. In Kenya, poverty is the leading cause of teenage mothers, particularly from the ages of 14 to 16. Now, one young woman has started an interreligious school to encourage young girls who think that their education and in turn their lives are over because they became pregnant.
Every week, Mariam Masih visits this public school in Malindi. She doesn't want the school to be named. This is part of her program's strategy to protect the girls, Mariam says. The Kenyan Coast Interfaith Council of Clerics reintegrates teenage mothers into school. The teachers try to support these young girls aged between 14 and 16. They come from different religions, mainly Catholic and Muslim. This interreligious approach is of great importance to the different leaders in the Interfaith Council.
These interfaith clerics also, they have a common meeting where they all discuss, they sit down to discuss the issues of children, because when problems comes, they will not face a particular religion. They face each and every child from whichever religion that is.
Poverty is the main problem in this region. Young girls get lured by men offering to buy them simple items like sanitary towels. They get abused and become pregnant.
The parents will ask, if she goes back to school, who will take care of their children? And we were able to talk to these parents and show sense to them that these are still children and they need to be given an opportunity.
This argument finally convinced Pili Ramadhan to also let her daughter participate in the project. Her daughter is with the Green Scarf, and for her mother, Pili Ramadhan, having another child to feed was a shock. She's unemployed and still doesn't know how to make ends meet. The 55-year-old widow also supports the 2 children of her son. Despite her early pregnancy, Sylvia Jumwa has a small tailoring shop. Her first child died when she was 16. For Mariam, she's a great example for the other girls.
We are trying to build that social cohesion where people can coexist together peacefully, despite the fact that they come from different backgrounds, different ethnic groups and different religions.
Jumwa took up a microcredit, which she is now able to pay back. She even employs 2 young seamstresses. For Masih, teaching the young women to provide for themselves may be the answer to their problems, and they no longer have to accept the dubious offers of the men.
From pregnant school children to street children, Isaac Peter is trying in his own little way to take children off the streets.
Victor Brown's stage name is T1. He's a breakdancer in Monrovia's Paynesville neighborhood. Thanks to the help of Isaac Peters, T1 is now about to go to school. I was always trying to find a way to go to school, and luckily I met him. He told me he could help me start school, and he encouraged me with my dancing. He said I should dance at school to motivate my friends outside who are not educated to attend school. Isaac Peters set up this high school after Liberia's civil war to educate street children, but he's been struggling to keep the school up and running. Financial problems mean it's hard to maintain the buildings. There are about 20 teachers for nearly 2,000 children, but only half of the pupils pay fees. Others, like Victor, rely on Isaac's scholarship program, co-financed by the other children. Isaac Peters spent part of his own childhood on the streets.
Living the streets as a child at a time enabled me to secure a good future. And securing a good future is one thing, but it's also helped me to impact the lives of other people. And the street life also gave me an idea on how it looked like to be out there sleeping on the market tables.
After classes, Isaac often heads to the local cemetery where his runaway son Cyrus hangs out.
I feel that I'm obligated to him to transform his life from the grave to someone who will make a difference in life.
Cyrus used to live with Isaac, but then he started stealing and turned violent.
The passion that I have to help many of our children, especially war-affected children and children from the ghetto, I go into the graveyard and take these children from there.
Isaac couldn't find Cyrus today, so he talks to the other boys.
If you want to become a mechanic, we can strike the deal. If you want to become a carpenter, we can strike the deal. If you want to become a plumber, we can strike the deal. Let's meet.
At night, Monrovia is a vibrant city. It's the first time in a long time that Isaac Peters has been able to check out some of the city's clubs. Victor Brown, aka T1, is performing tonight at a dance club where many of Monrovia's street kids go to blow off steam. Some also come here to convince other people to join Isaac Peters High School. But for now, Isaac insists T1 should just concentrate on entertaining his fans.
Our next activist is a journalist who is fighting for albinos in Tanzania. Let's watch Henry Adimu's story.
It's breakfast time at Henry Mdimu's house in Dar es Salaam. Albinism, the absence of melanin in his skin, is not an issue here at home. But that's not the case elsewhere in Tanzania, where people with albinism are frequently maimed and even killed. Henry Mdimu is a journalist who helps shed light on such crimes. He likes to engage with people, even if his life isn't always easy.
You won't get anywhere if you complicate everything in your life. You have to accept things.
Accept things.
Accept the way you are, and then move on.
Move on.
Many people in East Africa believe that albinos are ghosts. To change that attitude, Henry Mdimu regularly talks to people without albinism. He then publishes the interviews in his newspaper and on his blog.
If you see a person like me, an albino, walking down the street, what comes to mind?
Some people see albinos as a way of making money. But to me, you are like any other human being.
For over a decade, Under the Same Sun has been fighting for the rights of albinos in Tanzania. The NGO helps those who have been brutally attacked by people who believe albino body parts can bring wealth and good luck. On the black market, a limb of a person with albinism can fetch $5,000, an entire body hundreds of thousands. Mariam Stamford is one such victim. Sometimes I have nightmares about people cutting off my hands. But I thank God that these kinds of nightmares happen so rarely now. Her assailants have never been prosecuted. Crimes against people with albinism are often not fully investigated. That's why Henry Mdimu is working to increase awareness, one person at a time.
I'm trying to convince people to change their minds and be heroes in their societies.
Change their mindset, being the heroes in society.
Henry Mdimu's work is far from over. But one day he hopes to live in a Tanzania where people with albinism can live their lives like any other human being.
Corruption, corruption, corruption. It's not just a buzzword in Africa, it's the reality we live in, and it affects all spheres of our lives. Jonathan Idoma in Liberia is speaking against corruption in the education sector.
Eight o'clock in the morning in Liberia's capital, Monrovia. Jonathan Doma is a guest on the live show Radio Maria. He reports about the latest incidents of corruption in the education system. The 28-year-old works for the Center for Transparency and Accountability in Liberia. Today he speaks about corruption in schools, about teachers putting money intended for books into their own pockets. The radio show is an important platform for the activist.
It is important because the public depends on us a lot. There's a lot that is expected of our work by the public, so we always try our best to share the result of our works, our findings, our research, the findings of our research to the public.
Tell us about some of those things that you are currently working.
There's a lot of interest in the show. Every day, more and more people talk about corruption in government institutions and in politics. Despite some initial progress, Liberia recently fell in the world's Corruption Perception Index.
We are the common people who would benefit from the resources that this country has. For all the resources that the country has, we cannot see it because of the corruption.
Corruption is a very, very serious problem in our country. Very serious to the extent that every part of Liberia is being affected by corruption, the public sector and the private sector.
Jonathan Doma and his colleagues at Sental would be fighting a losing battle were it not for their dedicated volunteers. Their problem, when they cover a case of corruption, it doesn't mean that the offender will be punished. The activists aren't giving up, though. In fact, they're starting to see results. Here at the University of Liberia, students are staging a protest against rising tuition rates. They're upset about a lack of transparency. Jonathan will meet with the University Council to clarify some important points.
What will be done with the money that is expected to come from the students? What improvements we expect to see? For example, the institution lacks a functional library. They don't have computer labs. They are talking about internet on campuses. None of them are actually happening here right now.
After a week-long standoff success, the president of the country rules for the status quo to be maintained. There will be no raise of tuition fees for now. More importantly, though, it's a good sign for Liberia, says Jonathan Doma, that more and more young people are stepping up to ask difficult questions.
Radio is intimate, it's direct, it's human, and that's why our next activist is using the medium to push his cause.
These are now victims of a terror drill. Okay. Remember, the word terror comes before the drill. So in the drill, all the way to the government, how is Uhuru reacting where he is? In his country, one person, broadcaster. Mbona umengoja that long?
Sina kwa mse kuna mtu alichoka maji.
Ama popali kamna.
Unaekelewa ati unaekelewa kila.
We finally identified the programming that relates to the youth and fully represent. And I remember the theme that I had in that.
Pata murembo, nataka kupanda mbegu huko Kataka. Harugeta radio, pirokti na kukua na skupoa.
Nikakuja paka hapa. Ule nilikujanga hapa. Nikakuja nikafanyiwa interview. Kufanyiwa interview sasa. Siku ingia mara hiyo siku kuwa presenter hiyo siku. Nikaenda nikamaliza wiki kama moja kwa street. Sonko wetu maji akanitumania.
Na wanyosh. Vipi? Yani sawa. Base. Poa. Kanyumba karia twakoma no uyu na ni okite ngamuhe kiraro ka ngui. Aria twendaga kunyitirwo nawe. Geto radio tu nilikuwa tu naisikianga hivyo saa zingine
The experiences you could talk of are unheard of, unwritten stories are unheard of. They're real experience. Yes, you know somebody is a street boy, so probably most people know the worst you know is Gulu na kulala nje. The beat everyone will know generally. But now when you start to talk, you'll find a lot of issues going on there. But those issues were unbroadcasted.
So what will you be fighting and pushing for this week in your own sphere? And to quote the words of Margaret Mead, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. That's all on Africa on the Move this week. See you again really soon. Bye.
Don't think that anything is going to change until 2023. Not with Lai Mohammed as the voice man, Garba Shehu and the other chap, Adeshino.
From what we've seen about the Sorosoke generation, they're not going to hurry into this.
No, we're
they're
not.
They're going to prepare for the
next
round.
Pressure. Sometimes past, you are allowed to correct other people's. When we're living a communal life. Exactly. Not now that we live a societal life. I know people who could even cane me, and my father will be, oh, thumbs up, that's good. Assuming that this is a country where we obey laws, nobody will be bothered whether the money is borrowed or not because it must be paid back.
What is the Nigerian national virtue?
Quality assurance. Making money.
There's no quality assurance anymore.
No, that's what I'm saying. In Germany.
In Germany, right?
Our national virtue is politics. Sam Egbu was education minister as we were on strike and he was celebrating 25 years of marriage. Yes.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that are spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo, Kanayo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
We are calling on all South Africans to wear a face mask whenever you leave home.
Governor of Lagos State has made the wearing of masks compulsory to fight against the coronavirus.
I want to encourage you to wear a mask wherever you go.
We will strictly ensure the mandatory use of face masks or coverings in public, in addition to maintaining physical distancing and personal hygiene.
As most countries in Africa approach ease of lockdown, one of the essential rules of leaving the house is you must wear a face mask. Entrepreneurs say the pandemic, albeit having many disadvantages, has presented opportunities as well, and one of these opportunities readily open for many is the production of face masks. Owners of garment-making factories and do-it-yourself champions have all jumped on this line of business. The question is, how efficient are these other masks compared to the initially recommended N95 respirators and surgical masks.
N95 masks are also called respirators, and they are designed to be disposable, tight-fitting to the face, creating a seal to prevent particles from getting in. And then they also have specialized filters, which filters about 95% of air particles or droplets. Cloth masks are usually not designed to fit the face, and so it doesn't really protect you from aerosols or droplets or air particles that can get into the respiratory system.
A lot of people might have no choice but to use a cloth mask due to the cost and availability of the surgical masks. And for some, it has become a fashion accessory. Whatever the case may be, it is important that it meets the requirement of a protection against any kind of droplet or fluid from and into the mouth, nose, and eyes. For the surgical mask, you use, take off, and dispose appropriately. But for the cloth masks, how do we maintain proper hygiene?
When you need to take off the mask, try not to touch the middle part. Take it off from the loops around your ears and drop it into antiseptic liquid. So if you have laundry soap, take a mixture of laundry soap, a bit of bleach, okay, and a bit of an antiseptic liquid. They have different types on the market. Make a little mixture and then drop it in. Let it sit for about 10 to 20 minutes. Pour that liquid away, make a fresh one, and then wash it and air dry. If possible, some people say iron it. If you can, do that. Also, wash your hands once you're done.
The Director General at NAFDAC, Professor Muji Adeyeye, encourages the use of non-medical face masks.
You mentioned that NAFDAC has announced not to use non-medical face masks. No, we did not do that. We said that non-medical face masks are for the masses, are for you and I. The medical face masks are for the healthcare workers because there is a shortage of the medical face mask.
However, NAFDAC warns against using low-quality face masks in terms of materials used for production. Remember, face masks are to be used while maintaining measures such as social distancing, not touching the face, eyes, or mouth, and washing of hands with soap for 20 seconds or use of alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Ensure that you stay safe. Your safety is our collective safety.
Controversy trails the abduction of 333 schoolboys
in secondary school in Kankara in Katsina State as more reactions emerge from different quarters. And the PDP gives a green light to former President Goodluck Jonathan to contest in 2023, and it says it has not zoned the seat. This is Plus Politics. I am Kayode Ladende. Welcome back, and let's get talking to the first issue of the day. Over 300 schoolboys were declared missing from a secondary school in Kankara, Katsina State after being attacked by gunmen. Attackers on motorcycles stormed the all-boys government science school on Friday and engaged security forces in a fierce gun battle, forcing hundreds of students to flee and hide in the surrounding forest. The governor of the state, Aminu Mesari, has stated that about 333 pupils were unaccounted for. Meanwhile, family members gathered at the school later on, pleading to authorities to bring the missing boys to safety. And once again, northern elders asked for the sack of the security chiefs while responding to this development. Joining us to give us a deeper perspective to this is Dr. Ona Ehomu, a security consultant. Good evening, Dr. Ehomu.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for having me.
I'm so excited to have you, even though we are discussing something that is not exciting. But I hope that after this conversation, right steps will be taken, right counsel will be given. So I'm so optimistic. So let's look at these again. I know you say the way it is. What exactly it could cause this huge number of schoolboys being attacked? And from the report, this operation took more than an hour. We understand that there's even a military roadblock not far away from the school. What is it that we don't understand? If you can help us throw more light.
Thank you very much. I think the central point here is capable guardianship. We have a situation where let's start with the school authorities. You have people there running the school, the authorities, as it were, and they don't seem to have an appreciation for what is happening around them. The fact that the whole area had been under siege of bandits and kidnappers and seizing people here and there. I think they must have been under the false impression that since they were in school, they would not be attacked. But that's counterintuitive, because if you remember the book, April 14th, 2013, when Boko Haram attacked the school in Chibok and took those girls away. So there's a lot of precedent for that. Even here in Lagos, we've had a lot of school attacks, school kidnaps. But I don't think anywhere in the world, I think this number, the Kankara incident, is a Guinness Book of World Record level, because there's nowhere in the world that over 500 school pupils have been kidnapped simultaneously. Well, now Governor Masari says it's 333 left, but nowhere in the world has that happened before. And so it's quite unprecedented, and it is quite foreseeable. That is, in fact, what is making me very sad about this situation. It is a foreseeable threat, the threat of mass kidnap by these bandits, because they have laid whole communities to waste already in their escapades without being challenged. So I think it's really unfortunate that this happened, but we hope that the authorities will swing into action. And I have called specifically for Governor Masari to adopt the Makama model. Makama was a former CP in Ogun State, who when these same bandits, the herdsmen in the forest here in Ogun State between Benin and Sagamu Road near J4 in Ogun State, seized 4 redeemed pastors July last year. He took a lot of security agents and they walked into the forest. They did what we call a march, a line march. You line up people and they just take every step in. And they went deep into the forest until they encountered them. So from the stories we've gotten from the boys who have been seized, or are the ones who came back, who were able to escape, they talked about a several-hour march, about 6-7 hour march into the forest. Now, when you are marching a large number of boys like that, it's going to be a slow march. So they haven't really gone that far. And so we know the direction of flight. The governor needs to go personally to the front, lead people. I'm not saying that he needs to enter the bush, but he has to be present at the war front, lead people so that those people will march in there, because his presence will energize them and they will do more.
Okay. Awesome. Dr. Ahomo, I'm sure you're already telling us the way forward, and this is very important at this time, but still trying to diagnose the problem, because I feel it's one of our major issues. It appears the lessons learned from Chibok abduction, that of Dapchi girls, seems to have been lost on us. But let's look at the idea of bandits having this huge number of people. For laymen here, we are beginning to see that, could this be Boko Haram coming in the name of bandits? Are bandits not just for, stealing of things rather than abducting people?
Yes, certainly. The security situation we have is quite a complex one. It's not as simple as anything looks. It's just that because it's so frequent and also because we don't have deep introspection, we just kind of lay everything simply on the floor and just say, oh, they are all bandits. What does that mean? It doesn't make what they are doing legitimate. But let's try to deconstruct the security situation. Now, I wrote a book recently where I talked about the Boko Haram threat and the fact that that threat has metastasized. That means the threat has gone afield into the country, all the way to the southwest right here, into even Lagos here. The threat has spread beyond just the northeast. Now, they don't have the kind of resourcing or the kind of power they have in the northeast to carry out the kind of brazen attacks. But they have linked up with other elements. You have the criminal Fulani young men who are in the bush, who say they don't have cattle anymore, so they have to engage in crime. You have the jihadists coming from Mali, from Burkina Faso, from Algeria, all the way down into Nigeria, who are here to prosecute their jihad, as it were, a holy war. These are the same guys who have been running the arms trafficking, women trafficking, gun trafficking, and cigarettes trafficking trade throughout the Sahel, right from Mauritania all the way east to Somalia. So these are battle-hardened fighters, and they have all kinds of names of organizations. You have Al-Mirabitun, that is AMB. You have Ansar al-Din, AAD. You have Mujiwa, Movement for the Unity of Jihad in West Africa, and so on and so forth. So there are many hardened fighters who suddenly found that, it appears Nigerians don't care too much about their security. So they have found their way in also. So you see, it's a mixture. You have the Nigerian element, you have the Nigerian Fulanis, you have some of those Fulanis from these on their transhumance trade, some who have been dispossessed of cattle, their cattle rustled, and so they now say, okay, we'll turn to crime to try to make up. Then you have the core jihadists, who are just, their own is to prosecute jihad forever, as it were. So that is what we have going on in this place. So it's a complex threat matrix in terms of who the actors are. Now, why they are acting this way, some of them are just to get money, some to prosecute their ideological agenda. So there are so many things that are
so many complexities, exactly. Let me put you on the spot again. I'm sorry I had to bring this sad reminder to you. You have been a victim of abduction, and I'm sure you shared your experience on many TV stations. So for the parents who probably may be watching, or someone who has an interest and is looking at it, what is the possibility that this will not go the way of the Chibok or the Dapchi girls, where we spent quite a number of years, even in some cases? So I'm looking at, what do we need to do? You mentioned the operation, is it Makama, that was used in Ogun State?
Yeah, Makama strategy, Bashir Makama,
so what,
the CP. So we call that approach the Makama strategy.
So putting that into context and looking at...
And get away. And so, and I have some scars to show for that. So that's what happened in my case. Now, but in a mass kidnap, what this particular kidnap situation mirrors is the Chibok situation, which is a mass kidnap. Chibok started with 278 girls and rostered down somehow. So it's a mass kidnap case, and then it's targeting school children also. So there are many parallels here. For example, at that time in Chibok, I said, why didn't we do risk assessments? Why didn't we know that these guys were going to come? Because it was so predictable. Boko Haram had been attacking schools, so many schools. We had seen it, we had documented it. We had even called for the sack of then education minister and so on. But nothing, of course, nothing happens in this country, and not even under the previous administration. He didn't sack anybody. So, and this is what persisted until they went and seized those girls from Chibok. So again, here, with this parallel that we are saying that if they don't do this Makama strategy that I'm saying, go in hot pursuit or fresh pursuit of these terrorists, that then we're going to lapse into the Chibok situation, because they're going to say, okay, let's dig in and see how we can milk these kids for a lot of money. Now, you know what's going to happen. Unfortunately, some of those kids are going to get killed in the whole process, because some people are going to rebel and just going to get wasted and so on and so forth. So we don't want that. That's why in my release, I'm calling on Governor Makama. On Governor Masari. He must go to the front lines and motivate men to march into the forest. We know where they are, because some kids have escaped and come back to tell stories of what happened to them. So we know exactly where they are. And then let the federal government deploy its entire arsenal. The Air Force has ISR capability, intelligence, surveillance, and recce planes. Let them fly ISR missions. They have drones. Let them deploy drones. And then we must march on the ground, because the bush cover, the forest cover, helps those people to hide. But with a large number, 333 kids, it's going to be so difficult to hide them so very well. So if you have a few captives, you can secrete them better. But when you have a mass situation, it's also a disadvantage. It's a vulnerability for the bad guys.
Could it be part of the military tactics when the army assured us that the location has been, found, and these boys will be released? Is that a tactical approach, or is something where we should believe?
I think it's believable, because if they are flying ISR missions, because in this case it's much better than Chibok. This case, many kids got away. Many kids have shared their experiences. Chibok, the response time was very slow. In fact, the authorities didn't believe at first that there had been a kidnap, including all the way to Mr. President. He didn't believe at first that there had been a kidnap. He thought that they just moved the kids somewhere. But in this case of Kankara, we know that there was a shootout which ended up with a seizure of kids. So it's well established, right ab initio, right from the beginning, that there's been a kidnap. Because one of the questions I kept answering during the Chibok thing 7 years ago was that, how can you prove that they were really kidnapped? So I had to give them what we call the evidence standard on a kidnap case. before people started believing. And of course, over the years now, we now know that in fact, a lot of kids were kidnapped, and Boko has been making a good money, good cash out of trading them back to the federal government of Nigeria.
I know one thing you will not want to say. We are always advised to speak about it on national TV. That has to do with ransom or not ransom being paid. But the relevance of that question is born out of, if truly these are bandits, which is the common crime in the Northwest, unlike Northeast, where we can easily conclude, even if they do not claim responsibility, that this was the Boko Haram or ISWAP or all forms of terrorist organizations. But we are looking at Northwest. Is this not a case of theft? Is this not a case of looking for something to have, to continue the operations? What strategy can you subtly suggest to the security forces? Because we are disturbed that why should it take, we are talking about the third day now. This hardly happened in other crimes. We still have a recent one where an American citizen was rescued. What is it about our Nigerian lives that we can't get onto the issue as fast as possible?
Well, I think part of the problem is perhaps not understanding what the threats are, not in fact embracing reality. For example, even your linguistic mood, sir, is telling me that, you say Boko Haram in the Northeast, but the bandits are terrorists too.
Okay.
What do you mean by terrorists? Terrorists was not born a terrorist. It's what they do that is the methods they adopt that give us, that enable us give them the labels. Now, they are kidnapping people. That is a terrorist crime. Okay. They are, sacking whole villages. They are depopulating villages. They are raping, mass rapes. They do all kinds of horrible things. Nothing worse than what Boko is doing in the Northeast. So these are terrorists, real terrorists, vile terrorists, the worst form of terrorists, as it were. So I think that's one problem. Once you don't, let's say, bring a wrong understanding, or you don't have a good understanding of the problem, you start applying the wrong solution. It's like when you go to a doctor and the doctor misdiagnoses your condition, he'll give you the wrong tablets or injection, and you will never get well. And that's our problem here. We have terrorists in the Northwest, but somehow we are reluctant to admit it. And so we just call them bandits. What do you mean by bandits? Bandits are thieves. Bandits don't kidnap people. They don't sack whole villages. Look at that whole Rigu forest. It's full of them. They are attacking people in all those 6 northwestern states: Sokoto, Kebbi, Zamfara, Katsina, Kaduna, Niger. They have, look at even today, they kidnapped 19 people in Niger and killed a cleric. So, what more do you want them to do before you give them their honor of being terrorists? They are terrorists. And so we should first understand that we are dealing with terrorism and then now get to right strategies and solutions to mitigate the terrorist threat that we have.
Okay, because I totally appreciate the education you put me through. But let's look at, you remember the early days of the Boko Haram. We have different types of Boko Haram. We have those who are ideologically driven. We have those who will use the bikes and, loot shops and steal things just to, a form of theft. So I'm looking at what is common in that region. What is common? We've had miners being killed. We've had them do all manner of things that are maybe pecuniary driven. So I'm looking at, please, how do we ensure that no life is wasted? How do we ensure there is no collateral damage? And something fast needs to be done rather than just telling us they've been located and we are spending 3 days. 3 days working in the bush for such huge number. There seems to be some disconnect somewhere.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. I think, yes, let me quickly say that this Northwest banditry first started as a pecuniary crime. It was just about cattle rustling. But because it was not addressed, it has taken on other images, as it were. It has taken on other dimensions. That's why it's deepening. Let me give you the analogy of that. A sore not treated becomes a cancer and can kill the organism. So that's really what we have right now. But having said that, I think in terms of your specific question, we need to go in hot pursuit. That's the language. Hot pursuit or fresh pursuit of these guys who have these kids. They cannot hide them very well. They are not able to hide them very well. And so we need assets. We need military assets. We even need to call in the international community. Let's call the good Americans or the French. Let them come and help us fly some of their own ISR flights alongside with our own, and be able to identify where they are, and such that we'll rescue them. We need to make a statement by rescuing these people that crime or terror does not pay. We really need to, poke a finger in the eyes of these bad guys, such that they will leave Nigeria alone and go back to wherever cave they crawled out of, and go and be killing themselves over there.
Now, this is quite disturbing, and there's a dimension to this kind of schoolboys and schoolgirls kidnapping, and it's usually about the boarding school. And a lot of parents have expressed some serious doubt about putting their children in boarding school, irrespective of any part of the country. So what measures would you suggest to the relevant authorities to ensure that necessary steps are taken to prevent similar occurrence?
Well, thank you very much, sir. The most important thing, of course, is risk assessment. Like I said at the beginning of this program, you must conduct good risk assessments. You must know what your risks are in the operate, and that should guide your security policies and procedures. And this risk assessment has to be each school, each principal conducting his risk assessment. If you don't know how to do it, they can call my association, Association of Industrial Security and Safety Organization of Operators of Nigeria. That is www.icin.net. We will give them free protocols on how to conduct security surveys and security risk assessments, because we don't want any kid to be kidnapped. And now this is not peculiar. Now let me give you something, and I'm happy you are passionate about this, sir. This is not the last time you're going to see this happen. It's going to happen many more times. Security and safety, security awareness training for students and staff, that is school populations, so that they will know how to respond in the event of a mass attack like this. Now, not just a mass attack, even if it's a stealth attack, it doesn't matter. Now, you need to put air raid sirens in schools. Now, you said something at the beginning. You said that there was a military checkpoint not too far from the school. Well, if an air raid siren had been put on, air raid siren is that one that is the air horn that go wow and keeps wailing. If that had been put on, the military checkpoint would have known that there is a school or there is a location in distress. And they will probably have been guided by the sound to go and give help in that location. In that school, there was a lone guard. Well, I think you identified him as a police guard. There was a lone police guard. That is hardly adequate countermeasure in that kind of situation. Look, a lone police guard can maybe just deter some people. But when you, in a case like the Northeast, where we know that this banditry is rife or this terrorism is rife, to have a lone police guard there is just to invite trouble, as it were, because even your vulnerability will become an invitation to threats, as it were.
Okay, thank you so much. I wish we can continue listening to you more, but I think you've done real justice to this topic that we have just discussed. Thank you once again, Dr. Ona Ehomu, for your insight. And trust me, I believe that the relevant authorities would not just, hear this, they will listen and do the needful. Thank you for your time again.
Thank you, sir, for having me.
And we will take a short break now. And when we return, the People's Democratic Party voices out on the issue of zoning in preparation for the 2023 election. That will be up in a moment. Please don't go anywhere.
Don't think that anything is going to change until 2023. not with Lai Mohammed as the voice man, Garba Shehu and the other chap, Adesina.
From what we've seen about the Sorosoke generation, they're not going to hurry into this.
No, we're
they're
not.
They're going to prepare for the next round.
Pressure. Sometimes past, you are allowed to correct other people's.
When we're living a communal life.
Exactly.
Not now that we live a societal life.
I know people who could even cane me, and my father will be, oh, thumbs up, that's good.
Assuming that this is a country where we obey laws, nobody will be bothered whether the money is borrowed or not because it must be paid back.
What is the Nigerian national virtue?
Quality assurance.
Making money.
There's no quality assurance anymore.
No, that's what I'm saying.
In Germany, right?
Our national virtue is politics. Sam Egwu was education minister as we were on strike and he was celebrating 25 years of marriage. Yes.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I am angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the first truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is PLOS TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back. In case you just joined us, this is PLOS Politics on PLOS TV Africa. And to the second topic of the day, barely 6 weeks after the defection of the governor of, Ebonyi State, David Umahi, to the All Progressives Congress, APC, over the failure of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, to zone 2023 presidency to the southeast, the PDP states that the party would not be drawn to the politics of zoning its 2023 presidential ticket until the committee set up to review the performance in the 2019 general elections submits its report. The national chairman of the party, Uche Secondus, also adds that former President Goodluck Jonathan has the right to contest in 2023. And to this, the Northern Youth Leaders Forum, the NYLF, has warned former President Goodluck Jonathan not to contest for the presidency come 2023. Joining us to make sense of all these warning, plan, and the rest is Mr. Diron Odeyemi, who is the National Deputy Publicity Secretary of PDP. Good evening, Mr. Diron.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, and joining us in this conversation too is Reverend Dakpo Daramola, who is a public affairs analyst. Good evening, Revu, like I always call you.
My pleasure, my brother.
Let me start from the party that is in the news on this. Mr. Diron, what exactly is it? Are we misinterpreting what the PDP is saying? Or could you throw more light on what the party is saying?
What the party is saying is very simple.
Okay.
That we don't want to rush into any action. And by the way, he is able to emerge through our party. So we don't want to make that mistake. And we believe we don't have to rush it. We still have enough time. The committee is working. And we believe at the end of the day, we are going to come out with the best. Okay, and that's the statement of the party. But let me just push you further before I go back to Mr. Dakpo Daramola. Is it okay to assume that power should shift to the south, and then we can be talking about microzoning the south, having, the president from the north, even though he's not from your party?
You are asking me a question on which we set up a committee.
Okay.
I will not be in the best position to answer that. That is part of the job of the committee.
Okay.
To tell us where the president should come from, to tell us the caliber of the president we are going to present to Nigerians, to tell us the qualification, and just like I said, we want the best for this country.
Okay. I'll tell you more why I'm asking that question. Probably one of the reasons is the reason David Umahi gave, that the body language of the party seems not to be going in that direction. But you've discussed this before. I'll come back to you on that. Mr. Dapo Daramola, I see a situation here where politicians are already, leaving us to speculate and guessing. Is that something you can deduce?
Well, for me, let me respond this way. PDP as a party is just merry-go-rounding. And you can argue with back and forth, but I have my facts. PDP as a party in itself was founded on zoning. And I'm hoping that I can be contradicted. When President Olusegun Obasanjo was going to be handed, the grace of leading the party as the president, it was an unwritten. I want to believe that, based on the utterances of people like Ojo Madueke and several of the party leaders at that time, there was a basic agreement on ground that the moment the South was done with power after Obasanjo, the power will move to the North for the next 8 years. In fact, that was one of the things that worked against. If you go back and ask people like his name will come to me, the former governor, those people who stood against the second term of President Jonathan, the argument was
Aliyu
that
Babangida.
They had not concluded their own term enough, because Yar'Adua died. And so they allowed Jonathan to complete. Don't forget, it took a long time for us to even conclude on Jonathan taking over as president. For a long time, he was acting president. That was why they went to bring the Jankara doctrine of necessity, which should never surface again in the history or our political history. In fact, those people who did that, they ought to go to jail for creating what they call doctrine of necessity. When the constitution is very clear that if a president does not have the capacity to continue in office, either by ill health or other serious criminal conduct, he should vacate and the deputy the vice should come in. And they want to create the Andoaka and the likes want to create doctrine of necessity. That's a different matter anyway.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that one of the reasons why PDP did not back Jonathan for a second time was because the Northerners felt that they were shortchanged, that they allowed Jonathan to do one term and then allowed the North to come back to complete the term which they did not finish.
Okay.
So zoning is part of us, whether even in our constitution, we have what we call federal character. In fact, it says that we must even pick ministers from the 36 states of the federation. Okay. That in itself is zoning.
Mr. Daramola.
So zoning in terms of whether in context or in content is part of us. That is why most times even we recognize religious zoning. When you have the governor of a Christian and the deputy governor of a Muslim. Okay, so we recognize all of this. So we cannot deny. So if PDP is merry-go-rounding, it's a waste of time.
Okay, Mr. Daramola, I just wanted to quickly see whether I got it right, that the governor you were referring to was the former governor of Niger State, Aliyu Babangida, and we also have the governor of Jigawa then, who stood against Jonathan coming back. But we will come back to that. Mr. Adiran, I noticed you were smiling and probably you have a different narrative.
I have not ruled out the issue of zoning in PDP. I have not said that. At least in PDP, the chairman cannot come from a zone and we pick the presidential candidate from that zone too. But even the chairmanship, the presidency and everything, what I'm saying is we have not arrived at that conclusion. There is a committee specially constituted for that assignment. And as soon as that assignment is completed, then we come out and tell Nigerians where we are and where we are going. And this is where the chairmanship will come from and where the president will come from. So there's no argument about zoning. Of course, we recognize zoning, but the zoning or the final proclaimment on the zoning will not be done now until the committee assigned to do the job finishes their job.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Mr. Jakpo Daramola, I think we should allow Mr. Diron to maintain his position. He's a party man, and if the national chairman had said something, you don't expect him to differ with him. But let's continue our own conversation from the angle of how Secondus came out. He was saying that what stops Jonathan from contesting? He is a Nigerian, and that also suggests that even if the party zone into the South might also come up. Do you think there's any chance at all for South to have a bite again?
Well, it depends on the strength of, which again comes to the argument of, Wike, whether he likes it or not, again, just blabbing about Umahi's defection and all of that. Everybody defects from one party to the other. So it's so irresponsible of governors and all these political people when they come out and begin to castigate one person defecting or moving from one party to the other. When it is a norm in Nigerian politics. So when you hear somebody vilifying or speaking against somebody who moves, you wonder, when they move to your party, you celebrate the person. When Opaseki moved to PDP, it was hooray. But if the other person moves to the other side, you begin to say also. But that's another thing. The point is that it depends on the negotiating power of the Southeasterners. I believe that the Southeast and the South-South, they are the bedrock of PDP in this country. And they have shown that in terms of delivering the goods over the years since 1999. So it now becomes, the issue now is, because Wike today has called himself the de facto leader of the PDP, because he has petrodollars and everybody runs after him. Now, the question is, if you have somebody, a governor in the Southeast who is strong, okay, who can match him, pound for pound, or you have a politician who has what it takes to mobilize, and to attract, the kind of interest and people, can influence the process in PDP. Why not? They can give it a shot. I believe that South has done it before through Jonathan, and whether he didn't do 2 terms, whether he did about 6 years, so it is still part of it. It's almost 8 years. However, if there's somebody from the Southeast, because I have a lot of friends who are not even happy with me, that I'm throwing my support that a Southeasterner should become the president. I believe in the spirit of what we have been practicing over time. A Southerner has been there for 8 years. A Northern person has been there, and then a Southerner has been there. Let the Southeasterners, also have a bite. Okay, and then we can move to the middle belt.
Okay.
So for me, it's a function of if you have somebody who has the capacity, in the Southeast, why not? Let them give it a shot.
Okay, thank you so much. Quickly, Mr. Odeyemi, now, I totally respect your position, but can we look at it again, the exit of Umahi? This is very, very rare to see a sitting governor in the Southeast, where PDP is very strong, move to APC. Don't you think this should be a serious factor rather than saying the man was blackmailing the party? And the gist is that more governors might even join him from that zone.
If you are anticipating that more governors will join from the zone,
I'm not the one anticipating now.
Right. Because he said it even before he joined the APC, that he was coming with many governors, senators, rep, and everybody.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, he went alone. There is nothing bad in a politician thinking about himself alone. And I want to respect him for that. Nigerian politics is about me, myself, and I. You are talking about the same person. Perhaps Umahi is anticipating that APC will present him as the candidate. I don't understand. So whatever might be the reason for Umahi to have gone to APC, we wish him good luck. This is Nigerian politics. I, as a person, will not support the idea of anybody, cross-carpeting today, tomorrow, or any day. It's not developing our democracy, but that's another topic for another day. But what I'm saying in essence is whatever reason Umahi must be given for joining the APC, we wish him good luck and we'll see the result. Because right now, APC has not declared that they are zoning their presidency to the Southeast. So we don't know on which information he rely on for him to have become, even before APC make their final decision. So that's why I am saying that we wish him all the best. Whatever might be his reason, he has gone, PDP has remained, and we will see if any governor is going to join him.
Okay, maybe let me quickly ask this last question as we round off. So, Mr. Dapo Daramola, you also brought in another perspective to this, that it should be the turn of the Southeast. Do you see some kind of political arithmetics that might be upturned in 2023? Because as we speak, the Southwest forces in APC are already saying that there was a gentleman agreement that Mr. Buhari, after your 8 years, he should come to the Southwest. Do you think the Southeast is miscalculating by joining APC?
No, you see, the problem is that, like I said before, Bola Tinubu is the major force. However you want to position it, is being the person, the name is being bandied everywhere that Bola Tinubu wants to contest. Now, I don't know whether there was a gentleman agreement between Bola Tinubu and President Muhammadu Buhari that was going to, relinquish, I want to relinquish, but was going to back him up, to contest. I don't see the signs. And I think based on what we are seeing, in fact, the fact that Bola Tinubu, whether he has shown interest formally or not, the fact that the news is rife in itself has to an extent destroyed APC to a very, very grave extent. It has affected APC greatly. But that's the secondary matter. In this instance, I believe strongly that Southwest have done 8 years. The North have done, their bit. And that's about 10 years now. Buhari 8 years, and then Yar'Adua about 2 years. It is now time to move to the Southeast. Okay? And if they are the strongest bloc, because the South-South also have done 6 years. So it is now time to move to the Southeast. Whether if it is one term, it is now time to give them a taste, of the pie. So they are the ones who go and put their house in order.
Okay.
And when they put their house in order and they are able to produce it, whether you like it or not, moving this thing around is not only a Nigerian, system or kind of.
It is a global.
All over the world.
Thank you so much. I know there's never enough time when we have orators like both of you. Mr. Diro Adeyemi, I wish we could take more time, but I understand my time is up. Trust me, you're always phone call away. We will bring you up as development unfolds. Thank you once again. Mr. Diro Adeyemi is the Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the PDP, and Reverend Dapo Daramola is a political analyst, or you call him a public affairs analyst. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will take a short breather, and when we return, I will be giving you my take on the issue of the abduction. Please don't go anywhere. My take on the abduction of the 333 boys. No doubt it is a sad commentary that we are back on the abduction of students, this time the boys. What this says is that we hardly do appraisal of our past errors to avoid future blunders. How do we explain an operation that lasted for more than 1 hour? Did the military roadblock have intelligence on the imminent attack, or they were outsmarted by the gunmen, or should we call them the obvious name, terrorists? Was the attack carried out by bandits, since that is the prevalent crime in the Northwest? While the military has assured that the location has been found, it is incumbent that the release should be secured by all means without any casualty. I agree that it is too early to start the blame game, but our hope is that there will be gains in this battle. And that's our package on Plus Politics. Plus Politics returns tomorrow, same time, same station. I am Kayode Ladende saying bye for now.
Welcome to Tea Time on Plus TV Africa, where we bring you the biggest entertainment stories and, of course, analyze them for you.
You can have both parents and still end up as a useless child. I see them every day.
Most times I worry more about where I'm coming from and where I am now. Wow. And that determines my next step.
Why are you sounding like
Alibaba
now?
Plus TV Africa, we're feeling good. No time to dollar, everybody feeling alright.
Still make music and people are still buying. Sometimes I look myself minimal IU.
Akpala music is for mature-minded people. I got DMs sometimes from Malawi, like,
sleeping early.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa.
State government has approved a bill for the establishment of State Security Network Agency, Amoteco.
We have the highest number of extremely poor people in the world.
He's not concerned about lecturers that are raping students that are under their care. He's concerned about them being stigmatized.
And I can tell you that he will get the result in full measure. He cannot avoid responsibility.
Why the focus on Africa at this point?
The news only cover, one side of Africa, so we always felt like the picture is incomplete, so we need the whole picture.
65% of these people, whom we term as the urban poor, live in settlements, otherwise known as slums.
This is just the tip of the iceberg of the road situations in Lagos, from the mainland to the island.
It's been a closed-door security meeting as the retreat for senior police officers hits day 3.
There's this basket or there's this bowl that we all come to the center to pick from. Everybody has to see Nigeria as an investment vehicle, not as a distributive mechanism.
Still on the foreign scenes, Russia has flatly denied allegations that is spreading disinformation about the new coronavirus outbreak on social media.
Australian Open debutant Coco Gauff defeated defending champion Naomi Osaka in 2 straight sets.
Kenneth Okonkwo Kanayo and Bob Manuel Udoku have been conferred with the Veteran Actor of Nigeria Award.
This is Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Fame, glamour, success, money, and all forms of flamboyance are what you associate with celebrities. But with the recent pockets of reports of Nigerian celebrities revealing their battles with depression, it calls for concern of a thin line between fame and depression, between appearance and reality, and many rhetorical questions. It is the desire of most artists to have an international deal and get international recognition. The quest for this fame and self-accomplishment continuing with a lot of the big names now relocating outside the country. Nothing seems unchanged as racism is another social menace still confronting them. This leads to depression at the expense of love for their craft. A close observation shows that social media has continuously been a contributory factor. The regular interface with imaginary audience creates a lot of tension and illusions by many of these artists. Recently, many of our favorite stars such as Ari Song, Wajay, Dija, and a host of others have been vocal about their battles with depression. Plus TV Africa spoke to some key players such as a music executive and convener, Social Media Week Lagos, Obi Asika, and a mental health specialist, Dr. Kadiri Memuna, and a popular Nigerian actor, Arike Akinyoju, who has been vocal about her struggles with depression.
I think it is. Yes, especially in this part of the world that we belong to, Nigeria, fame here, I think is a major cause of depression.
Because human beings are unique, and because human beings are, we all have our personal journey. They are what we call vulnerability risk factors. People are already vulnerable in one way or the other, maybe from adverse childhood experiences, and then with fame, which is somehow as you grow, it may be a childhood fame, because sometimes you see some children, they grow into fame, while some people are deliberate and intentional into achieving fame. Famous people have to keep up with, entertaining us. Famous people have to keep up with a particular personnel. Famous people have to keep up with, with all the challenges, even if they are going through a lot. We do not want to see them down. We are following them for the things that we want to get from them. They are inspiring people, they're influencing people, they're empowering people, they're doing a whole lot. So whatever they may be going through, the society, we don't want to see that part of them, even if they know they may be going through that. That is it. So they have to just keep on being, that person we want to see.
We should not be calling talents celebrities. Yes, they have become celebrities, but they became celebrities because of their talents, because of what they do. They are not just celebrities because they exist. So everybody, from my experience in life, all creative people have challenges in terms of putting together their process. And every time, it's like anywhere in the world, if you don't hear of your favorite actor for 5 years, it's one of two things. It's just A, they're not working, and B, they're not at this point in time getting offers. So what I would say is that a lot of people, if you work in the entertainment industries, if you work in those spaces, you will know that it is a high stress, high anxiety business. So therefore, the people who are working in these businesses are constantly seeking for affirmation and for support to see them through what they're doing. So in that regard, if you're in the public eye and you're constantly having to keep up appearances, it can become very, very difficult, especially if things are not going as well as they used to go in the past.
There was a time in my life I passed through depression, but I think it's not because of my career. It's because naturally I'm not the type that, things people say get to. Fine, I feel concerned when they say things or they expect me to live in a certain way and I'm not living that life. I feel concerned and I feel like, but it doesn't really get to me. So if I ever had depression, it wasn't basically on my career level.
That would be great. In fact, that would really, 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 help in this advocacy that, have been blazing the trail in Africa, trying to change the narrative and let it be a movement for people to understand that mental health is as important as our physical health, if not more important. And for the fact that it's intrinsically linked to our physical health, we have to guard, protect, and prioritize our mental health at every given point in time. So if we start seeing the media and entertainment industry putting our mental health as part of their package, it may not necessarily be a department because that's a tall order, but ensuring that from inception, when they are setting up that business, they incorporate what we call an employees assistance program. It's a subtle way of incorporating mental health services within your organization. What that just means is that as a business owner and having artists and producing whatever you're doing in media and entertainment, you and your employees or you and your gang, you and your group have a safe space where you have been able to build a culture of compassion that individuals in that organization can speak up, can speak out, can seek for help from professionals in rendering this employees assistance program.
I don't actually agree that record labels, entertainment companies, or businesses should actually be having mental health departments. I think mental health is a very, very specialized issue. What they should be doing is being aware of mental health and have mental health professionals that they can relate to if they have issues with any of their talents or clients. Unfortunately, for many years, it has almost been stigma here. So people do not engage the topic and they don't discuss their problems. But definitely, a lot of talents and a lot of people in society have mental health issues and issues with depression and anxiety and other things of that nature. So it's important to relate to mental health professionals who can help when you have somebody or friends or family or clients or talents who have any issues at all. You could you could insist that your clients and your talents do have regular counseling sessions, do have relationships with counselors and psychiatrists that they can have conversations and unload and unbundle any issues they might have. The best thing anybody can do is to stay engaged with the talent. So the talent, and that means that understand and know your talent very well. Understand what makes them tick, what makes them click, when they are happy, to be happy, or to be in a stable state of mind and frame of mind to enable them to produce their best work. And that normally is, if you're doing that, that means that talent has a strong manager. Strong management is key. And that doesn't necessarily come from the label. That could come from the artist side. But the artist manager, the person that really interfaces every day with the artist, a lot of times the label is literally just there to provide distribution, retail, marketing, and finance.
One dominant recommendation is for this artist to live in their realities and not all about impressing fans who change loyalty at slightest disappointment by their so-called quasi-demigods, whose foibles are as real as any man on the streets. The story of Michael Jackson, who died in 2009, and later Whitney Houston in 2012, are few of the sad reminders that despite fame and pageantry, one's mental health must not be ignored. Reporting for Plus TV Africa, Ife Oshunkeye.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
It's also equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Well, thanks for joining us on the news on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Now, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Tanko Muhammad, has tested positive for COVID-19. The CJN is presently in Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, receiving treatment. A member of the Supreme Court, Justice Ibrahim Saulawa, disclosed this at the unveiling of the national headquarters of the Muslim Lawyers Association of Nigeria on Tuesday in Abuja. Now, Justice Muhammad was absent at the swearing-in of 72 new senior advocates of Nigeria on Monday. His duty was performed by the next most senior justice of the Supreme Court, Justice Olabode Rote Viva, who administered oaths to the new SANs. Well, meantime, Lagos State Health Commissioner Akin Abayomi says Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu will soon recover from coronavirus. He announced this in a statement, an update on COVID-19 status of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Tuesday. The commissioner had announced Friday night that the governor tested positive for coronavirus and had been in isolation following the contact with persons infected with the virus. He said all tests conducted on him recently indicated no signs of adverse impact of the COVID-19 infection, noting that the governor would soon be free of the virus and fully back on the beat to steer the ship of the state. The commissioner reassured Lagos residents of the government's continued dedication to the fight against COVID-19. Again, the state governor Kayode Fayemi, Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu, Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde, Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed. Well, moving on, 8 more Army generals and other senior officers have tested positive for COVID-19, making 26 of those infected with the virus. The Nigerian Army stated yesterday that 417 officers had been tested for COVID-19 after the General Officer, Commandant 6th Division, Major General Johnson Olu Irefin, died from COVID-19 complications during the annual Chief of Army Staff Conference in Abuja. Acting Director, Army Public Relations, Brigadier General Sagir Musa said the service now had urged Lagos residents to remain vigilant and compliant to avoid COVID-19 infection. According to the statement, officers and soldiers working at the Army headquarters are being tested. COVID-19 protocols were being strictly enforced across all unit and formations of the NA. Brigadier General Musa stated that the Army headquarters complex was thoroughly fumigated on Saturday, December 12, 2020. Well, still talking health, the Nigerian Medical Association has expressed concerns over the reality of the second wave of the coronavirus pandemic in Nigeria. President of the association, Innocent Uja, while addressing newsmen in Abuja, called for strict adherence to the COVID-19 preventive protocols to stem an upsurge in cases. He also called on the Central Bank of Nigeria as well as the federal government to make the COVID-19 stimulus fund more accessible, as doctors are yet to benefit from it.
We note that the commencement of the second wave of COVID-19 pandemic amid the flagrant disregard for the non-pharmaceutical prevention protocol and waning efforts at the containment of the scourge, while further noting the current concern for vaccine access internationally, whereas such serious conversations have not yet started in Nigeria. The strict adherence to the NCD's protocol of the use of face masks, regular hand washing, and use of sanitizers, and social as well as physical distancing is very strongly advocated.
And away from health matters now, Senate President Ahmad Lawan on Tuesday swore in 4 senators recently elected through by-elections in states across the country. The new senators include Adetokunbo Abiru, Lagos East, Henry Sayake Dixon, Bayelsa West, Cleopas Moses, Bayelsa Central, and Nura Ladi Daudut, Plateau South. The clerk told the Senate, Ibrahim El Ladan, and administered the oaths of office and oaths of allegiance on the new senators. Staying with the National Assembly, the senators again recommended that President Muhammadu Buhari remove the service chiefs following increased insecurity in the country. The lawmakers made the resolution on Tuesday during the debate on the abduction of over 300 students following gunmen's attack on Government Science Secondary School in Kankara local government area of Katsina State. The resolution follows the motion raised by one of the lawmakers, Senator Bello Mandia from Katsina State. Senator Sani Musa, while seconding the motion, spoke of a need to draw the attention